I'm sure every coach in the league would tell you the same, that the challenge is doing it for extended periods of time, night after night, quick turnaround. And it's like, all right, let's grow. Let's take a step. Let's not just decide we can play one quarter or two quarters. Let's do it for a whole game.
Lynx have their backs against the wall in Phoenix, Arizona tonight, down 2-1 in this best-of-5 semifinal series. If the Lynx lose today, their season will be over. But if they win, a pivotal winner-take-all Game 5 at the Target Center awaits. Tebow has confidence that his Lynx players can lean on their past experiences in the playoffs and in win-or-go-home games, especially the leaders of this squad.
Yeah, I think we have players that, are very comfortable in that situation. It starts with our leaders, Courtney, K-Mac, but we have, I think everybody who's going to play in this game has played in big games, has that experience together. A lot of this group has been through these battles before. And I think, you find out what you're made of in situations like these. And the good thing is, it's not a group where we have to wonder. We've seen it. We've seen it now for a lot of them over an extended couple-year period. And that's certainly nice to be, in my seat in that situation, knowing the type of person and player I have in that locker room.
A tall task awaits this experienced Minnesota Lynx team tonight. A win or go home Game 4 against the Phoenix Mercury on the road in the WNBA semifinals. That was this evening's U.S. Bank pregame preview with Lynx associate head coach Eric Tebow. We're nearing the start of tonight's contest, but we've got more coming here on the tip-off show. After this break, we'll hear what Courtney Williams has to say on the Minnesota Lynx radio network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
After spending 45 years in the field of psychology, I've learned one thing, and that is that there are predators among us. And I've learned that these evil predators move in darkness. They move in the shadows. And the night I'm telling you about is no exception, because on this night, a monster is stealthily stalking the streets of a really innocent, sleepy town. If you're fascinated with true crime stories, don't miss my upcoming new podcast series called Analysis of Murder by Dr. Phil. I'll take you inside the minds of some of the world's most notorious killers, analyzing them from both a psychological and behavioral perspective. The season premiere series is called The Killer Thorn of Gypsy Rose. When people look at me and say, Dr. Phil, who does that kind of thing? How do we spot those kind of people? There are predators among us, and I'm going to be talking about those people. So watch for more of my true crime podcast. I'm Dr. Phil McGraw. Analysis of Murder by Dr. Phil.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
You stay locked, right? Like, we're not out of it. We still here. We still a great team. Make our adjustments. Man, when it comes to playoffs or any game, right, you can't get too high, you can't get too low, right? Like, and that's the message, right? Can't get too high, can't get too low. We still got a game we got to win, right? So we can't dwell on this one, right? You got to feel it because you don't want to feel that feeling again. But at the end of the day, you got to watch the film, and be better next game.
Courtney Williams speaking after that intense Game 3 loss about how the Lynx stay focused, turn the page, and look forward to the task at hand in this winner-go-home Game 4 on the road without Nafisa Collier tonight. Courtney Williams, Kayla McBride, and the Lynx looking for a bounce-back victory here. It's winner-go-home time for Minnesota. All the action with Sloan Martin's coming your way next on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
This is Nafisa Collier.
Hey, it's Courtney Williams.
This is Bridget Carlson.
Hi, it's Alana Smith.
And it's time.
It's time for Minnesota Lynx basketball.
It's time to roar. Minnesota Lynx playoff basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank, an official partner of the Minnesota Lynx, equal housing lender, member FDIC, and by Mayo Clinic. You know where to go. Let's head live to the arena with the call of tonight's game. Here's Sloan Martin.
The Minnesota Lynx enter a must-win Game 4 tonight in Phoenix, needing a victory to avoid an early end to the remarkable 2025 season. Sloan Martin along with you here from BHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. The Mercury have taken a 2-1 lead in this best-of-5 series and stand 1 win away from their first trip to the finals since 2021. They need to win tonight to force a Game 5 Tuesday at Target Center for Minnesota to keep their hopes alive of consecutive finals trips. Many teams would be demoralized under these circumstances. A superstar out in a devastating sequence, a coach suspended. That's hard to imagine with this battle-tested, gritty Minnesota Lynx team. This is the ultimate test of the resilience we know they possess collectively, and that will be on the line tonight. Tonight's injury report brought to you by Mayo Clinic, your source for medical answers. The Minnesota Lynx without Nafisa Collier. She is out with a left ankle injury. No timeline released by the team right now in terms of when she could possibly make a return. No further details at this time, but both her and Dejanay Carrington, who is also on the report, she's been out for this rest of the postseason after a couple of games with a left foot injury, a mid-foot sprain, and both of them on the sideline right now in their respective scooters and boots on their left foot. Let's take a look at our starting lineups for this pivotal Game 4, a must-win for the Minnesota Lynx. Stepping into the starting lineup for Nafisa Collier is Jessica Shepard. In 12 games as a starter this season, 12 points per game, 10 rebounds per game, 68% shooting. She's going to have to harness that energy because her last 4 games, just 5 points combined here in the playoffs. Bridget Carlton, Alana Smith, Courtney Williams coming off of Game 3. She had 14 points, 5 rebounds, 3 assists, 1 turnover. Kayla McBride in Game 3 had 12 points herself on 3 of 10 shooting, 5 assists, nearing her playoff career high. And for the Phoenix Mercury, Satu Sabally in Game 3 at 23 points, went 11 for 11 from the free throw line. 11 is how many free throws Minnesota shot as a team in Game 3. Kalia Copper had 21 points, 13 in the second quarter, going 6 for 6 shooting. And Alyssa Thomas, 21 points, 9 rebounds, 3 assists, 4 steals in Game 3. That is the big 3 with 20 points apiece in Game 3. And that is exactly how the Mercury want to operate. Monika Koa-Makani and Natasha Mack wrap up that starting group for the Phoenix Mercury. And Minnesota having to win on the road. They have not lost 3 games in a row this entire season. But this brilliant year on the brink as they enter Game 4. Players coming out to the starting circle. Minnesota wearing white jerseys and the Phoenix Mercury in black. We'll be seeing how Jessica Shepard performs back in the starting lineup, how Minnesota defends Alyssa Thomas without Nafisa Collier on the floor, and the kind of mettle that Minnesota has that Coach Reeve has praised her team for as we're about to get set. This is Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals here in Phoenix. Win or go home for the Minnesota Lynx. And the jump ball is won by Phoenix. First possession of this game in the hands of Kalia Copper. She waits for a screen from Mack. Far outside the three-point line. Navigates her way into the paint. And it's broken up. Minnesota turn with the turnover. Picked up by Alana Smith. Now the other way. Kayla McBride getting it over half court. Guarded by Satu Sabally. First possession of the game for Minnesota. Courtney Williams is stopped by Alyssa Thomas. Picks up her dribble. Jessica Shepard working from the perimeter. Trying to go one-on-one against Natasha Mack. Gets her up in the air. The reverse. Beautifully done by Jessica Shepard and getting her going early when she's been stagnant in her offense the last 4 games. Just 2 of 9 shooting and building that confidence early. Minnesota with an early 2-0 lead with Phoenix back with the basketball. Backdoor cut. Satu Sabally. She's fouled and free throws coming up. It's going to go on Bridget Carlton, who came in on the help defense, got her across the forearm. Referees for this game, Roy Golbian, Fatu Sissoko Stevens, and Amy Bonner, the group that officiated Game 3 that ended with fireworks, actually officiated the earlier semifinal today in Indiana, as Sabally will knock down the first. Lynx basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Minnesota Lynx. Sabally, no good that time. She had made 12 straight going back to last game in Game 3 here, still in this building. Minnesota leading now 2-1. Kayla McBride from the right wing goes to Jessica Shepard, who hands it off to McBride. It was a clear path to the rim. She misses the lay-in, gets her own offensive rebound. And a squandered opportunity at close range by Minnesota's offense. Alyssa Thomas bursts down the floor. She gets all the way. And a foul is going to be called. I think they're going to wave off that shot, though. And that's going to go on Alana Smith. So not a three-point play, but that was an example of Alyssa Thomas just bulldozing her way into the paint. And Alana Smith is getting that assignment on Alyssa Thomas. Without Nafisa Collier, it had either been Collier or Maria Kliundakova, who played 18 minutes in Game 3. Mid-range shot for Kalia Copper is no good, and the rebound wrestled away by Jessica Shepard. She finds Williams. She speeds up the floor. Williams guarded by Monica Koamakani, a 24-year-old rookie out of Cameroon. Thought about a mid-range extra pass. Deep baseline three for McBride. That's off target, and the rebound ripped down by Copper. Copper throws it up ahead to Alyssa Thomas. She'll weave her way through. Leaves it for Monica Koamakani. That rims out. She was a 40% shooter from three in the regular season. And Minnesota comes away with another rebound. Coach Tibbetts praised the way Minnesota's been rebounding in this series. Threading the needle inside, McBride somehow finds Alana Smith. Don't know how. And Minnesota leads 4-1 after she just got that dazzling assist, working it from the high post down inside to Lamb. 2 minutes into this contest, Game 4, a must-win for Minnesota. Pick and roll goes awry for the Phoenix Mercury. Copper trying to line it up for Thomas and wasn't in the right spot. And it will be Minnesota basketball. That is now the second turnover of this game for Phoenix, and Minnesota leads 4-1 with 7:45 on the clock. McBride engineering this offense, getting it over half court, now running it through Williams. A tight pick and roll. She's able to get it past Koamakani. The mid-range is good. That's exactly what Courtney Williams needed right off the bat, knocking down her first look. She's got two, Shepard's got two, Smith's got two, and Minnesota leads 6-1. Getting downhill, Alyssa Thomas trying to muscle her way inside, and Alana Smith with a hostile rejection. Up the other way, Courtney Williams picks up her dribble, stops in traffic, the pull-up, she's got it. Minnesota dictating everything right now, offense and defense, and they lead 8-1, 3 minutes into this must-win Game 4. A three by Sabally misses everything. That's an air ball, and Minnesota takes back over. Quiet in here at PHX Arena, but this kind of start for the Minnesota Lynx. 8-1 is their lead, 7 minutes on the clock. Courtney Williams gets it over half court. You have to think if Minnesota scores here, we'll see a timeout from Coach Tibbetts and the Phoenix side. Bridget Carlton finds Courtney Williams off a curl. The mid-range just caroms off, and the rebound ripped down by Mack, but Shepard takes it back. The reverse just falls off the front of the rim, and Mack is able to corral it. Another opportunity right in front of the rim, but great job by Shepard on the glass and really bringing that energy that Minnesota needs with her in the starting lineup for Collier. Sabally trying to maneuver through a screen. She's going to put her head down and drive, no whistle, and Minnesota's able to make this stop. Great rebound by Bridget Carlton. Going all the way to the rim is McBride for two. Timeout called by Coach Tibbetts with Minnesota leading 10-1. They are running the show here in downtown Phoenix, forcing a timeout in this winner-go-home Game 4 in the WNBA semifinals. We're going to step aside. Lots more to come here, but a great start by Minnesota, shooting 5 of 10 to start this game. Phoenix 0 for 6. You're listening to Minnesota Lynx basketball.
At Mayo Clinic, we are predicting the unpredictable. Our experts are using a patient's own anatomy to create 3D printed, life-size organ models to map out challenges ahead of time, making complex surgeries more precise, efficient, and less invasive. We are making more possible at Mayo Clinic because every day we're doing what's never been done. Learn more at mayoclinic.org/possible. Mayo Clinic. You know where to go.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Lynx fans, thanks to Xfinity, you can rep the squad in style. Xfinity is giving away a free pair of limited edition Lynx socks.
Screen comes from Smith. They switch on the screen. Williams has Cloud back on her. A deep three by McBride. Yes!
Just visit a participating Minnesota Xfinity store, ask for yours, and take them home with no purchase necessary. Supplies are limited and only one giveaway per household. Find your store at lynxbasketball.com/Xfinity.
well, and we've moved well, and we haven't just kind of allowed them to load up their help in place, because they are long and pretty mobile. And we've given them different points of attack, and we've moved the ball quickly. It's been successful. I thought we played pretty well for long stretches offensively the other night. Really helped that Natisha got going, and that let us move Courtney off the ball a little bit more. But, I think you get to this point in the season, you got to be who you are. And for us, that's playing with good pace, good tempo, moving the basketball, playing unselfishly, and being ready to let it fly. I think we can, if we take care of the ball and we share it and we move it quickly, that'll lead to some good shooting.
That's today's acting head coach, Eric Thibault, talking about what Minnesota needs to do offensively to really dial back into what this team does best. And message received so far, Minnesota leading up by 9 points. It's a 10-1 lead. Less than 4 minutes into this pivotal game 4 here in Phoenix. Minnesota 5 of 10 shooting. Phoenix 0 for 6 from the floor. Minnesota 7 rebounds compared to 4 for Phoenix, en route to this 9-point lead early, and has been quick, decisive ball movement that really has been keying Minnesota so far. Courtney Williams with 4 points, but you got 3 other starters with 2 points apiece as well. A 10-1 lead for the Lynx approaching the 6-minute mark of the first quarter. It is Phoenix basketball out of the timeout, and they're looking for Alyssa Thomas one-on-one against Alana Smith. Extra pass, Kalia Copper well contested in the corner. That 3 is no good. Flying in for the rebound, Bridget Carlton. She has been exquisite on the glass in this series. McBride gets it over half court. A foul is going to go on, it looks like a Koa Makani, because Jessica Shepard was about to bury her underneath the rim and lay that in quite easily when she was eventually delivered the basketball. So it will be Minnesota ball on the far sideline, as Catherine Westbeld is going to check in for Natasha Mack. So it makes me feel like Coach Chippets is looking clearly for some more offense right now. She's a 3-point shooter, and Mack is certainly more of a defensive presence. Getting the angle, Jessica Shepard scores on Catherine Westbeld, and Minnesota leads 12-1. Phoenix is 0 for 7 to start this game. Westbeld with a jab fake, picks up her dribble. Alyssa Thomas leading the WNBA in assists per game, leaves it for Copper, sets a screen, 2-player game, bounces away, and another turnover by the Mercury. Getting it over half court is McBride running the show. Courtney Williams playing off ball, lines up a 3, halfway down and out. That could have been a huge, huge shot even here in the first quarter. As we approach the 5-minute mark, it is 12-1 Minnesota. Alyssa Thomas, the floater in the paint, is good off glass as the first bucket of this game for the Mercury, and came at about the 5:12 mark of this first quarter. Courtney Williams with a nice move, able to get herself free, finds the trailer, and Shepard, the mid-range is good for the free throw line. Courtney Williams just used a nice crossover, she said, coming into the season and working with Unrivaled. Her handle had never felt better. She looks so comfortable right there and able to get herself and her teammate a nice open look inside. 14-4 is Minnesota's lead. Alyssa Thomas in the middle of the paint trying to back down against Alana Smith. Smith giving her 0 inches. Offensive rebound, Sabali. And she's going to be going to the line shooting too. And it looks like she's uncomfortable coming away from that play. Has her hand on her left shoulder. And she's about to shoot free throws. And I misspoke before. It's actually 14-3 Minnesota's lead. Just 1 field goal in this game so far for the Mercury. Sabali accounting for 1 free throw. And the lefty is good on that one. Went 11 for 11 in game 3. Nicole McConney checking out. Sammy Whitcomb, the 2-time WNBA champion, who hit that pivotal game-tying shot with 3 seconds on the clock in game 2 to force overtime. Checks in for the first time, and Sabali good on both. Minnesota with the basketball now, still leading 14-5. They are shooting 7 of 13 from the floor. Courtney Williams off a couple of screens, finds her own mid-range. That caroms out. And the long rebound to Alyssa Thomas. She is speeding down the floor. Here comes the freight train. She's held up by Shepard. And she'll have free throws coming up. And I wonder if there's a discussion here. Well, she did come down on her shoulders, and that elicited kind of that sneer by Alyssa Thomas that I think, if you've watched her, we're used to seeing. And they're going to say, this is what I thought it was. They're going to say that she actually wasn't shooting. Shepard wrapped her up before she officially got into her gather, and it happened underneath the basket. So sideline out of bounds here for the Mercury. Whitcomb has the ball in her hands, threads it inside. Thomas somehow able to maintain possession. Sabally closed out upon, and then has it snatched away by Courtney Williams. Behind the back, up the floor, stops her dribble at the free throw line. Maria Kliundikova checking in for the first time, takes off into the paint, will spin multiple times, too strong off glass. Sabally really had her bottled up. Minnesota leads 14-5, under 4 minutes to play in the first quarter. Alyssa Thomas working outside the three-point line, finds Westbeld, back in the hands of Thomas, giving a look inside. Sabally wants it against Bridget Carlton, is able to get an awkward angle along the baseline, muscling her way around Carlton, and she's going to score on the reverse, just using her strength on that play as Courtney Williams speeds up the floor, stops her dribble, finds Kliundikova, who misses at the rim. Offensive rebound, kicks it out. Short corner shot, Shepard. She's got it. Minnesota able to calm down that possession, and they lead 16-7, 3:20 to go in the first quarter. Working from the high post, Alyssa Thomas glides in, but a late whistle. It looked like that was going to be a clean block on Kliundikova. You can't underestimate the kind of speed that Thomas has, her ability to rip and go, get that blow by against her opponent. So she's going to be shooting free throws here, and actually Phoenix now in the bonus, so they'll be shooting two the rest of the way with 3:15 on the clock in the first quarter. Thomas at the free throw line shooting two. In game two, went 7 for 10 from the free throw line, and that was really critical in that overtime victory at Target Center. She misses the first here, though. Tisha Heidemann checking in for the Minnesota Lynx, her first entry today, and DeWanna Bonner checks in as well, and Bonner has been really tied up by the Minnesota Lynx in this series. She has combined for just 8 points over 3 games, and 2 free throws. 0 go down for Thomas. It is 16-7. Minnesota still with the lead. Phoenix is shooting 2 for 10 from the floor. McBride hands it back to Heidemann. McBride gets it back from Heidemann herself, slices her way into the paint. The floater plus the contact. A 3-point play opportunity coming up for Kayla McBride, who we've seen put it on the deck and find opportunities inside the 3-point line throughout this series. 1 free throw coming up here for the 91% free throw shooter this season, with Minnesota leading 18-7, 3:01 on the clock in the first quarter, as McBride takes care of it. On the floor for the Lynx is Heidemann, Kliundikova, Shepard, Carlton, and McBride. The Phoenix Mercury 2 for 10 shooting from the floor in this first quarter. Copper guarded by McBride. Copper goes to the right side of the floor. Westbeld launches a 3. That's off target. Kliundikova holding off Alyssa Thomas to secure that possession. Heidemann over half court. Uses a screen from Kliundikova. Hesitates against Copper. Leaves it for Shepard at the short corner. She's going to attack Westbeld. Stops herself back to the basket. Turnarounds. Awkwardly puts it down. And it's good for Shepard. The times we've seen Shepard matched up, even back to the regular season against Catherine Westbeld, she has been hunting that. Meanwhile, on the other side, Alyssa Thomas glides her way into the paint for the score. Just a lay-in for Alyssa Thomas. 21-9 is Minnesota's lead. 2:10 remaining in the first quarter of this pivotal Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals. A must-win for the Minnesota Lynx. Staking along the baseline is McBride. Stops her dribble. She's in a tough spot. Able to find Shepard outside the three-point line. She turns on the Jets. Has to throw it up with 1 second left. Is able to catch iron, but the rebound collected by Whitcomb. 21-9 is Minnesota's lead. Whitcomb gets it into the half court. Alyssa Thomas looking into the post. They want to go Kalia Copper against Heidemann. She double clutches, misses, gets her own offensive rebound. Westbeld behind the three-point line misses everything again. And the Phoenix Mercury 0 for 5 shooting from beyond the arc. Not a timeout here. 1:34 remaining, just multiple substitutions. Alana Smith is going to be checking back in for Shepard. So it's Shepard, McBride, Kliundikova, Williams, and Heidemann. Minnesota playing without their head coach. Cheryl Reeves suspended for this game after her rejection in Game 3. Nafisa Collier out with a left ankle injury. DeWanna Bonner, long range 2. That's no good. The rebound on the weak side to Williams, and she accelerates up the floor. Goes behind her back. gets it to the three-point line, trying to get herself free from Akoa Makani. Uses a screen from Smith. Smith has it outside the three-point range, leaving a pass for Natisha Heidemann, who weaves her way into the paint. She lofts a shot. That's not there. And there's going to be a turnover on Minnesota. It's actually going to be a loose ball foul. Maria Kliundakova, she was battling inside with Natasha Mack. So since Phoenix has been in the bonus since about the 3:15 mark, that's going to be 2 free throws here for Natasha Mack. 47% foul shooter this season. 21-9 is Minnesota's lead. Now 21-10 after that first free throw. 1:12 to go in this first quarter. Minnesota shooting 48% as Thomas leaves the floor, getting a breather here in the closing minute of the first quarter. Minnesota jumped out to a 10-1 lead. Phoenix was 0 for 6 shooting at that point by the first time out. Minnesota still leads by 10 after those two made free throws. 21-11, 1:05 to play in the first quarter. Heidemann running the show on the offense. He waits for a screen from Kliundakova. Kliundakova to the free throw line, gets it to fall. The lefty bringing that poise and composure we're used to seeing and have seen throughout the playoffs in Game 3. 17 minutes, 8.6 rebounds, 3 blocks is Mack. A wild shot at close range, can't get it to fall, and Minnesota will clean the glass, leading 23-11. 40 seconds to go. McBride uses a hard screen from Kliundakova, gets the step and gets the foul call. 2 free throws coming up for Kayla McBride, who I think has done such an excellent job of what we've seen so far, finding those opportunities when she is able to get a little bit of a step and making it hard on Satou Sabally. Certainly Sabally has the length and the versatility to guard pretty much any position on the floor. But McBride trying to use some speed to her advantage, or maybe some unpredictability too. She is definitely not afraid to take it inside. 39.3 seconds remaining before the second quarter. McBride good on the first, and McBride now up to 6 points. Shepherd has 10 in this first quarter alone on 5 for 7 shooting. Phoenix as a team has 11. Williams with 4, Kliundakova with 2 off the bench for the Lynx. Playing without Dejanay Carrington, without Nafisa Collier. Next free throw, bounces every part of the rim, and then finally through. The Lynx lead 25-11. 30 seconds to go. Whitcomb works it through Sabally. Guarded by McBride, keeping a hand on her hip. Cutting through the middle of the paint is DeWanna Bonner. She kicks it out to Mack. Now Sabally for 3. She banks it in. Throws up a shrug. That was the first 3 of the game for the Phoenix Mercury. Now 1 of 6 shooting for a team that is most of the leaders in the WNBA in terms of their total points coming from beyond the arc. That's a major part of this offense for the Phoenix Mercury. Shot clock is off. Now 12 seconds to go as Courtney Williams calls for a screen from Smith, and she's going to take off. Williams stops on a dime, finds Heidemann dancing with Sammy Whitcomb, taking her off the dribble, penetrating into the paint, fading. She can't hit, and the rebound by Whitcomb. That will be the end of the first quarter. Minnesota setting the tone early, keeping their foot on the gas, and they lead 25-14 heading into the second quarter. Minnesota needs to win this game tonight to avoid elimination and to force a Game 5 Tuesday at Target Center, a spot in the WNBA Finals on the line. We head to the second quarter right here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
All in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Here's something pretty disturbing I discovered while researching this podcast. This is what it actually says on the Los Angeles Police Department website. The site states that the Adult Missing Persons Unit investigates 3,200 cases a month, and 70% of those missing people are found or returned voluntarily within 2 or 3 days. It goes on to explain, and I quote here, since being a missing person is not a crime, police are given a very limited role while conducting these types of investigations. At the bottom of the webpage, it gets more disturbing. There's a section titled, What If They Never Returned? And here's the official police advice. In such situations, you may want to enlist the services of a private investigator to assist in your search. If you can't afford a PI, the police elaborate, quote, another option would be to contact the Salvation Army, which has a missing persons locator program. There is not a single sentence on the LAPD website that would lead a loved one of a missing person to have any faith that the police would properly investigate it. What the LAPD is basically saying is, if someone you love goes missing, don't overreact. They'll probably turn up unless they don't, in which case you should get someone besides the police to look into it. All this is my way of saying, if the police took missing persons cases as seriously as they do, say, bank robberies, I wouldn't have had to do this podcast in the first place and end up chasing a violent criminal halfway around the country. I'm Neil Strauss, and you can hear the full story of To Live and Die in LA.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Back with you here at PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. After the first quarter, it is 25-14 Minnesota Lynx in a must-win Game 4. They have to win tonight in this best-of-5 series to force a decisive Game 5 Tuesday at Target Center in Minneapolis to determine who will move on out of the semifinal series to the WNBA Finals. Phoenix was last there in 2021. Minnesota trying to keep the hopes alive of consecutive finals series. And a great start for the Minnesota Lynx. They hold the Mercury to just 24% shooting from the floor. Minnesota themselves offensively, 48%. Phoenix 1 of 6 from beyond the arc. Minnesota scoring 16 points in the paint, holding the Mercury to just 6. And that's been a category where Minnesota has been up and down this season. In Game 1 of the first half, they allowed over 40 points in the paint to this Phoenix team, but shut them out from 3. They've been at their best when they've been able defensively to do both, to limit those three-point shots, to make every attempt difficult, and to also patrol and protect the paint as well. And Minnesota, of course, doing it without Napheesa Collier out today with a left ankle injury. On the floor to start the second quarter will be Williams, Heidemann, Smith, Carlton, and Shepard. Shepard inserted into the starting lineup for Napheesa Collier, and I told my partner, Alex Leibold, coming into this game on our tip-off show that I really felt like Shepard being back into the starting lineup would be ignition for her, for the team, and so far it's proving to be so. She's got 10 first quarter points on 5 for 7 shooting as a starter, and that's just over 12 games. She averaged 12 points and 10 rebounds per contest. She'll take it out. Minnesota has the basketball coming out in this second quarter. 25-14 is Minnesota's lead. They jumped out to a 10-1 start. Stifling defense on the short corner. Shepard against Max. Shoulder shimmy shake. Picks up her dribble. Drops it in to Carlton, who misses on the reverse. It's still a beautiful pass there by Shepard. We know how good she is in those tight windows. A lot of congestion post to post. That time didn't fall for Carlton, the only starter who hasn't scored in this game. Phoenix with the basketball. Bonner kicks it out of the high post, then redirects herself to the left side of the floor at the wing position. Minnesota gives her some breathing room. She launches a 3. That's not there. She's been ice cold in this series. As Williams brings it over half court, speeding, pushing that tempo, what Minnesota wants to see offensively every time. Leaves it for Alana Smith. The pump fake, the drive against Max. She'll kick it out to Bridget Carlton, weaving her way into the paint. She'll pick up her dribble as well. Smith now to Williams. The mid-range is good. Beautiful basketball by the Minnesota Lynx on that possession. Just giving an unselfish in order to find a really great shot for Williams. Monique Akoa-Makani off the dribble, not there. Mack offensive rebound, not good the first time, good the second time. Minnesota still leads 27-16. They've led by as many as 14 points already in this contest. Shepard sets a screen for Heidemann. They go underneath. She thought about that 3, the pick and pop. Shepard from the high post against Mack decides against it. Goes to the left side of the floor. Courtney Williams, the mid-range again, but a whistle. An offensive foul is going to be charged to Bridget Carlton, wiping out that bucket. Williams has 6 points on 3 of 6 shooting. Could have had 8 right there. And Carlton set a screen on Akoa-Makani. And that's going back the other way. Alyssa Thomas, a burst of speed, gets into the paint, turns it over, intended for Bonner, and Minnesota gets in the passing lane. Courtney Williams now with the basketball in her hands. Alana Smith steps into a three in rhythm, can't connect that time, and the rebound to Copper. No numbers here for the Mercury, but she's going to go right at Shepard. Attacks her, can't lay it in. Shepard makes the stop at the basket. Courtney Williams 2-on-1. The floater off 1 foot is not there, and she lets out a yell. Upset at that shot. Minnesota leads 27-16 under 8 minutes to play before halftime. Picking up the pace here in quarter number 2. Sabally, though, is fouled. That's going to go on Heidemann. Her first is Whitcomb and McBride are checking in. Heideman's going to go to the bench. McBride, Williams, Smith, Shepard, and Carlton on the floor. The starting unit without Nafisa Collier, missing her 12th total game this season, first of the playoffs. Sabally will get it in near sideline into Alyssa Thomas. Thomas in this game, 4 points, a couple rebounds, 1 assist so far. Near the free throw line, she is swarmed. Sabally tries to take McBride off the dribble, loses her, maybe a push off there, and she's going to knock down a 3. Sabally, her second triple. She's the only Mercury player who has hit a 3, and she's the game-high scorer right now with 11 points in Minnesota. A quick rebuttal. Courtney Williams finds Jessica Shepard slashing to the rim for 2. She was untouched, and Minnesota back up by 10, 29-19, 7:15 to go in the second quarter. Whitcomb lets it fly, not that time, and the rebound to Shepard. Up ahead to Courtney Williams, one-on-one against her former teammate Thomas. Can't knock it down from the free throw line. Offensive rebound. Smith was looking for Williams, but she can't connect. It's a Minnesota turnover. Sabally working through traffic, finds Thomas cutting, but stolen away by Kayla McBride. A nasty rejection by McBride. She takes off the other way, and the lay-in is good. Kayla McBride took over that stretch of play, going 94 feet for 2, and she's given Minnesota a 31-19 lead. You see the veteran leadership right there that acting head coach Eric Thibault talked about coming into this game without Nafisa Collier. He's a Courtney Williams and Kayla McBride is who we depend on the floor. And McBride, my goodness, brought something extra in that stretch of play. Completely smothering Alyssa Thomas, of all people, and then 94 feet the other direction. It's 31-19 at 6:24 on the clock in the second quarter. Minnesota with the basketball. Shepard has it outside the three-point line, guarded by Thomas. Finished 4th in Defensive Player of the Year voting. Going to take her off the dribble at the short corner. Goes between the legs, loses her footing, and now in the lap of Sammy Whitcomb. Those two players back on the opposite side. It's 4-on-4 as Shepard now gets back. Sabally will launch a 3, and she's got a couple here in this quarter. Now up to 14 points, and Coach Thibault is going to call a timeout with Phoenix now narrowing this to single digits. It is 31-22 as Sabally in particular has caught fire. Only 3 Mercury players have even scored in this game. Mack with 4, Thomas with 4, but it is Sabally with 14 of her team's 22 points, evoking this timeout. 5:58 to go before halftime. We're going to step aside. Minnesota still leading 31-22, a must-win game 4 to force game 5 to determine who will move on to the WNBA semifinals. A loss tonight would end Minnesota's season. More coming your way when we come back on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Are you ready, Lynx fans? Playoff basketball is back at Target Center.
Wide open in the paint. She's going to kick it out to McBride again. Are you serious?
Be in the building as the Lynx push for a WNBA record 5th championship.
Kayla McBride lighting things up here at Target Center.
Don't miss out on the electric atmosphere. Join the Drive for 5 and get your playoff tickets now at lynxbasketball.com/playoffs.
At Target, we're home court advantage for the hometown sports fans. And with the Timberwolves season in full gear, we're here to help you gear up and make your game day prep a slam dunk. Hear that? That's what you call a buzzer-beating three-pointer for the win. Time to dish up your famous nachos or put a full-court press on some jalapeno poppers. Then serve up some sweet desserts to celebrate the W. However you do game day, we're here for it at Target and Target.com.
Alex Leibold here with you in our WNBA Tonight studios for an out-of-town scoreboard update. There's only one other contest going on across the WNBA as we are into the semifinals. It's the number 2 Las Vegas Aces facing off against the Indiana Fever. The Fever win Game 1. The Aces win Game 2 and 3. So Game 4, Indiana Fever backs against their wall. Or their backs against the wall, and with 1:05 left in this game, WNBA finalist Kelsey Mitchell put the finishing touches on the Aces. Here is how it sounded on the Fever Radio Network with John Nolan and Bria Gross on the call.
Bull scans, finds Mitchell at the logo, guarded by Young tightly. 10 on the shot clock, 1:05 to go in the game. Mitchell snakes around a Boston screen at the left elbow. Leaner, and one, Kelsey Mitchell!
What in the world? Yeah, let them know who your name is, Kelsey Mitchell. If you don't know, now you know. Kelsey with a potential dagger. Wow.
82-75 Fever with 1:01 left.
Kelsey Mitchell forces Game 5. She's averaging just under 26 points per game when the Fever have won here in their 4 games in the playoffs. She had 25 points, 3 rebounds, 4 assists in this contest to force a Game 5 that will take place in Las Vegas on Tuesday. Let's head back into Phoenix, Arizona with Sloan Martin.
Thanks, Alex. We've already got precedent on this day of a team down 2-1 in the best-of-5 series, winning and forcing a Game 5. And Minnesota hoping the same happens today. In a Game 3 that had 15 lead changes and 8 ties, so far 0 in both of those categories. Minnesota leading 31-22 with 5:55 to go in the second quarter. A must-win Game 4 of these WNBA semifinals. Minnesota with the basketball out of the timeout. Courtney Williams, a long-range 2. She's got it. Claps her hands. She is feeling it now. 8 points for Courtney Williams, and Minnesota back up by double digits. 33-22. Phoenix with the basketball now, working through Thomas at the high post. To give her some space, she's going to put it up from about 8 feet, and she knocks it down. Thomas now with 6 points, and still just 3 Fever players have scored at all. She has 6, Mack with 4, Sabally with 14. 33-24 is Minnesota's lead. Gliding to the rim. Courtney Williams can't connect, but she got the step, explosive, and she's gingerly getting back on defense right now. She looks in pain as she gets back, and she is holding on. That shot no good. The rebound to Kliundikova, and Williams is bringing the ball up the floor right now, wincing through pain. Still maneuvering through traffic, stops her dribble. Kliundikova with the basketball now, waiting for Williams. Off a cut, they switch. She has Westbeld on her, and Kliundikova wants it in the post against Copper. McBride for 3, that's no good, and the rebound collected by Alyssa Thomas. She speeds up the floor, barrels her way in, and it's going to be a 3-point play coming up. That is the Alyssa Thomas Freight Train special coming down nearly 94 feet. And 1 free throw coming up. She's up to 8 points right now on 4 of 7 shooting, 3 rebounds, 2 assists. The Mercury still shooting an abysmal 31%. Minnesota at 46%. And the free throw is good. She had been 0 for 2. It is 33-27 with 4:30 to go before halftime. And Minnesota looking for a strong close in these last couple of minutes. Heidemann uses a screen with Shepard, pulls up at the free throw line, and she is fouled. Just hung in the air, took the contact, and free throws coming up for Natisha Heidemann. Heidemann in Game 3 was spectacular. Set a new playoff career high with 19 points on 7 for 12 shooting. Also, 8 of those points coming in the third quarter. She was 4 for 5. And it just continued the stretch of her resurgence. She misses the first free throw, though. Minnesota leading 33-27. The Lynx have not trailed in this game. And coming in right now with 4:29 on the clock in the second quarter is Alari Kosu, the 20-year-old Russian who has played sparingly this season. And maybe only coming in late in games when the results have pretty much been decided, but she is getting some early action here, and she is getting the assignment of guarding Satu Sabally, who is lined up on the left wing. from the high post. Here's Alyssa Thomas. She's just able to fly through the lane, lay it up and in. And the Phoenix Mercury, once down by 14, within 5, 34-29, 4 minutes to go in the second quarter. The crowd getting into it now at PHX Arena for the very first time this game. Minnesota once led 10-1. Shepard takes it off the feed, goes downhill, kicks it out. Kleonjakova is going to line up a 3. That's no good. Kosu battling for the rebound. There's going to be a foul on the floor, though. Looks like on the Mercury. A loose ball foul is going to go on Alyssa Thomas. And that is a credit to Ola Kosu, who got pushed out of the way by Thomas because she was battling so hard for that rebound. And Kosu, the 20-year-old, she is spring-loaded. You will see her get up for those rebounds. Good effort by her so far in getting some maybe unanticipated early minutes than we're used to seeing. Heidemann, patient through a pick and roll, kicks it over to the right side of the floor. Shepard in the post. Kleonjakova has it double-teamed. A 3-second violation. I have to see it again to see where her feet were, and she did bring her second foot inside. That might have been a quick 3 seconds. The double team did come hard, and she was being guarded from behind by Bonner, and then Alyssa Thomas really swooped in, and those two faced off against each other in Russia, so Kleonjakova very familiar with her. Whitcomb no good for 3. The rebound skied for by Kleonjakova, and she's going to bring it up herself with Akoa Makani blanketing Heidemann. Off the handoff, McBride goes right at Bonner, can't finish at the rim. And the rebound by the Mercury. Minnesota still up by 5, 34-29, 3:20 to play. Minnesota forces a turnover. Kosu up ahead to McBride, and she lays it in on a fast break. It is 36-29 as Minnesota being disruptive yet again to their benefit. The Mercury with the basketball. Kosu flying around the floor. She's guarding Satu Sabali, an all-star in this game. She goes between the legs for 3. That's no good. Now 3 of 6 shooting from long range. 2 Mercury players in double figures. Minnesota with the basketball again, leading 36-29, under 3 minutes to go. Heidemann, high screen from Kleonjakova. A step back long 2 by Heidemann, too strong. And long rebound by Alyssa Thomas. This usually means freight train time. She throws it down instead to Sabali, who reverses it in for 2. And Sabali with 16 first half points. Minnesota leading by 5, 36-31, under 2:30 to play. Shepard from outside the three-point line, 12 points in this game, 6 of 8 shooting. Kleonjakova, the turnaround shot, no good from the post. Had Bonner against her, and the Mercury secure the rebound. They can make it a one-possession game right here. They have never led in this contest, with Minnesota jumping out to a 10-1 lead. Alyssa Thomas from the free throw line puts it up. That's no good. Kleonjakova nearly cleaned the glass. She loses it, but Kosu comes up with the basketball. She'll throw it up ahead to McBride. McBride between the legs, waits for a screen from Kleonjakova. Is going to put up a long-range shot. That doesn't fall. And another rebound for Thomas. That is her 5th. She's got also 3 assists with her 11 points. Bringing it up the floor. Calling for a screen from Whitcomb. McBride absolutely shadowing her right now. Minnesota eventually switches on another screen. Sabali trying to get free from Kosu, threads her away inside. She is fouled. We'll have to see which Lynx player this goes on, because Kleonjakova looked like she was perfectly straight. It is going to go on Kleonjakova, maybe charged too quickly toward her as a timeout is called on the floor. Minnesota locked now in a tight battle, once up by 14. Now a 5-point contest, 36-31 with 1:32 to play before halftime. A must-win Game 4 for the Minnesota Lynx to extend their season, force a Game 5 at Target Center, and has not trailed in this game. We're going to step aside the rest of the first half when we return on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Hey, you know the world's kind of in a real scary place right now with the horrible stories we hear about every week. I'm Robert Evans. I'm a journalist, and I cover the international fascist movement. And in 2019, July of that year, I decided to do something a little bit different. Instead of covering horror, I wanted to go look for hope. And I found it in a place you might find kind of unlikely, northeastern Syria. The region I visited is known as Rojava, and when the Western media covers it, they mostly just refer to these people as the Kurds. Since 2013, a loose alliance of revolutionaries over there have been fighting to not just drive back ISIS, but to establish something of a utopia, an egalitarian, feminist, eco-conscious community in a place that previously had known mostly war and terror. In the Women's War, I'll take you to this place, and I'll introduce you to the revolutionaries fighting to build it. Brave women who battle for equality with an AK-47, with a spade, and with a pen. Follow me as I travel to a land of war and hope, a place trapped on the edge of utopia and oblivion. I'm Robert Evans. Listen to The Women's War on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
So Martin back with you here from PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. 1:32 to play in the second quarter of a must-win Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals for the Minnesota Lynx. They're up 36-31, have led by as many as 14 in this game, have not ever trailed. But Phoenix is the closest they have been since it was 6-1 in Minnesota's favor. They jumped out to a 10-point lead. Phoenix started 0 for 7 from the floor. But in this second quarter, Minnesota is just 5 of 16 shooting, 0 for 3 from long range. And the Mercury, 7 of 17. That is 41%. And they've knocked down 2 triples as well to close this gap. The Phoenix Mercury trying to get back to the WNBA Finals for the first time since 2021 when they were upset by the 6th seed, the Chicago Sky that had Candace Parker and one of their current players, Kahleah Copper, who was that Finals MVP, one of the most improbable runs to the Finals in a championship in WNBA history back then in 2021. And Minnesota, of course, looking for back-to-back finals berths, trying to rewrite the history of last year's heartbreaking Game 5 loss, but needing this one tonight. It is 36-31 with Satou Sabally at the free throw line. 1:32 to play. And that first free throw is good. Lynx basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Minnesota Lynx. And second free throw is good for Sabally. It is a one-possession game at 36-33. Just methodically cutting into this deficit has been the Phoenix Mercury, and the crowd finally in it. Natisha Hiedeman gets it over half court and travels. She just stopped her dribble, was looking for her teammates, must have shuffled her feet right there on the floor. And Courtney Williams, who looked like she was hobbled earlier, has stayed in. Smith, Hiedeman, Williams, McBride, and Shepard, who's starting for Napheesa Collier, out today with a left ankle injury. Trying to get downhill is Sabally. She's going to weave her way back out, deflected by Hiedeman, and Minnesota forces the turnover. Getting in that handoff lane was Hiedeman, who is so sneaky and crafty. She's got 1 point in this game, 0 for 3 shooting, but her presence always felt. And now Minnesota working Courtney Williams off the ball like we saw toward the end of Game 3. Smith works it to Courtney Williams. Almost thought about a shot, was well defended by Bonner, gives it right back to Smith, and she finishes at close range. That is the instincts that Courtney Williams talks about. She was well defended, had someone in her face so close, but somehow able to find Smith inside with her distributing ability. And Cole McConney on the other side is going to knock down a 3. That is now 4 for the Phoenix Mercury. And she becomes just the 4th player to score for the Phoenix Mercury. Shut out is Copper right now. She's 0 for 5 shooting on the day so far. 10 seconds to shoot for Minnesota. Pick and pop. Shepard has it from the right elbow. Patient against Kahleah Copper. 5 seconds to shoot. Kayla McBride gets herself free. Can't knock it down from long range. And the rebound snared by Alyssa Thomas. Working her way up the floor. She's going to slow things down now. Shot clock is off. Now 15 seconds to go, but she goes near the logo. And followed by Alana Smith trying to force her into some awkward ball handling. And does. She kind of had to scoop it off the ground there and avoid a double dribble. 4 seconds to go, spinning multiple times, dishing to Bonner, and she finds the seam and will finish. It is a tie game for the first time. McBride with 1 second left will heave. It hits the backboard, and Minnesota led by as many as 14 points in that first half. It is a tie ball game heading into the second half. Tied up at 38. Minnesota, a must-win Game 4 to force a Game 5 Tuesday at Target Center. If they lose tonight, their season, this wonderful, fun, brilliant season could come to a close here. The second half, of course, will determine what direction that goes. We know this is a resilient group. Phoenix fought back, certainly in that first half. All right, Alex Leibold is going to bring you the halftime show from our WNBA Tonight studios at Target Center. Highlights, he'll break down the box score and also update you on this other semifinal series where the team down 2-1, the Indiana Fever, forced a Game 5. Minnesota hoping for the same thing on this very day. That and more coming up here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
What if I had known at the beginning of Fish what I know now? You know, the band is like an organic, ever-growing thing.
That's a conversation I had with Trey Anastasio, lead singer and guitarist of Fish, for a piece I wrote back in 2002. I first saw Fish at a tiny club in the late 80s. Now, decades later, the band is still touring, still making a cultural impact, and I'm still covering them. I'm Dean Budnick, and this is Long May They Run, Season 1, Fish.
I saw them in the late 80s, and the people are going like crazy. I mean, they're dancing like a storm. After the show, I rushed backstage and said, look, I'm quitting my job as a promoter. I'm your new manager. I've seen it, and that's the future.
They changed the industry. They've changed the landscape, the entire festival circuit.
We're going to draw 75 to 80,000 people to an Indian reservation in the middle of Florida on New Year's 1999. No one's ever heard of us. We're going to do it anyway and have it work. This is our path. We're going to follow it. We don't care where it leads.
The Baker's Dozen, a different show every night at the world's most famous arena. Not a single song repeated. I beg everyone to find me a band who could do that.
Welcome to Long May They Run.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Sabali working through traffic, finds Thomas cutting, but stolen away by Kayla McBride. A nasty rejection by McBride. She takes off the other way, and the lay-in is good. Kayla McBride took over that stretch of play, going 94 feet for two, and she's given Minnesota a 31-19 lead.
Minnesota looking good in that first half before the Mercury stormed back in that second quarter, and now we have a tie game on our hands as Kayla McBride tries to lead this Lynx team without Napheesa Collier through Game 4 of the WNBA Finals and force Game 5 back at the Target Center. As we welcome you in to the WNBA Tonight studios from the Target Center, Alex Leibold here with you to discuss some of those first half highlights and the box score that breaks down the story of how the Lynx were up by 14 and then resulting in a tie ball game here after 20 minutes of play at the PHX Arena in Arizona. The Minnesota Lynx on the ropes here this evening against the Mercury in Game 4 of the semifinals. It's win or go home time for this Lynx team in Arizona without Napheesa Collier due to injury, without head coach Cheryl Reeve due to suspension. And this resilient Lynx team showed that they were ready for the challenge early on.
Sabali trying to maneuver through a screen. She's going to put her head down and drive, no whistle. And Minnesota's able to make this stop. Great rebound by Bridget Carlton. Going all the way to the rim is McBride for two. Timeout called by Coach Tibbetts with Minnesota leading 10-1. They are running the show here in downtown Phoenix, forcing a timeout in this winner-go-home Game 4 in the WNBA semifinals.
Part of a 12-1 start to this contest, a picture-perfect way to get it going here for the Lynx in a must-win contest. As the Mercury started 0 for 7 shooting from the field, the shorthanded Lynx team continued that hot start and extended that lead to as much as 14 points in the first half thanks to Jessica Shepard starting for Napheesa Collier. She had 10 first quarter points. Kayla McBride finished that first quarter with 7 points and 2 assists. Courtney Williams had 4 points as those three combined for 21 of the Lynx 25 first quarter points. The Lynx led 25-14 after 10 minutes, playing as if they are not ready for this season to end. Both teams started the second frame going punch for punch before Phoenix stormed back into this contest at the death.
Kayla McBride gets herself free, can't knock it down from long range, and the rebound snared by Alyssa Thomas. Working her way up the floor, she's going to slow things down now. Shot clock is off. Now 15 seconds to go, but she goes near the logo, and followed by Alana Smith trying to force her into some awkward ball handling, and does. She kind of had to scoop it off the ground there and avoid a double dribble. 4 seconds to go, spinning multiple times, dishing to Bonner, and she finds the seam and will finish. It is a tie game for the first time.
That happened at the very few seconds before the end of the half. So that is your halftime score, 38-38. Minnesota had a 14-point lead. The Phoenix Mercury have not led yet in this half. Just that halftime tie is the closest they've had to their lead. It was a 9-2 run to end that half as the Lynx shooting went a little bit cold there in the second quarter, shooting just 6 for 19. That's 32% from the field, 0 for 4 from three-point range, while the Mercury sinked 3 3-pointers and 9 total field goals at 47% clip in that second quarter. The Mercury only have 5 different scorers, led by Satu Sabali's 18. She has 3 3-pointers made. She's 5 for 6 from the free throw line, 5 field goals made. Alyssa Thomas is dancing into triple double threat territory with 11 points, 6 rebounds, and 5 assists in that first half. But the Lynx are led here by Jessica Shepard in place of Napheesa Collier. She has 12 points and 5 rebounds with 1 steal on 6 of 8 shooting in 18 minutes. Kayla McBride leading the Lynx here with 11 points, 3 rebounds, 2 assists on 4 of 11 shooting, 0 for 2 from three-point range. The Lynx are going to want to see K-Mac get those shots to fall from long range if they want a shot at clinching or pushing a Game 5 with a win here tonight. The Lynx are tied at 38 apiece. They are winning, or they're just about losing the rebound battle by 1, 23-22. The Lynx only have 2 second chance points on their 3 offensive rebounds, but Minnesota has forced 8 turnovers, so that's a good sign. 5 steals and 3 blocks. They're going to want to turn some more points out of it, though. Just 6 points off of those 8 turnovers. It's a tie ball game in Game 4 of the semifinals here in Phoenix, Arizona. The Minnesota Lynx have a lot to finish up here in these final 20 minutes if they want to force Game 5 back at the Target Center. We're going to step aside for a quick break here on the halftime show. When we get back, we'll take a look at the other side of the bracket and see how the Fever were able to force a Game 5 right here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Bridget Carlton, what is your guilty pleasure snack? My guilty pleasure snack is the Reese's peanut butter cups, the small ones, the miniature ones to be specific. I'm obsessed with anything chocolate and peanut butter combined, so those obviously are my favorite, and I try not to have them in the house, but they definitely are a guilty pleasure of mine. What was the last show movie you watched? The last show I watched was White Lotus. I binged all 3 seasons in a couple sittings, and it was very entertaining. Which one of your teammates would you go on a cross-country road trip with, and why? Honestly, Lan. I feel like Lan, we get along really well. I think she's worldly. I think she would help solve problems. I think we're into the same things. We can keep it simple. And I think we'd have a good time. And we'd be safe, I think, with her. I'd be safe with Lan. I trust her driving. And then 2 foreigners just driving across America. I think we'd figure it out. Who is the first person you call with good news? The first person I call with good news is my mom. She's my biggest fan. All my family is, my dad included, but she's retired, so it's easier to call my mom. But yeah, she's always the first call for good and bad news. First concert you've ever been to and best concert you've ever been to. The first concert I've ever been to was Avril Lavigne, Canadian, and it was in Canada. And the best concert I've ever been to was Ed Sheeran and Khalid. Khalid opened for Ed Sheeran and then came out, and it was amazing. I saw him at US Bank Stadium. It was so good. And I'm obsessed with Ed Sheeran, so yeah, it was just perfect. Me and Fee went.
At Target, we're home court advantage for the hometown sports fans. And with the Timberwolves season in full gear, we're here to help you gear up and make your game day prep a slam dunk. Hear that? That's what you call a buzzer-beating three-pointer for the win. Time to dish up your famous nachos or put a full-court press on some jalapeno poppers. Then serve up some sweet desserts to celebrate the W. However you do game day, we're here for it at Target and Target.com.
This copyrighted telecast of WNBA Enterprises may not be retransmitted, reproduced, rebroadcast, or otherwise used in any form without the express written consent of WNBA Enterprises.
Lynx tied at 38 with the Phoenix Mercury in Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals thanks to 31 combined points from Jessica Shepard, Kayla McBride, and Courtney Williams as this Lynx team tries to will their way into a Game 5 as this is a winner-go-home situation for the Lynx in Game 4. And just like the Lynx had to deal with here tonight, the Indiana Fever had a winner-go-home scenario against the Las Vegas Aces. This time, though, the Fever were at home hosting Game 4 against the Aces. They come out with a 7-point win, 90-83, thanks to 25 points from Kelsey Mitchell and a 24-point, 14-rebound double-double from Aaliyah Boston. Asia Wilson did score 31 points and had 9 boards in that contest, but the Fever get it done and force Game 5. And they've done it this season without 5 total players, including Caitlin Clark, Sophie Cunningham, and 3 more role players to boot. And this Fever coach, Stephanie White, was asked post-game about how far this team has come with all the injuries this season.
And I think for me, this from day one has just been a really special group. We've hit a lot of adversity collectively. I had some tough stuff that I was going through personally, and this group would just rallied around me, rally around each other, and truly do live the mantra of we over me. And it's just been a really, really special group. You don't always get these opportunities to coach groups like this, at the professional level, especially. And I think because they're who they are as human beings, it allows us to continue to put one foot in front of the other. We embrace everybody that's come into this locker room. We try to put everybody in this locker room in positions to be successful. And I'm incredibly proud of the effort that we've put forth to this point. And we got another big one on Tuesday. So we're going to enjoy this today, and we're going to come back tomorrow and be locked in and focused on moving forward, because what we did today is not going to be enough for Tuesday.
Shorthanded Indiana Fever force a Game 5 at home. The Game 5 for them will be on the road. Can this shorthanded Lynx team, without Nafisa Collier, without Dejanay Carrington, can they force a Game 5 on the road that would let the Lynx have a shot at Game 5 at the Target Center on Tuesday? We're at the halftime break here. 38-38 is your score between the Minnesota Lynx and Phoenix Mercury. When we get back from this break, Sloan Martin has all the second half action right here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
At U.S. Bank, when they say they're in it with you, they mean it. Not just for the good stuff, the grand openings and celebrations, although those are pretty great, but for all the hard work it took to get there, the fine-tuning of goals, the managing of cash and workflows, and decision-making. They're in to help you through all of it, because together they're proving day in and day out that there is nothing as powerful as the power of us. Visit usbank.com to get started today. Equal housing lender, member FDIC, copyright 2024, U.S. Bank.
Of the third quarter here at PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. Sloan Martin along with you at Minnesota and the Phoenix Mercury tied up at 38 apiece. This is the first tie of the game. Minnesota has never trailed in this contest. They jumped out to a 10-1 lead, but were outscored in that second quarter, 24-13. Shot 33%. The Mercury 47% in that second frame. They knocked down 3 triples and were able to get 10 points from Satu Sabally. So completely flipping the script of what we saw in that first quarter, where Minnesota was dominant and really set the tone from the beginning about how they were coming to compete in this must-win Game 4 contest. Nafisa Collier not playing in this game. Dejanay Carrington also not playing, both with left foot injuries and both splitting back out onto the court. And Minnesota, in the absence of Nafisa Collier, won 7 times in 11 games, trying to do it now, though, in an absolute must-win. If they do not come out ahead in this contest, their season is over. We're going to step aside for a moment for a quick station ID.
Interviews, guests, press conferences, and every game can be heard right here all season long. The Minnesota Timberwolves channel on the iHeartRadio app.
So start of the third quarter here in downtown Phoenix. If Phoenix wins, they will move on to the WNBA Finals for the first time since 2021 when they fell to the 6th-seeded Chicago Sky. Minnesota trying to make it back-to-back trips to the finals. Get back there again after a heartbreaking Game 5 loss. But they need a win, and this is the final stretch. The second half of Game 4, backs against the walls. I said from the outset that this is the ultimate test of the resilience we know that this team possesses. They started out strong. Get the sense that this group incredibly confident, even without Napheesa Collier, even without their head coach, Cheryl Reeve, not on the sideline. Of course, she was suspended for this game after her ejection and comments after Game 3. Starters on the floor to start the second half of Smith, Williams, Carlton, Shepard, and McBride. Minnesota scored 25 points in the first quarter, 13 in the second. For the Mercury, it was flip-flop, 14 and then 24. Let's see what the third quarter has in store. It's Minnesota basketball to come out in this very first possession. Working through Shepard at the high post, back in the hands of Williams. A screen comes from Smith. She rejects it. Akoa Makani really sticking with her along her hip, and she's able to put up a mid-range shot. That's no good. Carlton battling for the rebound, trying to say it was Mercury basketball, but that goes out of bounds, and it will be Mercury possession. Tied up at 38, 9:40 to go in this third quarter, and this must win for the Minnesota Lynx. Akoa Makani gets it in to the half-court offense, and Alyssa Thomas hands it off to Kahleah Copper. She was scoreless in the first half, and scoreless no longer as she knocks down the long-range 2. Copper had been 0 for 5 from the floor in the game so far, led by Sabali's 18, Thomas's 11. Jessica Shepard has it from the free throw line, guarded by Copper. She's going to take her off the dribble, back against the basket, leaving it for Alana Smith, who slices her way through the paint for 2. First lead of the game on the other side by the Phoenix Mercury, but Minnesota closes within 41-40, 1 minute into this third quarter. Minnesota had led every other minute of this game. Akoa Makani, a step-back long 2, just grazes front iron, a rush shot in that possession. And it's still a 1-point game. 41-40 is Phoenix's lead now for the very first time. Shepard sets a screen for Williams. She'll also slice her way right to the rim. Minnesota with back-to-back fantastic looks right at the rim, taking it off the dribble. First it was Smith, and then Williams. Williams with 10 points, the third Lynx player to double figures, led by Shepard's 12 points. They will miss on the other side. Shepard snatches away the rebound. Net by Mack on the other side as she speeds across, spins on Mack, attacks the rim, and is fouled. This is the Jessica Shepard we have been waiting to be unleashed. She's got 12 points, 6 rebounds in this starting role for Napheesa Collier in 12 games this season as a starter. Not a small amount of time to evaluate. 12 points, 10 rebounds per game, 68% shooting. She led the WNBA in field goal percentage in the regular season as she knocks down the first free throw. But outside of game 1 in the first round against Golden State, in which she had 12 points on 4 of 7 shooting, she had been stagnant offensively in the 4 games since. 5 total points, 2 of 9 overall. She had just 2 field goal attempts the last 2 games. She knocks down both free throws. Minnesota takes back the lead by 3. 44-41. Phoenix with the basketball now. Alyssa Thomas far outside the three-point line, going to Sabali at the free throw line. Pump fake drive against Carlton. And it's going to be a 3-second violation on the Mercury. Excuse me, no, a defensive 3 seconds? Everyone was working back the other way. Everyone thought it was on the Mercury. So Sabali is going to shoot this here. Minnesota leading by 3, 44-41. And Sabali no good on that free throw. 2 minutes into this third quarter, and it is Mercury possession on this near sideline. Akoa Makani will be taking it out. Guarded by Williams. Into Kahleah Copper, her first bucket coming in this second half. Alyssa Thomas getting downhill against Williams, who tries to slap it away, picks up the dribble, and her pestering leads to a turnover. Williams into the front court now, maintaining her dribble against Akoa Makani. High screen from Smith, and she is pounced upon. Gets it over to Shepard, throws it down low inside to Smith for two. Jessica Shepard is a grandmaster working moves ahead. Immediately knew where she was going with the basketball. A wonderful assist and an easy lay-in for Smith. It is 46-41, 7:25 to go in the third quarter. Skip pass to Copper. She's trying to take Carlton off the dribble. She attacks the rim, and that's going to be a three-point play coming up. And this is something that Minnesota does not want, is Copper getting her game going. That stopped the Minnesota 8-0 run, and it's now back to a one-possession game, 46-43, with 7:17 left in this third quarter. And Copper, slow out of the gate. She's now got 5 points, 3 rebounds, 3 turnovers as well in this game. Phoenix has 9 turnovers, and she will complete the three-point play, and it looks like Copper is officially locked into things right now. It's a 2-point contest, 46-44, approaching the 7-minute mark of this third quarter. Courtney Williams weaving through some traffic outside the three-point line, has Sabally on her now. She's going to set her up for a long-range 2. That caroms off the rim, and the rebound hauled in by Mack. Minnesota with a 2-point lead, 46-44. Deep post up for Sabally, looking backdoor. Mack is stopped at the apex by Shepard. Looking like a different player than we've seen the last 4 games in the playoffs. Here's Carlton for 3, canning it. Her first points of this game, and Minnesota continuing its roll back in front, 49-44, approaching 6:30 to go in the third quarter, looking locked in. Thomas hands it off to Nicole McConney. Again, a quick shot in this possession, and a long-range 2 for someone who's not one of their leading scorers. She's got 3 points on 1 of 5 shooting in this game. Williams takes off from a high screen. The mid-range this time doesn't fall, and Sabally trying to secure the rebound. Carlton came in late and tried to lay off, but she still whistled for the foul. Carlton is going to pick up a loose ball foul, and that is going to be her 4th personal. (44-43), or did that go on Shepard? Looks like that went on Shepard, actually. So still 3 personal fouls for Bridget Carlton. No one else has more than 2. Minnesota leads by 5, 49-44. 6 minutes to go in the third quarter. Poked away from behind as Sabally was trying to dribble. She gets it back, though. The 3 on the way. That's no good. Loose ball, won by Phoenix. Here's Whitcomb lining up a 3. She's also no good. And skying for the rebound was Courtney Williams, climbing a ladder to snatch it one-handed. McBride gets a 3 to fall herself. Minnesota leading 52-44. That started because of the effort on the glass by Courtney Williams. Her pace up the floor. McBride was ready. Here she is in the passing lane again. A deflection for Minnesota. Still Phoenix basketball. Minnesota leads 52-44. 8 seconds left. Sabally forces up a shot around 2 different Lynx players, and she is fouled. So that's going to go on Heidemann. That will be her second. So she joins Kliundakova, Shepard, and Smith, who also have 2 fouls, and then Carlton with 3. 2 free throws here for Sabally, 5 of 7 in this game. Going back to game 3, she was 11 for 11, so she's been getting the most opportunities out of anybody at the free throw line. She can't knock down the first. And they bring up those numbers, and I talked about this coming into this game as a comparison. Nafisa Collier had shot 2 free throws in this series. 5:26 on the clock, and that second free throw good. Minnesota leading 52-45 as Natisha Heidemann will engineer this offense. Gets it back from McBride, looking to get downhill. Shepard swings it deep in the corner. Alana Smith gets the step against Westbell. Can't finish on the reverse. Shepard battling, Smith battling. Bodies toppling over each other. And a whistle is going to go on someone. Kayla McBride voicing her displeasure to Amy Bonner. And it's going to be a loose ball foul on Alana Smith. And you're hearing these same fouls a lot because Minnesota is battling for every single loose ball. And sometimes those are hard fouls to take when your players are just hustling as hard as they can, as we would expect in this must-win Game 4. Alyssa Thomas uses a high screen from Sammy Whitcomb looking for Copper deep in the corner. She misses everything. That's an air ball in that three-point attempt. Under 5 minutes to play in the third quarter, into the front court. McBride splashes it home from three. Kayla McBride has looked a different level of execution in this one. McBride now with 17 points. Kalia Copper from outside the three-point line, trying to shake herself free of Williams, not having any luck doing that. Finds Alyssa Thomas, who's been subdued in this corner. Felt Williams on her back, puts up an awkward shot, but is able to get her own miss and lays it up and in. Minnesota leading 55-47 as Kayla McBride has taken over in this quarter. The game-high score, or the team-high with 17, Sabally with 19 to lead all scores. Shepard getting into the paint, is going to retreat, but spin against Alyssa Thomas is no good, but that was a really crafty move by Jessica Shepard, one-on-one against one of the best defenders in the W in Alyssa Thomas. And Thomas is going to throw it away, was trying to lob it from about 30 feet into Bonner. It goes off of her fingertips and out of bounds. A timeout is called, 3:59 remaining in the third quarter. An excellent start to the second half for the Minnesota Lynx. They have retaken the lead and have been holding on to it, keeping Phoenix at arm's reach. 55-47 as we take a break right here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Bring the fun to family time with a visit to Treasure Island Resort and Casino. Start by making a splash and memories at the lagoon. Our indoor water park includes a lazy river, an activity pool, and more exciting features. Then hit the lanes at Island Extreme Bowl for some family-friendly competition before you head to our luxurious hotel for a relaxing night away. Book your stay now at ticasino.com. Treasure Island Resort and Casino. Destination fun.
Wolves fans, it's time to get your tickets for Timberwolves basketball. Be in the building for the next jaw-dropping Anthony Edwards moment.
Nas with it off to Ian. Drives in and hammers it through with the right hand.
Plus, can't miss rivalries, theme nights, and giveaways fans line up early for. And every game is a night to remember.
Oh, the energy in the building right now is through the roof.
Get your tickets now at timberwolves.com/single.
Lynx fans, thanks to Xfinity, you can rep the squad in style. Xfinity is giving away a free pair of limited edition Lynx socks.
Screen comes from Smith. They switch on the screen. Williams has plowed back on her. A deep three by McBride. Yes!
Just visit a participating Minnesota Xfinity store, ask for yours, and take them home with no purchase necessary. Supplies are limited and only one giveaway per household. Find your store at lynxbasketball.com/Xfinity.
Martin with you in downtown Phoenix. A must-win game for the WNBA semifinals for the Minnesota Lynx. If they lose tonight, their season is over. A run that has been so wonderful to watch game by game. Tied the WNBA record for wins in a season. Led the W in offensive rating, defensive rating, scoring margin. The best shooting team in the W. Best defense. They're leading the Phoenix Mercury right now 55-47 in their quest to force a Game 5 winner-take-all Tuesday at Target Center. The winner of that game would move on to the WNBA Finals. Well, Minnesota has only very briefly trailed in this game. And that happening for the first time in this third quarter as they lead 55-47. Before the break, I said it's been an excellent third quarter start, or halfway through for the Minnesota Lynx. They're 6 of 11 shooting, 3 of 3 from long range. 2 of those have come from Kayla McBride. 6 points in this quarter, 4 from Alana Smith. And for Phoenix, they're shooting again, struggling a lot. 3 for 11 in this game. Really, Minnesota is hoping that second quarter is going to just be a one-off, an aberration, where they shot 47% and knocked down 3 threes. Minnesota is making it hard again on this Phoenix team. 55-47 is their lead out of the timeout. Minnesota with the basketball. Kayla McBride getting into the offense. Outstanding in this elimination game for the Lynx. Courtney Williams puts up a 3 and rattles it home. Courtney Williams up to 13 points. She's the third leading scorer on this Lynx team behind McBride, 17, Shepard's 14, and Minnesota continues to dictate. Alyssa Thomas spins through the lane, extra pass, a block on the perimeter by Natisha Heidemann, but it lands in the hands of Catherine Westbeld, who nets the three. Minnesota still leading by 8, 58-50. 3:20 to play in the third quarter here at PHX Arena. Maria Klienjakova is new into this contest, sending a screen on Kalia Copper. McBride left open, and she's 3 for 3 in the third. Phoenix has not had an answer for one of the best shooters in WNBA history. That is 20 points with 3 minutes on the clock in the third for Kayla McBride. No rebuttal there from 3 along the baseline for Kalia Copper, who is now 2 for 10 shooting and 6 points. McBride thought about a 3. They put Alyssa Thomas on her to try and shut her down, and then she's whistled for a foul. Thomas upset at that. But if that's any indication of how hot Kayla McBride is playing right now, and you stick Alyssa Thomas on her, there you go. Sabally now getting the assignment as they resettle back into their defense. It's Minnesota bringing it in from the near sideline. Courtney Williams thought about a 3 herself, has DeWanna Bonner, a former teammate in Connecticut, on her, leaves it inside a deep post-up for Shepard. She is mauled inside. It's going to be a 3-second violation. 3-second violation. For Minnesota, that's going to be their 6th turnover of this game. Just 3 points by the Mercury scored off of those turnovers, but she did the right thing. She had an incredibly deep post-up where she was going to be unstoppable against Whitcomb, but was quickly collapsed upon. I thought there was some contact there. Alyssa Thomas is somehow going to speed her way right to the rim, and she blows the layup, and Minnesota leads by 11, 61-50. Heidemann tries to throw it inside to a sprinting Klienjakova. That is kicked away. Still Minnesota basketball, 2:22 on the clock in the third quarter as Courtney Williams will go and take it out. Williams, Shepard, Klienjakova, McBride, and Heidemann in the contest right now. Minnesota playing without the MVP runner-up in Nafisa Collier in this contest. McBride has Bonner on her now. She's seeing different kinds of players against her. She drives her way inside, was looking for a foul, but she was walloped. On the other side, Kalia Copper is going to knock down a 3 from the wing, her second triple, and she's got 9 points. 61-53 is Minnesota's lead. 2 minutes to go. Courtney Williams, a long-range 2, off back iron. Shepard battling on the glass, but it's sent to Phoenix. Up ahead, Alyssa Thomas weaving her way through. Kalia Copper wants another, not that time, and the weak side rebound to Williams. Minnesota still leading 61-53, 1:40 to go in the third. Klienjakova sets a screen. Courtney Williams takes off, and she's going to knock down the jump shot. Was thinking she was going to go for a lay-in because there was no one within harm's reach of her, even close. She decided to just pull it up right there. The mid-range, you can't remove it from her game. 63-53 is Minnesota's lead on that great move. Alyssa Thomas has a deep inside. Klienjakova was great on her in the fourth quarter in game 3. Bonner, a couple dribble pull-up, long-range 2, and her shooting woes continue throughout this series. She has been not a factor at all. Kayla McBride takes the feed, puts up a 3, and drains it again. Kayla McBride deposits another triple. She's got 23 points and her 4th from deep. All of those coming in this quarter. Satu Sabally in the mid-range is good. That makes it 66-55 with 40 seconds left. Kayla McBride putting on a performance somewhat reminiscent of what she did against Vegas, 8 for 8 in the first half, where there was just no answer, and she could not miss. She has the ball in her hands right now, 10 seconds left, using her dribble, driving against Sabally, attacks the rim, tumbles out of bounds, and she's fouled. Kayla McBride has entered a different kind of intensity in this game, and especially this third quarter for a player, a veteran, chasing a championship after the heartbreak of last season, facing elimination tonight. Coach Tebow came into this game and he said, in a situation like this is of course a battle-tested team. They have been in these back-against-the-wall situations, but you empty the tank, and she is playing that way. 23 points, for Kayla McBride and 4 triples. So she's going to shoot 2 right here. Minnesota leading 66-55. And the first one is good. McBride's playoff career high, by the way, came in 2023 against Connecticut, 28 points. Her playoff career high for threes is 6, coming in that same game against Connecticut on September 17th, 2023. McBride with another free throw coming her way. She, of course, takes care of it. 68-55 is Minnesota's lead. It's Phoenix basketball. Less than a second different shot in game clock. 20 seconds to go before the fourth quarter in this must-win at Game 4 for the Minnesota Lynx. Sammy Whitcomb standing near the half-court line, shouting directions. Now 10 seconds to shoot. Waits for a screen from Bonner. Takes off on the left side. Now has Kliundakova on her. Takes her off the dribble. Kliundakova sends it away with the block. Heidemann behind the back will heave at the buzzer. It touches rim. She's the most successful half-court shooter for the Minnesota Lynx and came so tangibly close. Minnesota rings up 30 points in that third quarter, and they head to the fourth, leading 68-55 as they strive to force a Game 5 in Minneapolis on Tuesday to decide who will move on to the WNBA Finals. They need to win tonight to avoid the premature conclusion of their season. In a good place right now, battling back in the third. It was tied at the half, 68-55 as we step aside on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
In March of 2005, financier Jeffrey Epstein is at a charity benefit in New York City. Wall Street titans are in attendance. Rod Stewart is booked to perform. In a photo taken that night, Epstein has his arm around a woman, pulling her head toward his so that his smirking lips graze her temple. Epstein is tan and relaxed, and he looks like he doesn't have a care in the world. On that same day, 1,200 miles south, a 14-year-old girl in Palm Beach, Florida, gives a statement to the police that will launch an investigation. But maybe Epstein is right not to be worried.
Nobody cared what these women had to say. Their insights were ignored as the feds and then the state made this case go away.
Mr. Epstein should have been looking at a potential sentence of 360 years at a minimum. But that's not what happened, because there was a power dynamic here, wasn't there?
The recent charges against Jeffrey Epstein have brought down a cabinet member and tarnished the reputations of billionaires and elite universities.
Here is a group of people, and I got to say mostly men, who talk a great deal about changing the world, but are fundamentally functioning as a cartel.
A very simple question. Who is Jeffrey Epstein?
Who is Jeffrey Epstein? Who is in his inner circle?
The mystery of Jeffrey Epstein's wealth has never been clarified.
He started out as a Dalton teacher, right? A teacher at the private school in Manhattan.
From Wondery, the company behind Dirty John and The Shrink Next Door, comes the mysterious Mr. Epstein.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
I think, you have the most success in these situations where you control it. For us, that's playing better, playing to exhaustion, playing until our tank is empty, and being sharper. Just doing what we want to do better. We think we play a brand of basketball that is built for these moments. We don't feel like we've played our absolute best, and we'll keep our focus on that. Yeah, I think we have players that, are very comfortable in that situation. It starts with our leaders, Courtney, K-Mac, but we have, I think everybody who's going to play in this game has played in big games, has that experience together. A lot of this group has been through these battles before. And I think, you find out what you're made of in situations like these. And the good thing is, it's not a group where we have to wonder. We've seen it. We've seen it now for a lot of them over an extended couple-year period. it's certainly nice to be, in my seat in that situation, knowing the type of person and player I have in that locker room.
Associate head coach and today acting head coach Eric Thibault coming into this contest about the kind of mettle of this team, coming on a must-win Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals. Sloan Martin along with you. It is the start of the fourth quarter here at PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix, and Minnesota, after a propulsive third quarter, leads 68-55. They poured in 30 points in that third quarter, outscoring the Mercury 30-17. They were 10 for 18 from the floor. That's 56%. But most importantly, the Minnesota Lynx in the first half were 0 for 5. Make that 0 for 6 from 3. In the third quarter, they were 6 for 7, and that includes that desperation heave by Natisha Heidemann right at the buzzer from over half court. So I'm going to adjust and say they were 6 for 6, including Kayla McBride lighting it up, a perfect 4 for 4 from deep. And we start the fourth quarter here in downtown Phoenix. Mercury with the basketball. Tawana Bonner snaking along the baseline, dribbles it back out. She's been a non-factor offensively. Now 10 seconds to shoot. Savali swings to Thomas. Clean Jakova getting the assignment on Thomas. Akoa McConney throws it inside to Thomas, and that was a nice play by the 24-year-old rookie from Cameroon. 68-57 is Minnesota's lead. They have only very briefly trailed in this game. Coming in the third quarter, they led the entire first half. Natisha Heidemann dribbles it back out. Faced by Alyssa Thomas. Gets it back. Thomas still against her. 5 seconds to shoot. The ball hasn't moved much on this possession. Heidemann has a spin as it poked away by Bonner. As they throw it up, that's going to come way short. And that's going to be a shot clock violation. Minnesota turns it over for the 7th time. They have forced 10 turnovers, leading to 11 points. On the floor to start this fourth quarter, Cleo Dakova, McBride, Smith, Heidemann, and Carlson. No Nafisa Collier, the MVP runner-up, with a left ankle injury suffered in Game 3 in the final minutes of that loss. Minnesota has not lost 3 straight games this entire season. Whitcomb dances her way into the paint, leaves it out for Sabali. Great closeout by McBride. Now 5 seconds to shoot. Whitcomb tries to power her way inside, up and under, and somehow gets the roll. And a tough take. Is down to a single-digit deficit now, 68-59. Minnesota's led by as many as 14 points. That coming in the first quarter, a 10-1 burst to start this game. Alana Smith dishes it out. Cleo Jakova for 3. That's off target. Smith battling on the glass and taken away by Whitcomb. A minute and a half into this fourth quarter, fans engaged, a packed house here at PHX Arena. A tough place to play, but Minnesota has to extend its season. Right side of the floor, 10 seconds to shoot. Whitcomb uses a Thomas screen. One-on-one with Cleo Jakova. Will drive, kick, extra pass. Bonner for 3 straight on. She's got it. We have not seen much from her this entire series. This coming from long range. She was 0 for 4 in Game 1, 2 for 9 in Game 2, 1 for 7 in Game 3. But that triple makes it a 2-possession game. 2 minutes into the fourth quarter, 68-62 is Minnesota's lead. A timeout called by Eric Thibault and the Minnesota Lynx. We're going to step aside for a moment here in the fourth quarter of a must-win Game 4 on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Get ready to wolf down pizza perfection, Wolves fans. From now until October 31st, if you buy 3 Red Baron pizzas at your local Twin Cities Hy-Vee, you can score 2 tickets to a Wolves game.
Big dog's gotta eat!
For more info, visit Timberwolves.com/Red Baron.
It's what you wait for all week. The 3-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent. With anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A Fanatics experience.
Wolves fans, it's time to get your tickets for Timberwolves basketball.
It's time!
From rivalry games to theme nights and giveaways, we've always got something special for you. Get your tickets now at Timberwolves.com/single.
Alex Leibel with you in our WNBA Tonight studios from the Target Center for a scoreboard update. Just one other contest in this WNBA postseason in the semifinals. It's the number 2 seed Las Vegas Aces and the number 6 Indiana Fever. The Fever won game 1, and the Aces won 2 straight, games 2 and 3. They were trying to force or clinch their spot in the finals here this afternoon against the Fever in Indiana, but the Fever were up for the challenge. They came out with a 7-point win, 90-83, thanks to Kelsey Mitchell, 25 points. Aaliyah Boston had 24 points and 14 rebounds. Let's hear how the game ended on the Indiana Fever Radio Network.
90-83, 5 seconds left. Gray across the logo. Gray fires a shot, blocked by Boston. There's an exclamation point. Indiana continues to defy the odds against Vegas, and the Fever force a decisive Game 5 on Tuesday night in Nevada.
Talk about an emphatic block to force a Game 5 for Aaliyah Boston. The Fever win by 7 and force Game 5. Let's see if the Lynx can hold on and force Game 5 themselves. Let's head back to Phoenix with Sloan Martin.
Thanks, Alex. It is invigorating to know that a different series right before this one, a team down 2-1 in the series, a must-win, was able to come out with that victory. Now the Fever were on their home court at Gainbridge Fieldhouse in Indianapolis. It is different here for the Minnesota Lynx, playing in front of what I guess is going to be at least 17,000 here in this building at PHX Arena, a really engaged crowd. And the Phoenix Mercury feeding off of that to start the fourth quarter. A 7-0 burst as Minnesota 0 for 2 in the fourth. Phoenix 3 for 3 to begin things here. Approaching the 8-minute mark of the fourth quarter, Minnesota leading by 4, 68-62. Make that 6. Courtney Williams off the screen, picks up her dribble, being hounded by Alyssa Thomas, gets it right back. Now Dawana Bonner on her. 5 seconds to shoot. Courtney Williams still with the basketball in her hands, gets to the free throw line, up and under against Whitcomb, and gets it to fall. That silenced the crowd here at PHX Arena as she took matters into her own hands. Minnesota back up by 8, 70-62. 7:30 to play in the fourth quarter. Must win for Minnesota. Alyssa Thomas, a spin move, and she's able to get the angle against Alana Smith. She was just kind of lulling her to sleep and then really took off into that spin. Hard to keep up with that kind of move that she's so used to doing. Pick and pop as Alana Smith getting downhill along the baseline. Stops her dribble, almost stolen by the Mercury. Straight on 3 for Williams. That's too strong. And Bonner is able to hold off Smith on the glass. It is Mercury basketball. Smith takes a tumble. She must have tripped, so she's out of the play. But no harm done as Sabali has it at the free throw line, picks up her dribble, feeds it inside. Alyssa Thomas trying to back down against McBride. It's going to be a wide open 3 for Whitcomb off target, and the rebound secured by Carlton. Later poked away by Akoa Makani, but still Minnesota basketball. They lead by 6, 70-64 as Copper checks back into the game for Phoenix. Kayla McBride leading all scorers in this game. 25 points. That's 4 off of her playoff career high. 4 of 6 shooting from long range. 17 from Courtney Williams. 14 from Jessica Shepard. She had 10 in the first quarter. Williams has the basketball near the logo, trying to shed Copper. Goes to the right side of the floor. Now Jessica Shepard has it. Hands it off to Williams. 5 seconds to shoot. Picks up her dribble. Now she's stuck looking for help. Shepard with 1 second left is going to have to haul a heave of 3. Was nowhere close, and that will be another shot clock violation. Minnesota started this quarter with a 24-second violation. Gets another one here, and this is what we've seen. It's not a common way for Minnesota to turn the ball over. In fact, they were one of the best teams in the league at not turning the ball over. But when it gets loud in these road arenas, they just weren't able to put it together on that possession. Leading 70-64, Thomas Pitt has the dribble near the free throw line, looks for Sabali. Sabali chasing around her screen. McBride sticking right with her, right on her hip every time. 5 seconds to shoot. Sabali goes behind the back, loses the basketball. Alyssa Thomas flips it up. It's too strong. Loose ball up for grabs. It was taken by Williams, but there was a whistle somewhere. Kayla McBride is on all fours. Maybe she got shoved out of this play. And it is going to be a loose ball foul on Satu Sabali. This game has, it's worth pointing out, been noticeably less chippy than Game 3, where it felt like that refereeing crew, I shouldn't say it felt like, they clearly did just lose control of that game. This has just been a hard-fought basketball game, and these teams going back and forth. There hasn't been the jawing, there hasn't been the chirping. It has just been flat-out tough plays and basketball happening. Minnesota leading 70-64. Under 6 minutes to go. Shepard trying to get free in the paint against Copper. Courtney Williams, she's going to loft the three. That's off back iron. Offensive rebound. Alana Smith keeping it alive. Courtney Williams back to work. She has Thomas on her, goes between the legs, loses the dribble, bailed out by McBride. She had 4 threes in that third quarter. She's going to launch one here from deep. That caroms off the rim. Smith fighting for the rebound, but it comes away to Sabally. Under 5:30 on the clock. Sabally trying to back down. Courtney Williams now. Alana Smith comes over for some help. Dishes it off. Alyssa Thomas, one dribble. She explodes to the rim. And that seems like what Phoenix is going to try and hunt down here is those mismatches with Courtney Williams in the post. 70-66 is Minnesota's narrow lead. They led by 14 in the first quarter before Phoenix battled back. Slicing her way through, Kayla McBride will miss at the rim. It's still a 4-point game, under 5 minutes to go in this must-win game 4. Copper working through a screen, leaving it for Thomas. Shepard getting the assignment, cross-court pass, Whitcomb for 3. She's got it. Coach Tebow's going to call a timeout. It is a 1-point game. 70-69 with 4:46 to go in this game. Minnesota has to win this game and force a Game 5 at Target Center on Thursday. If they lose tonight, their season is over. On their heels right now with Phoenix threatening. It's a 1-point contest, 70-69 as we step aside. More to come on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
He was the billionaire financier and close confidant of presidents, prime ministers, movie stars, and British royalty.
Some breaking news right now. Disgraced financier Jeffrey Epstein has taken his own life. New York City's medical examiner ruled Jeffrey Epstein's death was a suicide.
Was it suicide or was it murder? Epstein, Devil in the Darkness, will uncover the truth about Epstein's sordid life and mysterious death. Over the course of 12 shocking episodes, members of Epstein's inner circle spill their secrets in world-exclusive interviews for the very first time. Listen as Epstein's personal chauffeur reveals what happened behind the doors of his mansions. And in another world-exclusive interview, Epstein's fellow inmate recounts a play-by-play of his final days and what really happened.
I heard his head hit the floor with a thud.
Combining the very best investigative reporting with explosive new interviews and expert insights, Epstein, Devil in the Darkness, will send shockwaves through the highest levels of the establishment and expose all of Epstein's cohorts, the men who thought they'd get away with it.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
4:46 to play. 70-69 is Minnesota's narrow lead. They entered this fourth quarter in a must-win Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals here in Phoenix with a 13-point lead. It is now down to 1 because Minnesota is 1 for 8 shooting in this quarter, 0 for 5 from 3. The Mercury, 6 of 8 from the floor. The score was 68-55 entering this final frame. And it's now 70-69. So Minnesota desperately clinging to this 1-point lead. And we are clearly going down to the wire in this game. We've already had one game in Game 2 going to overtime in this series. 70-69, 4:46 on the clock. Minnesota needs to win this game to force a Game 5 Tuesday at Target Center. If they lose tonight, their magical 2025 first-place season is done. Minnesota with the basketball out of the timeout, needing a bucket here and needing that execution. McBride has it from the left wing. Now Courtney Williams with it from the same spot. Jessica Shepard looking down low inside, picks up her dribble against Copper, and she is being absolutely pestered. And it's going to be a jump ball, and Kalia Copper, I said a moment ago, things weren't chippy. She yelled right in the face of Jessica Shepard, feeling like she came out on top in that particular matchup. It'll be Shepard and Copper to jump things up here. 70-69 is Minnesota's lead at 4:31 on the clock. Heidemann is in the game instead of Alana Smith, but I'll starters on the floor. No Nafisa Collier in this contest with a left leg injury. Carlton, Shepard, Williams, McBride, Heidemann on the floor. Shepard and Copper, 9 seconds to shoot. It's poked around, and it looks like there's going to be a violation or a second jump ball. They're just going to try that again. A 1-point lead for Minnesota. 9 on the shot clock on their side of the floor. Shepard and Copper to jump things up, and Copper is going to tip it to Nate Tibbetts. So Minnesota with the possession right here. 9 seconds to shoot. Kayla McBride will come over to the near sideline as the inbounder guarded by Copper. Copper in this game with 9 points, 3 for 12 shooting. 5 seconds left. Atisha Heidemann speeds to the left side of the floor. Courtney Williams is going to have to pull something out of her hat right here. One dribble, puts it up and drops it through, but no. They're going to wave it off and say it was a 24-second violation. She might not have used that extra dribble. I think this is a good thing. This refereeing crew is going to take a look at that right now. Roy Golbian, Fatu Sissoko Stevens, and Amy Bonner making sure this is properly waved off. If we get a look right here, it is not going to count. She maybe needed to reserve that one dribble, but that dribble worked so well to set herself up for that mid-range shot. And it is going to be a 24-second violation after that quick review. Minnesota still with the narrow 1-point lead, 70-69, 4:19 to play here at PHX Arena, a must-win game for the Minnesota Lynx. Before that timeout, Minnesota was being outscored in the fourth quarter 14-2 after dropping 30 points in the third quarter. It's Phoenix basketball. Sammy Whitcomb being guarded by Heidemann, brings it over half court. Alyssa Thomas has been subdued in this second half. She dribbles toward the left side of the floor and leaves it for Whitcomb, throws it inside to Thomas. Thomas is wrapped up. She throws it away, and Minnesota takes over. She's slow to get back up as Carlton accelerates up the floor. Courtney Williams thought about a three, puts it on the deck, goes inside. Shepard, short corner shot along the baseline, doesn't go. Minnesota leads by one still, 70-69, as a timeout is called by Nate Tibbetts and the Phoenix Mercury with 3:51 on the clock, a 1-point lead for the Minnesota Lynx. Lynx basketball is brought to you by Treasure Island Resort and Casino, the exclusive casino partner of the Minnesota Lynx. The Lynx entered this fourth quarter leading by 13 points. They are shooting 1 of 9 in this fourth quarter and still being outscored just 14-2. This game is a direct opposite of what we saw in Game 3, not just in tenor in terms of the officiating and the chippiness and general physicality, but also that game had 15 lead changes and 8 ties. Today there have been 2 lead changes and just 1 tie. It has really been Minnesota in the driver's seat for so substantial an amount of time in this contest. But this fourth quarter, obviously not the way they have wanted to start. Kayla McBride was absolutely spectacular in that third quarter, but Minnesota combined 1 for 9. McBride had 14 points, 4 for 4 shooting in the third quarter, igniting that 30-point output. But it's the Phoenix Mercury, 6 of 8 shooting still here in the fourth. Coming out of the timeout, 3:51 on the clock. And Minnesota still leading by 1, 70-69. Phoenix with 3 timeouts left. Minnesota with 2. Both teams have their challenges remaining. Alyssa Thomas barrels her way into the paint. Extra pass. Here's Bonner on the baseline for 3. And after a disappearing act in this series, she has 2 major threes in this second half against Minnesota. Make that the third lead change of this entire game. Phoenix leading 72-70. 3:20 to go. Courtney Williams trying to drive against Whitcomb, snaking along the baseline, and there's going to be a whistle, which you could barely hear above the buzz of the crowd. And that's going to go on Whitcomb, who couldn't keep up with Courtney Williams as she was trying to drive to the basket. 3:19 on the clock. A 2-point lead for the Phoenix Mercury, 72-70. A win for the Mercury sends them to the WNBA Finals for the first time since 2021. The Minnesota season is over. They need to win this one. 8 seconds on the clock for Williams. Slipping the screen is Jessica Shepard. She shoots a 3 over Bonner. It was halfway down and then bounced out. But another whistle. Or is it another timeout? Looks like another timeout called by the Mercury after that stop, and that was a heartbreaking bounce for Courtney Williams. She is 8 for 21 in this game, 17 points, has 6 assists, 0 turnovers, and 3 rebounds, 2 steals in this game. Kayla McBride, the leading scorer in this entire game at 25 points on 8 of 18 shooting. But they have gone cold in this fourth quarter. That is now 1 for 10 shooting in this frame. 0 for 6 from 3. Minnesota was 0 for 6 from long range in the first half. It was really only that third quarter explosion that gave them a 13-point cushion heading into the fourth quarter that propelled them to this point. But they have gone cold here yet again at, of course, a very inopportune time. It is a 2-point lead for the Mercury, 72-70. For the Mercury right now, they are led by Sabali's 21 points. Thomas has 19. And a little more balance from there. Bonner has 8, and that is the most that she has scored in a game in this series where she has been inefficient. She had only scored 4 total points in the first 3 games, has 8 in this contest. 72-70. Fans waving flags in the air here at PHX Arena. On the floor for Minnesota is Carlton, Williams, Shepard, McBride, and Smith. Starters on the floor, Sans Collier. Smith guarding Thomas, weaves her way into the paint and then out. Sabali was looking for a backdoor cut. McBride stays Velcroed to her hip. 5 seconds to shoot as Bonner throws it inside to Thomas. Going to try a turnaround hook shot, and it is good from nearly the elbow of the free throw line. And Phoenix with a 4-point lead right now is their largest lead of the game. Minnesota has the basketball down by 4. McBride almost has it taken away by Sabali trying to shout directions as she's being hounded. She's going to loft a 3 and knock it down. Kayla McBride was facing intense pressure, and she's now got 28 points for the Minnesota Lynx. Alyssa Thomas is going to get that out of the paint, now trying to back down against Alana Smith. One-on-one, picks up her dribble, kicks it out. Bonner from very deep, and she does it again. 8 total points the first 3 games. And Bonner now with 11. Minnesota trails 77-73, 150 to go. Slicing her way through is Courtney Williams against Thomas. Picks up her dribble, looking for some help. Popper almost is in the passing lane for the steal. And there is a whistle, or maybe it just went out of bounds. Just went out of bounds. It's going to be Minnesota basketball. 1:43 on the clock. 77-73 is their deficit. Carlton is going to be the sideline inbounder. Popper giving her lots of space. Into Shepard. Carlton gets it back. Thomas is out of the play. She kicks it over to McBride, who heaves to try and beat the buzzer. And it's going to be a 24-second shot clock violation. She hit the top of the backboard there. Minnesota comes up empty on that possession. The Lynx trail by 4. 77-73, 1:36 on the clock. Alyssa Thomas taking her time getting it over half court. Alana Smith has been solid against her today, trying to limit her impact, especially scoring-wise. Waiting for that screen from Sammy Whitcomb. Here's Alyssa Thomas in the paint, trying to spin her way around. Backdoor cut, broken up by Jessica Shepard and given up to Alana Smith. Minnesota forces the turnover. Kayla McBride with a lot of traffic that she's seeing. Thomas on her again, one of the best defenders in the WNBA. She puts up a 3 and hands it again. This is a brand new playoff career high for Kayla McBride. She's got 31 points for the Minnesota Lynx, and they trail by 1, 77-73. Thomas has it outside the three-point line. Bonner now from the free throw line, trying to get an up and under, forces it up awkwardly, but is fouled. 2 seconds on the shot clock, and 2 free throws coming up here for Joanna Bonner. 42.3 seconds left. 77-76 is Phoenix's lead. And Bonner this season an 87% foul shooter. And knocks in the first. It's a 2-point lead. 78-76. There's been 3 lead changes in this game. The last one coming late to the Mercury. Now a 3-point game, 79-76. And a timeout call by Coach Tebow as the Lynx trail by 3, 42.3 seconds left. Leading the way is Kayla McBride's brand new playoff career high of 31.6 threes. That also ties her playoff career high. 4 rebounds, 2 assists, a block and a steal, and they're a magnificent career performance by one of the best scorers in WNBA history. And trying to stave off elimination. If Minnesota loses tonight, they're down by 3, 79-76. Their season is done. If not, if they're able to overcome this late deficit in the final minute, 42.3 seconds left, they will force a Game 5 on Tuesday at Target Center. And that game will decide who moves on to the WNBA Finals. This was a team that entered this game in circumstances that you would imagine so many other teams would be completely demoralized. Your superstar, the teammate you care deeply about, the leader, the culture setter for this team, Napheesa Collier, out after a devastating sequence to close out Game 3 on this same floor. Your coach suspended. And they have not backed down. 79-76 is Minnesota's deficit. They have the basketball coming out of the timeout right now. Minnesota with 1 timeout remaining. Phoenix with 1 as well. 2 team fouls for Phoenix. Just 1 for Minnesota. 42.3 seconds to go. They get it into Kayla McBride, blanketed by Copper. Screen comes for Jessica Shepard. Getting away from it is McBride. McBride is just going to toss up a 3, maybe looking for a foul or just something. And there's a whistle going for that rebound. Or a timeout is going to be called by the Mercury. 30.6 seconds left. 79-76 is Phoenix's lead. So Kayla McBride on that last play, throwing up a contested, off-balance, fading shot from 3. Of course, a sense of urgency incredibly high for the Minnesota Lynx. I should correct myself. Phoenix now with 2 team fouls. Minnesota with 4. And they trail by 3, 79-76. This basketball is brought to you by U.S. Bank. U.S. Bank is proud to be the official bank of the Minnesota Lynx. Let's pause for a moment to allow our stations to identify themselves. (79-76) is Phoenix's lead. 30.6 seconds left. Season on the line for the Minnesota Lynx, the number 1 team all season long, now being pushed to the brink. Natisha Heidemann on the floor. Alongside McBride, Williams, Carlton, and Smith. No Napheesa Collier in this contest. And Jessica Shepard, who started in her place on the bench. Sammy Whitcomb's going to be taking it out for the Mercury. They lead by 3, 79-76. There's a 7-second difference. Shot and game clock. 30.8 seconds left as Whitcomb is set to get it in. Not guarded as she goes and throws it into Alyssa Thomas, who sidesteps her way to the rim for 2. Somehow a seam just opened up. 81-76, even though Minnesota didn't have anyone guarding ball. They were dropped back. She just took one step and then was able to extend to the rim for 2. It is 81-76 with 27 seconds remaining, a 3-second difference between shot and game clock. The Phoenix Mercury have trailed for the vast, overwhelming majority of this game. It has only been this fourth quarter where they have taken the reins at this point in the contest. Minnesota 2 for 10 shooting from three-point land in this fourth quarter, 3 of 14 from the floor. The Phoenix Mercury 10 for 12 shooting from the floor in this game. In this fourth quarter, I should say, 4 of 5 shooting from range. And this is reminiscent of what we saw in Game 3, where Minnesota was outscored in the fourth quarter in that 84-76 loss, a game that featured 15 lead changes, 8 ties, 21-9. 81-76 is Phoenix's lead out of this timeout. Minnesota using its final timeout, Phoenix is leading 81-76. And Minnesota without any timeouts. 14 fouls for the Lynx, 2 for the Mercury. 27 seconds on the clock. Same players on the floor: Smith, Heidemann, McBride, and Courtney Williams alongside the inbounder and Bridget Carlton. Without a Fusicali, without their head coach, season on the line. They got it into McBride. She's double teamed. She takes off to the rim, extends, and it just rolls off the front of the rim. A rebound taken by the Mercury and a foul delivered with 21.7 seconds left. Kayla McBride had been so successful in driving to the lane. Appeared to have the step against Copper. Her shoulders slump in frustration as that ball doesn't go through. Phoenix with the basketball into Copper, and then a foul. It should be Minnesota's 15th foul, so they won't have to have any more time go off the clock to try and catch up. Kalia Copper stepping up to the free throw line to shoot 2. 81-76 is Minnesota's deficit in the closing moments of this game. 2 free throws here for Copper, who this game has got 9 points, 3 for 12 shooting, 1 for 1 from the free throw line, and she knocks down the first. It is 82-76 with 19.7 seconds to go. Second free throw on the way from Copper. She's 2 for 2. 83-76 is Minnesota's deficit. 18 seconds left as Heidemann speeds into the front court, taking Tawana Bonner right to the rim. Picks up her dribble. Courtney Williams is going to have to throw up a 3. She gets it to fall. It is 83-79, 10.2 seconds left into Whitcomb, and a foul is called. Minnesota thought they maybe had poked it away, that Bonner didn't get over the end line in time as the inbounder before that ball came her direction. But now 9 seconds left. 83-79 is Minnesota's deficit, needing a victory to avoid elimination. Sammy Whitcomb at the free throw line. Whitcomb this season, 85% from the free throw line. She misses the first. Clings off front iron. 9 seconds left. Second free throw for Whitcomb is good. It is a 5-point game with 9 seconds left. And here Coach Tebow stepping in for Coach Reeves, suspended for this contest, is going to use a reset timeout. 84-79. Minnesota trails, 9 seconds left. Of course, shot clock is off. Carlton will take it off from the far sideline. Into Natisha Heidemann, trying to get herself free at all. She glides into the paint, kisses it off glass for two. It's 84-81, a one-possession game, 5.4 seconds left. And Coach Tibbetts is now going to use a timeout. And that is the final timeout for the Phoenix Mercury. 84-81 is the Mercury's lead. 5.2 seconds left. Minnesota summoning every bit of hope in this moment. And in the huddle, I saw earlier times in this game where Nafisa Collier was incredibly active and vocal in the huddle. This time looking on as Eric Thibault drawing up a play and a strategy for his team at this critical point of the game. It's been Carlton, Smith, McBride, Williams, and Heidemann to close this contest. It has been, can't even say a back and forth battle. Minnesota has led for the vast majority of this game, but went ice cold in this fourth quarter. 5 for 17 shooting, 3 for 11 from long range. Phoenix is still 10 for 12 and 5 for 6 from the free throw line in this fourth quarter. That has been the difference. Minnesota entered the fourth quarter with a 13-point cushion courtesy of a 30-point third quarter. Both teams out of timeouts. Phoenix, of course, in the bonus. They have on the floor Bonner, Whitcomb, Sabally, Copper, and Thomas. It's Phoenix basketball from the far sideline. Thomas taking it out, and Smith guarding ball. 5.2 seconds left. Clearly having to foul right away. They get it into Copper, and Courtney Williams does just that. So free throws coming up here for Kalia Copper, who's 3 for 3 from the free throw line today. Minnesota as a team is 8 for 9 from the free throw line. Phoenix 15 for 21. So more than doubling up Minnesota. They doubled up Minnesota in free throw attempts in game 3, but leaning on them here in the fourth with Minnesota trailing. That first free throw is good by Copper. It is 85-81. Copper now with 12 points. Third Mercury player in double figures. And Copper goes 2 for 2. It is 86-81. Minnesota out of timeouts, having to go the full length of the floor. Heidemann is going to heave it over half court. And Minnesota's wonderful first place season comes to a premature close here in Phoenix. The final score, 86-81, as streamers and confetti come down for the Phoenix Mercury, who are moving on to the WNBA Finals for the first time since 2021. And for the Minnesota Lynx, this 34-win season comes to an abrupt ending here at PHX Arena. We're going to have a post-game show coming up next here on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network. We'll see if we can hear from Coach Thibault, some players, about the conclusion of this season. Minnesota loses to the Phoenix Mercury 86-81. We'll talk about how this one unfolds, look back at this season as well. Final thoughts about 2025 when we return on the Minnesota Lynx Radio Network.
Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Biscuits. Cheddar Bay biscuits. A convenient and delicious luxury for many. But for LaToya, it might have been the bite between life and death. The last place she'd been seen was at a Red Lobster in Inglewood, California. She was officially announced as missing and had been since July 23rd.
I honestly feel like it's her boyfriend. He's a suspect.
Look, I mean, we were talking.
I decided to start my investigation Jehovah's Witness style. Hi, have you seen... Have you seen this girl?
Nah. Have you?
No. Okay. Seems as though these missing black girls are just forgotten. And it was starting to feel like I was hitting a wall. I'm Rose Cranberry. This is Looking for LaToya.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
Cut, broken up by Jessica Shepard and given up to Alana Smith. Minnesota forces the turnover. Kayla McBride with a lot of traffic that she's seeing. Thomas on her again, one of the best defenders in the WNBA. She puts up a three, cans it again. This is a brand new playoff career high for Kayla McBride. She's got 31 points for the Minnesota Lynx, and they trail by 1. It was tonight's Mayo Clinic moment of excellence. At Mayo Clinic, we're doing what's never been done, and that moment was going to appear to be one of those seminal career moments for Kayla McBride, setting that new playoff career high, trying to uplift her team. But Minnesota falls in Game 4 of the WNBA semifinals, and their 34-win season is done. The final score, 86-81 here at PHX Arena in downtown Phoenix. Sloan Martin along with you. I'm going to go over how things just unfolded in this game, because Minnesota led for the vast majority of this contest, including the first quarter, where Minnesota jumped out to a 10-1 lead. They were shooting 50%, holding Phoenix to at 1 point 0 for 7 shooting. And I thought that was such an important moment for the Minnesota Lynx to set the tone in that way early on, to say, look how much is stacked against us. Our superstar is not playing. She is injured. Afisa Collier has a boot on her left foot and is using a scooter to assist her mobility to get around. Their head coach, Cheryl Reeve, who they've been in the trenches with for 2 seasons now for this main group, is suspended for this contest, can't be on the bench, can't be in the building for this game. And they came out incredibly strong as the celebrations here begin at center courts at PHX Arena, celebrating Phoenix's return to the WNBA Finals for the first time since 2021. After the first quarter, Minnesota with a comfortable cushion, 25-14. They scored 16 points in the paint and shot 48%, holding Phoenix in that first quarter to just 24% shooting. And it felt like this is exactly how Minnesota wants to execute, where they are efficient. They are preventing Phoenix from scoring in the paint, only 6 points in that territory, and 1 for 6 shooting from 3-point range. So all of that combined for a really good recipe for the Minnesota Lynx to start this game. But in the second quarter, Minnesota went cold. So they shot 33%, 0 for 3 from 3-point range. They were outscored 24-13 as the Mercury lit up for 47% shooting as a team. There was a single tie in the first half. Minnesota led the entire time. They never trailed in the first half. That tie happened at halftime when it was tied at 38 points apiece. Satu Sabally had 10 points in the fourth quarter for the Phoenix Mercury, and at that point clearly had a brand new ball game. She had 18 points overall. Thomas with 11 points for Minnesota at the half. McBride with 11. Jessica Shepard with 12. But the Lynx 0 for 6 shooting from 3. This was the best shooting team, including from long range, in the WNBA this season, and started out cold from 3-point range. Moving on, in the third quarter, Minnesota came to life, and it was exquisite to watch. Kayla McBride went off for 14 points, 4 for 4 shooting from 3-point range. As a team, 10 for 18. They were 6 for 7 from 3. That only miss was a desperation heave to try and beat the buzzer by Natisha Heidemann. So really, they were 6 for 6 from long range. It was a masterful performance to take in by Kayla McBride, this veteran so determined to get her team over that hump. She scores 25 points, 8 of 16 shooting by this point at the end of the third quarter, and was bringing this team on her back. Minnesota had knocked in 6 threes in that third quarter. And then we head to the fourth, and Minnesota, their offense just fell apart from a production standpoint. The Mercury started the fourth quarter with a 7-0 burst, 3-for-3 shooting. Minnesota was 0-for-2. They eventually started 1-for-8 in the fourth quarter, and despite carrying a 13-point lead heading into the fourth quarter, it was 68-55 entering the fourth. The Phoenix Mercury were able to shoot lights out in that final frame, the fourth quarter, 10-for-12 shooting. Minnesota was 5-for-18. Of course, a lot of those at the end were those kind of desperation shots to try and win this game, but they are outscored in that fourth quarter, 31-13, as the Phoenix Mercury take this semifinal series. The final here in Phoenix, 86-81. And with that, I will welcome in my partner all season long from the WNBA Tonight studios at Target Center, Alex Leibold, who's been through this entire emotion of a season, the ups and downs and the roller coaster. Of course, a lot more ups than downs. But overall, Alex, I want to get your thoughts about this game in particular, where Minnesota seemed in command for so much of it until that fourth quarter to come up short and have their season be done.
Yeah, it seemed like out of the gates from the very jump, the Lynx were ready to, they were ready for the challenge of being down 2-1 without their best player and their head coach. A 12-1 start to the contest. I said it at the halftime show. It was picture perfect. And then the Mercury stormed back at the half of the 9-2 run. We saw that similar fate in the fourth quarter, the fourth quarters for the Mercury. They saw both with a big run to start and to close. And then I think it all really came down to the fourth quarter. That third quarter from the Lynx, as you said, was really just phenomenal, especially from Kayla McBride scoring 4 3-pointers. The Lynx were actually, like you said in the broadcast, it was really 6 for 6 from three-point range until Natisha's 3 from half court at the buzzer, which they do count towards the shot. So that third quarter was really spot on for Minnesota. They found their shot. They were moving the ball really well. They out-rebounded the Mercury in the third, 11-7, which was what Associate Head Coach Eric Thibault was referencing. The hustle plays and wanting to win more and getting those rebounds is a big part of how the Lynx were successful. And then in that fourth quarter, it seemed to just all fall apart, as you had mentioned just then. I thought it was interesting that when the Phoenix Mercury needed their leaders and their veterans the most, that's when they stood up. Outside of Copper's 4 free throws at the end of the contest there, all 27 of their points in the fourth from the Mercury came from their 33-year-old veteran Alyssa Thomas, 38-year-old veteran Dawana Bonner with 11 points, and their 37-year-old vet Sammy Whitcomb with 6. So the three of them combined for 27 points in that fourth quarter to really help push their team to a victory. And that's what you want out of your leaders. And in all fairness, the Lynx got that out of their leader in Kayla McBride, just the 5th Lynx player ever to put up 30 points in a playoff game. Just a hats-off performance for K-Mac. She did everything she could, as Associate Head Coach Eric Thibault said before the game. You want to go until you are on empty, and I think Kayla McBride showed that she did just that. Unfortunately for the Lynx, this is a stat that I don't want to read out, but it is unfortunately true. They're the first team to lose 2 playoff games when leading by 14 or more points. So I think it really all comes down to the fourth quarters, and especially throughout the whole series, we've seen that. In Game 2, the Lynx shot just 41%, 7 for 17. They missed 3 of their 4 3-point attempts. In Game 3, they shot 3 for 16 in the fourth quarter, 0 for 5 from 3-point range, and then tonight, just 5 for 18, 3 for 12 from deep. So in total in those 3 games, Lynx are shooting under 30% in the fourth quarter when they need those clutch baskets and they need to close out the game. It just did not come to them this series.
That's really good context and stats to bring in, Alex. I appreciate that. Minnesota losing it to the Phoenix Mercury 86-81. Their season is done, and the Phoenix Mercury are moving on to the WNBA Finals. There's still a giant crowd of people at midcourt. They're celebrating. The dancers are out. Streamers are strewn on the floor. They're taking the pictures, wearing their T-shirts and their hats, celebrating their return to the WNBA Finals. This is a franchise that last won a WNBA championship in 2014. They were upset by the 6th-seeded Chicago Sky in 2021, a team that had a current member of this squad, Kalia Copper, Finals MVP in 2021 alongside Candace Parker. When you look at this game, again, Alex, before we And just look ahead with this finale of the 2025 season. The Phoenix Mercury brought in these players for a reason. This is a completely revamped team. They brought in, there were just 2 returners in Copper and Natasha Mack, and everyone was brand new specifically for this, with bringing in Sabali, bringing in Thomas, and even though they got some contributions from less heralded players, some undrafted players, Akoma Makani is one of them too. This was a team that was not healthy for much of the year, and at full strength, which Minnesota saw for the first time in this series, a much different story, as we have seen.
Yeah, they put it together and they found their form at the perfect time. Sometimes in the playoffs, in any sport, it really just comes down to who is the hottest team going into the postseason. And although the Lynx had the best record in the league, the Mercury had won 5 of their last 7 to get into the playoffs. Obviously, the Aces are competing for a spot in the finals, having won their last 16 games of the season. So sometimes it's also not just the consistency and talent that your team has, it's also about the form heading into the playoffs. And I think the Phoenix Mercury showed that they could bounce back in any case. If they come off a loss, if they're down by 14 in a game, which they just did for 2 straight, this is a team that knows how to dig deep in the playoffs. And when the time comes, they have the veterans who have had that deep playoff experience before, and that usually tends to have some fruitful benefits for that team.
Well, Alex, with the Lynx season being over, I wanted to actually open it up to you for just wide open final thoughts, favorite moments, fun that you had, the appreciation for this team, because I'll talk about this after the break too, but this is a season that I'm still going to remember very fondly for the memories that they shared with us throughout this season.
100%. I mean, it was to start 9-0 on the season at the very beginning. You just knew that this team had something special in the works. Napheesa Collier with an MVP campaign, just the first player in WNBA history to average 20 points in a 50-40-90 season. Kayla McBride, I think, was most memorable for me. It's pretty hard not to, when she had 8 for 8 in the first half, all coming from 3-point range, setting WNBA records. Courtney Williams, second in the league in assists this season. She was moving the ball around, finding those open looks. And I think Natisha Heidemann was one of the better stories of this team, too. She really came into her own this season. I think head coach Cheryl Reeve really challenged her to do that, especially coming off the bench. It's not easy being one of those key bench players, especially when you're a starting caliber player such as Natisha Heidemann. She came to this Lynx team ready to be that bench impact, came off the bench in all 44 games and had an immense impact, especially running late into the end of the season and into the postseason. Just an all-around special season individually and collectively by this Lynx team. Best in the league throughout the regular season on offensive and defensive rating. I thought it was a really great sign from the Lynx to see how they were able to play and win without their MVP on the floor during the regular season when Fee went down with a few injuries. This Lynx team really showed no misstep. And even Alana Smith earning a well-deserved co-defensive player of the year. Everybody on this lineup, up from top to bottom, really showed in special ways. And I didn't even mention Jessica Shepard, Bridget Carlton, even Dejanay Carrington in the few games that she played for the Lynx before her injury were all so super special for this team. It's going to be a tough pill to swallow. Obviously, we're coming off of a loss with such high aspirations that this team had of making it to the finals and taking it the distance, but that's sometimes just how the cookie crumbles in sports, that it doesn't work out the way it was planned. But as Coach Reeves said, it was also just about the journey and that you have to enjoy it while it's here because you never know, it may not come again. So this was a very special journey for the Lynx, a record-setting journey in any way that you look at it. So truly a special campaign despite the bittersweet feeling at the end.
Really well said, Alex. With Minnesota dropping the final game of the season, Game 4 of the semifinals here in Phoenix to the Mercury. The Mercury moving on to the WNBA Finals. The final score, 86-81. And you're right, Minnesota, this team gave us so many legitimate and genuine reasons to root for them, besides even just how they play, that's something I'm going to take the most when it comes to looking back on 2025. We're going to step aside one more time. We'll see if we might be able to check in with any post-game news conferences here. Obviously, a really emotional time for this Lynx team on the road, seeing and hearing a team celebrate, moving on to the finals, but their season has come to a close. I'll give my final thoughts and goodbyes when we come back.
It's what you wait for all week. The three-pointers, the rebounds, the thrill of every shot. Win or lose, it's the hope that keeps you coming back. The dream that this time, it might be your year. And so you represent with anticipation and with pride. Because when the pressure's on, your support is everything. That's why the NBA store is here to support you. Check out the largest selection of official NBA gear at NBAstore.com. A bananas experience.
At Target, we're home court advantage for the hometown sports fans. And with the Timberwolves season in full gear, we're here to help you gear up and make your game day prep a slam dunk. Hear that? That's what you call a buzzer-beating three-pointer for the win. Time to dish up your famous nachos or put a full-court press on some jalapeno poppers. Then serve up some sweet desserts to celebrate the W. However you do game day, we're here for it at Target and Target.com.
Martin back with you here at PHX Arena, but we're going to quickly toss it to the post-game podium, an emotional one here with the Minnesota Lynx ending their season with a loss in the semifinals to the Mercury.
Especially when you lay everything out there. And as a vet and as somebody who's older, you know, I feel everything because I just care about the people around me. And I've always been like that. That's how I move. That's how I've always moved in this league. And I just care. So... you know, I think Phoenix played a hell of a game, hell of a series. They did what they had to do, and it's tough, but I wouldn't trade that locker room for anything. I would feel like this 100 times over to be with the people that I've been with, so that's why it's painful, because you just want it to keep going, and it's done. So.
Yeah, Courtney, I guess, can you sort of put in perspective how this whole season, though, it's hard to have a target on your back all season long, and you guys carried that really burden the whole season. Can you kind of put in perspective what that's like to try to do that and then to run into the adversity that you did at the end?
I mean, honestly, it was a joy, right? Like, I don't look at this season and think, oh, this is hard because we got a target on our back. That's what we wanted, right? Like, we got in the gym and we stacked our days and, I mean, got hit with that injury bug and, you know, it's just hard. But, you know, what's for us ain't never gonna miss us. So, shout out to them girls coming out here playing hard fall basketball, and shout out to us for not giving up. Appreciate y'all.
Thank you.
Minnesota, you can hear the emotions there, and Kayla McBride, the most senior member of this team, she said, I would go through this kind of heart-wrenching ending and loss in Game 4 of the semifinals 100 times over because of the people in the locker room who I've been able to spend time with this entire season. But Minnesota loses to the Phoenix Mercury here in downtown Phoenix, 86-81. They led by 13 points coming into the fourth quarter. Phoenix shoots 10 for 12 from the floor in order to grab control of the game and hold on. And they are moving on to the WNBA Finals for the first time since 2021. Minnesota's season is now over. And this is a jarring ending, certainly in its abruptness. And it's almost surreal to know that this season is over and to sit in those stunned emotions right now, especially as I see the streamers around and the celebration of the Mercury. The 2025 Lynx season had the makings of a storybook ending. A team left feeling jilted and heartbroken after a Game 5 finals loss. Enters training camp galvanized to rewrite that history, follow the footsteps of the 2017 championship team. The Lynx latched on to first place from the outset and never relinquished that. They were the best team in the league this season. Led the W in offensive and defensive rating, just the sixth team to do so the last 25 years in accomplishing that. The best shooting team, a scoring differential over 9, tying the league record for wins in a season with 34. And there were many more milestones along the way. Not every special season culminates in a championship. Life is not perfect. There was no controlling officiating or injuries or matchups, but no one expected this conclusion, and so soon, 3 losses in a row. We don't know what the league will look like in 2026. There's going to be 2 new expansion teams, a brand new collective bargaining agreement that players hope will be transcendent and transformational, and how rosters might look after that. But For that reason and many others, I will remember this season with sincere fondness. An MVP performance from Napheesa Collier, the second ever 50-40-90 season. The special bonds amongst each other and fans, the way thousands embrace the Lynx and the Stud Buds for the genuine, warm, funny personalities. Courtney Williams, who is second in the WNBA in assists per game. Alana Smith winning her first postseason recognition 3 years after she was cut from the Fever and questioning her future. And now the anchor of what was the best defense in the WNBA while simultaneously working on her master's degree. Kayla McBride going a WNBA record 8 for 8 from 3 in the first half in Vegas. Just watching her greatness as one of the best shooters in WNBA history. 6 all-time in career threes. Jessica Shepard blossoming, putting up the second triple-double in Lynx history in nearly a single half, just 1 rebound shy at Indiana. For the beautiful basketball that we were treated to, the ball movement, spacing, assisted shots, hard work on defense, every time down. The Lynx relentlessly pursued greatness every game, and that is not a universal trait across any sport. This is still an unforgettable assemblage of basketball players who personified everything we treasure about sports, most importantly, selflessness and winning. A special thank you to everyone who made this season of Lynx Radio possible. To Chief Communications Officer Patrick Reese, thank you for bringing me back into the fold. The season was incredibly rewarding to be embedded in. I'm grateful for your trust in me to narrate the story of this special season. And thank you to Lynx President of Business Operations Carly Knox for pointing me in this direction. Thank you to Communications Coordinator Olivia Sturby, who took the reins of a professional franchise's communications efforts weeks into the season and excelled the rest of the way. I appreciate your assistance in helping me bring the voices of Lynx players to our listeners and facilitating valuable conversations with them. To our many engineers without whom I would be helpless. Mike Weber, Veronica Rodriguez, Grant Wengstern, Peter Black, and Lauren Hicks, thank you for making every home game seamless and for your sense of humor when I forget to plug something in. A special note of appreciation to Cal Soderquist, our manager of broadcast production, for all his work behind the scenes. Thank you to our studio coordinator, Ben Haney, who hustled behind the scenes and was able to get his voice to the airways this season as well. And on a day-to-day basis, our producer and studio host, Alex Leibold, did significant lifting both on and off the air to create the broadcast you hear, and I am indebted for his support. An enormous thank you to Lynx players who took the time to share their thoughts and opinions throughout the season with me. I feel so lucky to have been surrounded by these women who are not only the most elite at what they do in the world, but also incredibly funny and intelligent, both with a mic recording and not. I am thankful for their warmth and for their insights. To the coaching staff of Lindsay Whalen, Eric Thibault, Rebecca Lamar Brunson, thank you for joining me at halftimes when there was so much action to process and prepare for, but those interviews were invaluable. So we know all three of them are media stars. To Cheryl Reeve, who not only took the time for our pregame interviews, but so often explained concepts and situations to me that I didn't understand and just took the time to break things down for me. So to pick the brain of one of the greatest coaches in the history of basketball is something I do not take for granted, and I am grateful to have been able to learn from her. Last but not least, I'm deeply appreciative of everyone who tuned in this season over the air or on the apps. Thank you to anyone who sent a kind message over social media, who approached me in Arena's home in a way. I hope you felt like we were able to sit down together and share something we truly love, which is Lynx basketball. I hope you all felt the joy that you exude for this team was reciprocated. For Alex Leibold, I'm Sloan Martin saying good night from Phoenix and good night to the 2025 Lynx season. Until next time on the Lynx Radio Network.
Watch where you're going.
Wearing a blindfold. Would you do this? Probably not. It's one risk obviously not worth taking. Some risks aren't as obvious, yet could be just as deadly, like the risk for type 2 diabetes. If you're overweight or over 45, if you're not very active or don't eat as healthy as you should, there's an easy test you can take to find out your risk. It's free, and in less than a minute, you'll know if you're at risk for this deadly disease. Just go to diabetes.org/take-the-test or call 1-800-DIABETES. Because type 2 diabetes is one risk you can't afford to take. Take the diabetes risk test and stop diabetes before it stops you. A message from the American Diabetes Association.
You've been listening to Minnesota Lynx Playoff Basketball. Brought to you by U.S. Bank, an official partner of the Minnesota Lynx, equal housing lender, member FDIC, and by Mayo Clinic. You know where to go. This has been a presentation of the Lynx Radio Network.
Division title, and they'll be hosting Detroit in the best-of-3 wildcard series starting Tuesday, 1 p.m. Eastern Time. Toronto won at home to clinch the AL East title, winning a tiebreaker over the Yankees, who finished the season winning 8 straight. And yes, it'll be Red Sox at the Yankees in a best-of-3 starting Tuesday. The New York Mets season is over. They had a payroll of about $340 million. They got shut out in Miami 4-0 today, which gives the Reds the final wild card spot. Reds at Dodgers starting Tuesday night. The Dodgers finished up the schedule with a Clayton Kershaw victory, 6-1 at Seattle. And Europe held on to win the Ryder Cup 15-13 today on Long Island. It led by 7 points to start the day. Some people going into the day thinking, wow, what's the largest margin of victories in one of these Ryder Cup things? Sure enough, Europe survived for the victory. It would have been 12 singles matches, but Victor Hovland was unable to play his neck injury, so a match got halved, and 12-5 was the score at the time in favor of Europe. They hold on for a victory. The U.S. was facing the largest deficit by any team entering singles in the last 50 years, and now Europe's golfers have won 9 of the last 12 Ryder Cups. Back to you.
Steve, real quick. Europe deserved this one. I don't know why America seems to only play well in the singles format. They always do this.
Which is only the Sunday of the weekend.
Right. I just learned this
because we're individualists in the United States.
Yeah, indeed. That's right. We're only out for ourselves. We do not want to play with teammates. Okay.
Actually, you can see this in many sports. When you see the baseball in Japan or Korea, all the group cheering is encouraged. To actually separate yourself as an individual in the crowd is frowned upon.
Well, yeah, that's different.
It's an example of the culture of the country. It's one of the many, many, many great things that sports teaches us.
Okay, and then there's this. I never knew this before. So Victor Hovland, what did he have, a neck injury?
Correct.
So check this, Ephraim. How does this strike you? He can't play, so the match is halved.
That's right. Because there's an envelope involved. And
both sides get a half point because Victor can't play. Not because both people couldn't play.
Right.
Victor couldn't play, so he gets a half point for not playing.
There's a substitution rule in the captain's agreement. Team captain provides the name of one player in a sealed envelope who won't be playing in case of injury and provides it to a member of the other team. I guess that was therefore invoked with this injury. I find it a bit crazy.
I don't know. I'm like, do you realize that if Europe wanted to, at the start of the day, they could have had 12 injuries.
They could have had 12 and just half the whole thing.
And won the cup. Like, that was a new one to me. That was a new one to me. I'm going to try that in my fantasy league. I'm going to be like, I had Malik Neighbors, so we tied.
By the way, you referenced this a bit earlier. Would you not agree that also indicative, an example of the culture at large, is the New York fan behavior this weekend at the Gulf?
It's so disappointing, and I'm not stuffy. I'm just not. I'm not. This isn't about, golf and decorum and goody two-shoes by any stretch of the imagination, but that we have arrived, and I do think a lot of it has to do with just where our country has arrived in terms of how we speak to those that we disagree with or whatnot. Like, to have an actual employee of the course and the event leading chants at the course of Bleep You Rory as they arrive on the first tee is so disappointing. It's so disappointing to me that that's where we've arrived and that people think that is fun or funny or what. It's just like, I don't know. I don't know. That was a big bummer for me. Not terribly surprising though.
It's kind of like Twitter going to real life where nobody thinks there's any rules for behavior or, being an adult in public.
Right.
And this was clearly on display, I guess, every day this weekend.
That was a tough one. Yeah, that was a tough one. All right, Steve. Great stuff as always tonight.
Thanks, Steve.
Yeah. Did you catch any of that, Ephraim?
The
I know
Ryder
you're
Cup?
just no. I mean, the sort of the vibe of what was happening out there. I wouldn't imagine you watched a lot of it. I didn't either.
No, I didn't.
But the vibe of what was happening out there. Touchdown Cowboys.
Touchdown Cowboys.
Jake Ferguson. Okay, they came to play tonight.
They came to play.
Look at that.
Look at Jerry. Yes.
Yeah.
I told y'all.
I knew.
Told you.
I knew if we trade Micah, this
Where is
would
that
happen.
Micah Parsons? Where the hell is Micah Parsons now?
Where's Michael? Yeah, the Cowboys are in the lead again.
It was a good drive, too.
It was. They marched all the way down the entire field. Okay, fourth quarter. Apparently you're going to be a thing tonight. Let's do this. 34 seconds to go, third quarter. Extra point. And Dallas will lead this one over Green Bay by 3 with just some ticks left to go until the fourth quarter starts, 23-20. Okay, I'm gonna throw this at you. See if you can guess the team. They are averaging, about 88 yards per game rushing. They are averaging as a team 3.3 yards per carry. They have not rushed for a touchdown yet this year. I'll tell you which team I'm talking about and why Ephraim might want to weigh in on it. Coming up next on Fox Sports Radio.
Fox Sports Radio is this.
Refreshing.
Fox Sports Radio is also this.
Caring, generous.
Fox Sports Radio is, you guessed it, this.
You can't say a lot of guys do it.
Fox Sports Radio is all of this.
They've never been more valuable.
Thank you guys for the entertainment.
Plus so much more. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
We asked kids what it took to be a dad. This is what they had to say.
A father is always present. I mean, what real father figure can you have if they're not there?
In order to be a good dad, you need to love your son. You need to put gas in your car so you don't break down in the middle of nowhere. And you need to make them breakfast. Yep.
I mean, just to maybe play like a board game with me, or to just stay home and play some video games with me. Just to do like that one little thing is what I really look forward to.
I'm not asking him to be a perfect dad, but he should try. He's just a constant force in my life.
There's no other type of love like a dad's love because it's not comparable to anything else.
Take time to be a dad today. Call 877-4DAD-411 or visit fatherhood.gov. Brought to you by the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services and the Ad Council.
ADHD. It's the child who can't pay attention or sit still in school, right? The answer may be yes. Attention Deficit Hyperactivity Disorder, or ADHD, can be complicated and it can last a lifetime. Living with a condition can sometimes be a challenge. It may take years to accept a formal diagnosis, and it's not always easy to find the right treatment plan. Did you know that up to 75% of children and adolescents with ADHD have at least one additional mental health condition that also requires a comprehensive approach to treatment? ADHD guidelines were recently updated to reflect the need to screen for associated disorders. Be sure to talk with your child's doctor about proper screening and visit moretoadhd.com for additional information. That's moretoadhd.com. This message has been brought to you in partnership with ADA, ACO, and CHAD.
Imagine crossing a street busy with traffic. Against the light.
Watch where you're going.
Wearing a blindfold. Would you do this? Probably not. It's one risk obviously not worth taking. Some risks aren't as obvious, yet could be just as deadly, like the risk for type 2 diabetes. If you're overweight or over 45, if you're not very active, or don't eat as healthy as you should, there's an easy test you can take to find out your risk. It's free, and in less than a minute, you'll know if you're at risk for this deadly disease. Just go to diabetes.org/take the test or call 1-800-DIABETES. Because type 2 diabetes is one risk you can't afford to take. Take the diabetes risk test and stop diabetes before it stops you. A message from the American Diabetes Association.
Hey, this is Jamie Loftus, and this is my new weekly show, 16th Minute of Fame, the podcast where every episode I take a closer look at an internet character of the day. Who were they? What made them so notorious? How did the internet, or sometimes the algorithm, choose them? And what does a person do when they're suddenly confronted with more attention than the human psyche can handle? Take The Dress, a story that went uber viral in early 2015 in spite of being, well, kind of a boring optical illusion. A mother of the bride in Scotland took a picture of a dress she was thinking about wearing to her daughter's wedding. But she saw the dress as blue with black lace, and her daughter saw it as white with gold lace. One BuzzFeed post later, every single person on the internet was talking about the dress. But to me, the dress is a story about the last couple of months when the internet was still sort of fun. It was shortly before the stories that spread across the internet stopped being driven by exploited millennials with useless arts degrees and started being decided by algorithms hell-bent on growing internet usership at all costs. And on a long enough timeline, the story of the dress is one entangled with abuse and media exploitation. Internet history is a tricky thing to be invested in. It feels like every time a bad-with business billionaire buys up another platform, history starts being erased. With the team at Cool Zone Media, we're taking these characters' 16th minute of fame to see what their moment meant to them and what it says about us.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
Fox Sports Radio Studios. Mark Willardy from Salam. Always fun. Another one tonight, my brother. And then you can go sleep. You can go sleep soon. You can catch up on that rest.
Man, if you knew.
If I knew what?
It ain't gonna be no sleeping.
Oh.
Why not? Jam-packed schedule, man.
Tonight?
Man.
Tonight?
Oh, it's bad.
Really?
Yeah.
Is it going to be more video games?
No.
You got a show to watch?
Work.
Oh, are you? What you got? Like you're filming something?
I am.
Wow, boy, you really didn't think this out.
I did not. That's why I'm angry.
Ooh,
sitting over here white knuckling it, just barely holding on, and I'm just like, oh my God. At a 4:00 call time.
Oh God. Oof. That's rough.
Oh wow, Jordan Love took off.
Yeah, he did.
Flag.
Oh, that's too bad.
Yeah, well.
Hey, explain this to me. 88 yards per game on the ground, 3.3 yards a carry, and the only team in the NFL that has not yet rushed for a touchdown this year. And that team is coached by someone with the last name Shanahan. And that team has been healthy for 4 games. 2 years ago, Offensive Player of the Year, Christian McCaffrey. Explain this to me. What the hell is going on?
I don't know. It's very uncharacteristic of a Shanahan offense. I think the lack of outside weapons. I think Kittle is a big part of that run game.
It's a good point.
And not having him there, teams don't have to worry about the middle of the field. They can stack the box. They really don't have to worry. Who are the receivers?
Well, it's been a revolving door.
Right. Anybody give you...
Yeah, because of injuries. Other than Ricky Pearsall, who also
is now hurt.
Injured today.
Yeah. So you can key in on the one thing that they have that's exceptional, and that's Christian McCaffrey. Makes it very difficult to rush when they're waiting for you to rush. By the way, in 2 games, you didn't have your starting quarterback, so you weren't really worried about anybody passing down the field. It's only been 4 games.
Yep.
2 of them, quarterback hasn't played. George Kittle got hurt the first game.
Yep.
So it's disheartening, but it's not shocking to me that they can't run the ball because they don't have the pieces that they need to run the ball.
If I told you that 49ers quarterbacks this year have thrown more interceptions than games they've had, if I told you that they could not barely get over 3 yards per carry on the ground, if I told you that George Kittle was hurt, and I told you that Nick Bosa was hurt, and I told you that their quarterback only played in half the games.
0-4.
And I told you that Juwan Jennings was in and out of the lineup, and I told you that Demarcus Robinson was suspended, and I told you that Brandon Ayuk hasn't even sniffed the field as of yet. What would...
0-4. They lost today by 5.
And they're
3-1.
They were at midfield, having not touched the opposing quarterback all day long. They were at midfield with 2 minutes to go, with a chance to go 4-0. So there is that way of looking.
There's something to be said about that.
Holy hell. When you look into the data of the 49ers this year, I don't know how they've won a game. I really don't.
They're finding ways to win, man.
Good Lord.
That's even more dangerous than having all your horses.
Well, except for the fact that I know the fan base is sitting here going, when we get healthy, and I'm I don't know if you're ever going to. We have this vision in the head of week 10, maybe, or maybe they're all going to be hurt. All of them. Because they cannot get through a game without losing key people. They have not done it in a long, long time. Josh Jacobs into the end zone.
Touchdown.
The Packers are back in front, and we have got quite a shootout developing
ball game
in Dallas this evening. This is pretty wild.
It is wild, but it's good.
It's great.
It's good to have a good Sunday night football game.
It's a great football game. I don't know what to do with these Cowboys. It's nice to see them show some fight. You know what I haven't even checked in on yet tonight? How's Micah doing? Have you seen him?
Yeah, I've seen him.
I mean, I see him, but you know what I mean? Has he shown up? Has he done anything?
Trying.
He's trying.
I know he hurt his back a couple plays back.
Okay. He's got 2 tackles. And he does have 1 QB hit.
He's trying.
In fact,
they were not going to let him go crazy.
He has the only quarterback hit in this game.
Yeah, they're not going to let him go crazy. So they're going to turn to him. That's the mandate. Jerry was like, he won't be the one.
The mandate, as if you can just walk out there and control that.
I mean, doesn't Jerry control it all?
I mean, he does own the building. So
Man, I'm tired.
I know you are. And I didn't know that you didn't get. I thought the whole night, I'm like, we're going to power through. And then he's going to go home. He's going to go to bed. And he'll wake up when his kids go to school at 8 o'clock tomorrow morning. It's going to be great.
Won't even be in the house by the time they leave.
Goodness. My man. If I had it in me to scold another 49-year-old man, I'd do it. I don't.
What I'm doing. Good show, brother. Always.
You too. Way to power through, my man. All right. That's it for Ephraim. I'm Mark. Here comes Plank and Spanier on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, listen to this. All I needed was a new starter. Got a great deal on eBay. Did it myself.
Yeah, that's cool. But how about the soft purr of an upgraded exhaust when it fits just right?
For me, it's the little things. Like these new windshield wipers from eBay I installed. From small fixes to big upgrades, eBay has all the parts you need at prices you'll love. Guaranteed to fit every time. eBay. Things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
1971. It was a simpler time, a groovy time. Soul Train had just started chugging along. Everyone had a lava lamp for some reason. Weeble started to wobble, but as we all know, they don't fall down. It's really something. But it wasn't all Weebles and bell-bottoms. There was also the Vietnam War and a growing nationwide movement protesting it.
Look behind you. See the thousands marching today.
Across the country, people were speaking up, and the more they did, the more they learned about the hidden underbelly of the most powerful law enforcement agency in the land. I'm Ed Helms, host of Snafu, Season 2, Medberg. The story of a daring heist that exposed J. Edgar Hoover's epic FBI snafu. Hear the incredible true story that almost got buried.
I was told that it might not be published the next day or might not be published ever.
As told by the ordinary citizens who took extraordinary measures.
Getting caught was virtually inevitable.
To expose J. Edgar Hoover's secret FBI.
Many of the techniques were clearly illegal, but justified in the interest of national security.
If it meant some risks that were involved, well, that's what citizens sometimes have to do.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Russ Faria was charged with a crime that he swore he did not commit.
No, I did not do this. I do not know how this happened. I did not do this. I was not involved with it.
Just after Christmas, Troy, Missouri, 2011.
The jury was left with no alternative, and in most people's words, the husband did it. Who else would have?
The prosecutor said it was rage, greed. We wouldn't be here if the answer was that easy.
In my opinion, an innocent man got charged with murder, and then it started to snowball from there.
I'm Keith Morrison. I've been a correspondent for Dateline NBC for 25 years. And in that time, I've never seen a story quite like this before. As we investigated the saga of murder, greed, lies, things became personal. What happens when a true crime show becomes part of the story? We could never have imagined.
I've worked on other cases that have twists and turns, but I've never worked on a case like this with so many twists and turns that were completely unpredictable.
From Dateline NBC, this is The Thing About Pam. The wild and unbelievable story of the murder of Betsy Faria.
I'd like to see this story conclude with justice. Betsy Faria has not received justice. Russ Faria has not received justice. Her family has not received justice.
And if we've learned anything in all the years we followed this story, anything is possible.
Whoa.
I'm Keith Morrison. The Thing About Pam. An all-new podcast from Dateline NBC. Subscribe now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
We are Fox Sports. What you need to know.
The Green Bay Packers have retaken the lead at Dallas in the Sunday night NFL game. It's 27-23 for the visitors with 9 minutes to go. Josh Jacobs with 2 touchdown runs in the second half. There were 2 short touchdown passes from Jordan Love in the first half, both to Romeo Doubs. Kansas City beat Baltimore 37-20. Ravens star quarterback Lamar Jackson left with a hamstring injury. Earlier today, it was the Giants upsetting the Chargers 21-18, but Giants star wide receiver Malik Neighbors left with a knee injury. Jacksonville and Chicago picked up victories, and the Rams, with 2 touchdowns in the last 3.5 minutes, edged Indianapolis 27-20. Europe held on to win the Ryder Cup, NASCAR win for Chase Elliott, WNBA semifinal victories for Phoenix and Indiana. Baseball's regular season ended with the Blue Jays winning to clinch the AL East title. The Guardians won the AL Central. Reds get the last wild card.
This is Fox Football Sunday. And we're breaking down your football day.
Physical. One play at a time.
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday from the Plains. Touchdown! Keep it running to the right. He's got room at the 42. Post game. Your football teams are repped here. Fox Football Sunday is now. Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Arnie Spanier and Chris Plank.
Oh, let's go, stinking genius.
Let's go,
baby.
Oh, stop it. What a bad day it was today.
Your team didn't even play today. What are you complaining about?
Oh, my other teams lost. Even when my teams don't even play, they still lose.
I very rarely feel like it's necessary to start the show with a tweet, but Mayor of Simpleton asked a very good question. Now, this might or might not pertain to a major topic on the show tonight. I don't know. The mayor of Simpleton writes, Iowa State wins the Big 12, ? Who'd they beat yesterday?
Oh, right to that.
Well, you talked so much about it last week and the week before that and the week before that.
I can't do it anymore. Dude. I can't root for all my teams lose. I can't do sport. The Mets lost. They were never in it. Arizona was never in it.
Never.
Pete Alonso can't say fast enough. Get me the hell out of here. He's my favorite player. He's out of here.
No, now hold on here. On Alonso, I thought he said all the right things. Well, he didn't say trade me right bleeping now. He wasn't like the goalie for the Charlestown Chiefs.
Right.
He did say all the right things, I thought, in defense
I don't care.
of
He
Alonso.
still couldn't get out of here fast enough, so he's gone. My Dolphins are on. I can't do sports anymore. I can't do sports. It's just it eats me away. It eats at the core of my soul. It destroys me. Every Sunday night I come on here and I just want to punch myself in the eyeball. All my teams keep losing. You know what I want to do? I want to talk about stuff that I'm good at. I want to have which is like sex and relationships. I want to have a show which is like a combination of Dr. Ruth.
Did not need that in my mind tonight.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
How about a combination of Dr. Ruth and Kevin Samuels? You know who Kevin Samuels is?
No, I don't. I watch sports. I don't know Kevin Samuels.
Why are you bringing up Kevin Samuels?
You know what's so funny is the producer and Mary, they don't know who Dr. Ruth is, and you don't know who Kevin Samuels is.
Why do you even know who Kevin Samuels is?
Because I know who everybody is.
He Googles it up before the show.
No, I used to watch his video. I'm going to have a show.
He's an Oklahoma City guy. I didn't know that.
I'm going to have a show on relationships. And it's going to be a half between Kevin Samuels and Dr. Ruth, who used to talk about sex. So, women are going to call me up, or men are going to call me up.
Women would call you up for anything.
Why, women called up Kevin Samuels. And I'm just going to say,
argue and debate over the dumb stuff.
Right. Well, I would just say, hey, baby, you need to lose like 100 pounds if you think you're going to get a guy that's making $500,000 a year. Next. I can say stuff like that too. I'm very good at breaking bad news like that. I'm telling you.
But it only works if you were skinny like Kevin Samuels.
Isn't Kevin Samuels dead?
Yeah,
he's been dead for a couple of years now.
I think Dr. Ruth is dead too.
Yeah, so. That's why there could be a place for a show half of Dr. Ruth and half of Kevin Samuels, half of sex, and half on relationship. I'm telling you.
Can we start the show over again?
What's wrong with that? I can't do sports anymore. I can't do it anymore.
I don't know what's happened here.
I can't do it anymore.
Mute his mic. I mean, Scott, I'm ready.
I mean, we can do it.
I can do Sunday mornings. Is Gargano Sunday mornings? I like getting up early. I don't think I can do this anymore. I'm being serious.
You can't do it. I can't do it anymore. All my teams lose.
One second, Plank.
I just think getting off on the note and wanting to talk about how you could be some sort of advice giver on relationships. I mean, my goodness, Arnie.
Dr. Arnie. Ask Arnie.
Ask Arnie. Well,
ask Arnie.
I'm sorry that you talk so much gas about your teams that you can't accept. Oh, touchdown, Dallas Cowboys. Oh, just short of the end zone. First and goal for Dallas at the 1 with 5:59 to go in the game. But yeah, here's a good idea, by the way, since we've started off quickly from the fans.
Yeah.
Off my own personal trademark, PMS, of my own personal super secret Textoso line. Roger the engineer has checked in and said, since Arnie can't do sports anymore, how about Tradio? I've got some good used tires to trade. How about that?
That's what you do in Oklahoma, don't you?
That's right. That's all we do. 4 hours of Tradio every day.
I've got 2 cows and a sheep. Does anybody want to trade? Can I give you a call? I got 3 minutes.
That's exactly how it goes every single day.
That's what I thought.
I mean, have you ever just thought of, I don't know, maybe having takes and analysis and not, I don't know, trying to S all over every team that your squad plays and just, I don't know, giving some respect to the opponent?
No, first of all, we just played we fumbled the opening kickoff. Thank goodness they ruled that we were down. I could tell right there and then it was going to go south.
It's a good football team. Iowa State's a top 10 football team.
Stop it. Wait till we get them back in basketball. Thank goodness I've got Arizona basketball.
The show is tonight. Who cares about basketball? What are you talking about? I can't wait to get him in basketball. My gosh, what a loser take.
I am a loser. I look at my team.
You are.
My Mets had the best. Thank you very much. My Mets had the best record in baseball after the first 80-something games. And after that, they had the worst record in baseball.
What, you mean 17 games under 500 since June 13th?
Yeah, something like that.
No, that's it. And 0-70 when trailing after 8 innings.
We're the only
touchdown
team,
Cowboys, by the way. Dallas is taking the lead in the game that's going on tonight. But go ahead, Arnie. Let's hear about it.
We're the only team not to win a game after trailing after 8 in Major League Baseball.
0-70, including today. When the Reds had lost, to open the door for you.
I know. It's too much for me. I can't do it anymore. I mean, I'll go to the Knicks game when I move down to Connecticut next week.
Yeah, you won't go to the Knicks game.
I will. At least I have the Knicks to fall back on. But everything is destroying me. All my teams are, think about this. What do I have to look forward to? Which one of my teams do I got to wait till April, March?
In fairness, the crew, which again, Patrick and Mary Mac and DeSager and myself, and then before Patrick, Ian, and probably before Ian, it was Patrick.
It was me back, yeah.
Yeah, we all tried to warn you of all these things, but you just did not listen. And that's the thing I think I can speak for all of us and say, we have zero sympathy for you. I warned you about Iowa State last week. I know you have zero sympathy.
You like when my teams lose. You love when my when they lose, man. It just eats me up. That game wasn't even close. It was killing me.
Again, I warned. I told you. And you just dumped Iowa State Technical Community College. I'm telling you, last week they're a top 10 football team. They're really good. Oh, we're going to kick that. You just don't listen. I don't understand. I don't know how you've been married for 30 years. I don't know how Beth puts up with it.
Well, because I know about relationships. That's why I want to do a show on that. Yeah.
You have your wife shovel snow. I don't know if you should be giving a relationship advice.
I think I should. I think I should.
You and Kevin Samuels, but okay. I mean, Kevin Samuels was divorced twice, and I don't even know what Dr. Ruth's litany of relational situations look like. So I don't know what to tell you.
Ask Arnie. I tell it. It's got promise. Think about it. Just so I'm going to throw it by the boss. See what he's got to say.
Yeah, I don't know about that, but good luck, right?
Yeah.
I mean, if you just listen to us every now and then, I'm not telling you that we're always right or I'm always right,
you know what?
Act like you are, and then you're DFW, dead F.
I know, but you know what though? It is so tough. I mean, now I put in 161 games in the Major League Baseball, and they can't even come close in game 162, and the 6 months are out the window. I mean, and don't tell me, we tried to tell you. They had the best record in baseball, genius.
In fairness, you don't really care about baseball, nor do we talk about it too terribly much on this show.
That doesn't mean I wasn't all tuned in today.
So, you're locked in for 161 games, and you haven't talked about it in probably 161 of those days until
But I was upset about it today for crying out loud.
I don't blame you. I'd be mad, too. Who should be madder, you guys or the Astros today?
Yeah, they're donezo also, man.
The playoffs are set in Major League Baseball. We'll get DeSager has the bracket. He'll break it all down, but
I'm just happy that his team lost too. I was thinking about him today.
Who's that?
DeSager.
DeSager's team lost?
Why are you so mean to Steve?
Well, somebody's got to be miserable with me too. I can't have DeSager
you're shifting back and forth between baseball and football now. Yes, the Chargers lost on the road to the Giants.
Thank goodness.
When have the Dolphins won a game this season?
Yeah, they're over everything. The Brewers and Phillies get to bye in the National League. Blue Jays and Mariners in the American League. We'll run through the matchups, which include a full Tuesday of, I guess you could say, wild card games. Dodgers, Reds.
My Dodgers, though, at least I got them going.
Don't do that to them.
Yeah.
Padres versus the Cubs, and then the American League. You can complain about your Mets, but nobody had a bigger implosion than the Tigers. But they get in by the skin of their teeth. I think that's a saying. So Tigers, Guardians on Tuesday, and then, of course, Red Sox, Yankees, with the winners moving on to play the Blue Jays. So the playoffs are set if you want to go down that road. But I notice a team that is missing from that as I scroll, and that is your Mets. So
see, you can't tell me, we tried to tell you. I tried to tell you that.
We weren't ever talking baseball. So
they had the best record in baseball, the number one, numero uno, and they don't even make the playoffs. I mean,
at what point did they have the best record in baseball, though?
After the first, 75 to 80 games. 75 games.
They had the best record in baseball through 75 games, and they didn't make the playoffs?
No, didn't even make the playoffs.
Wow, that's terrible. If only we talked a lot of baseball on this show, that would have been something that, I don't know, we would have been fighting and screaming and yelling about, but it's NFL season. What are you doing right now, Arnie? What are you doing? We're watching the Cowboys and the Packers in a great game.
That is a good one.
That's coming down to the wire. Do you want to complain about your Mets?
Yeah. We could also talk about relationships. Think about that. Just if
I don't think, again, somebody who openly goes on the air and talks about how their wife has to do all the chores. I don't know if that's the person that's going to,
or maybe it's the perfect person. Who knows?
My man Warren. By the way, one more off the super secret Textosa line. Warren, who's driving all over America right now while he's listening, and says, "Who the hell is going to sponsor Ask Arnie?" That's a good question.
I think that's a great idea.
Who are you looking for to sponsor Ask Arnie right now?
Ask Arnie. I think that's a great idea for a radio show.
What a great weekend of football, both college and pro. Welcome into Arnie and Plank on Fox Sports Radio. Arnie, of course, doesn't listen to anyone, so he's acting like, A, he cared about baseball, and B, his Arizona Wildcats got smoked by Iowa State and Ames on Saturday. But the good news is at least you have those Dolphins to look forward to on Monday night, right?
I'm ready to make a run. I'm ready to win this game, and they beat Carolina and get back in. I was looking you want to know how you want to know how sick I am?
You want to
know how sick I am? I actually clicked on the NFL standings, the playoff standings, to see if Miami would win 2 games. Where would they be for the playoff standings? Well, that's how sick I am. That's how mentally deranged I am to think that a team that has no wins, that we're going to go to the playoffs. I should be fired for even just bringing that up, to be honest with you.
Well, no, the funny thing is if they win, you'll truly believe it, and you'll come back in here If they happen to win 2 in a row and say be what
forget
at that
about
point
it.
would be 2 and 3 at that point next Sunday night.
Yeah.
You'll be in here telling us how they're going to the playoffs. So it's not really like you've learned a lesson here or anything, but that's fine. Go Dolphins. Oh, there's a rarity. Brett Favre spotted on the sidelines.
Oh, I didn't see that.
I don't think I've seen Brett Favre at a football game in ages. And now all of a sudden, as we shift back to, are you okay if we talk about the game that's going on right now?
Yeah, let's go.
Anything else you need to get out?
Yeah.
No, don't
There's
say
Brett.
let's go. You've imploded this program from the start. So are you okay if we get to
He
the
looks
NFL?
good, by the way. Clean shaven, looks young. I'm shocked. He looks pretty good, to be honest with you.
4:50 to go in the game. Green Bay has the football. They're down 30-27. This is the greatest example of the Arnie curse. After being number 1 in your power rankings, the Packers went out and lost to the Browns last week.
Right.
And now they're having to go out and find a way to come from behind to beat the Cowboys, and they don't get much on first down. But kudos to the Cowboys, a 1-2 football team that looked dastardly last week. They're in position to maybe win this game.
When I was watching this game early on, I thought the Packers were actually going to go ahead and blow them away. I know an extra point really doesn't make that much of a difference. I know the Cowboys ran it back for 2, but it felt like some of the momentum was taken away from that touchdown. And then that's when Dallas slowly started making a comeback, and Green Bay let them hang around. And after those first 2 drives, Green Bay couldn't move the ball to save their lives. They let the Cowboys get right back in this thing.
Well, Josh Jacobs isn't right. I mean, they're facing a 3rd and long right now because they keep trying to feed Josh Jacobs, and he's just, I don't know. I get it.
He's had some good runs.
He's had a good night, but right now they keep showing him on the sidelines, and as he's just carried the ball, for -1, 18 carries for 70 yards. So they're going to keep feeding him. But I'll tell you something. At this point right now, they're 7 of 9 on 3rd downs tonight for the Green Bay Packers. They got to put the ball in the air. They got to put the ball in the air if they're going to win this football game. But we'll see if the Cowboys can hold on. We'll be watching along with you as we put a wrap on, well, I say we put a wrap. We got a doubleheader, big 3rd down conversion. Now that makes them 8 of 10 on 3rd downs. That's how you win football games, especially whenever the average distance is 6 yards or more. That was a 3rd down and 8, and the Cowboys just leave. I mean, I don't know how you can, but they leave one of their top, Romeo Doubs. They just pretty much left him wide open. But I take that back. There was pretty good coverage on him, but the Packers
he was on him.
Down.
It was a good
there.
catch. Yeah, good
he just
catch.
shook. I looked up whenever he was running after he had shook him late. But what did we learn this week, man? What a good week. We'll dive into the full breakdown of the entire weekend of football action. I got a chance to sit and watch all the college games yesterday. It was awesome. Got a chance to dive into all the NFL games today. It was awesome. But, I mean, what a fun day in the National Football League, man. Start to finish, early morning game. I like the early morning game. I'm sure the West Coasters don't care about it too terribly much. It took us approximately 1 quarter for everyone to hate Carson Wentz again. That's a Vikings fan. But what'd you make of today? Fun day start to finish.
See, now finally something up my time frame. A nice little 9:30 a.m. game, because the people on the West Coast are used to the 10 o'clock game. So 9:30, perfect fit. You're having a little breakfast, or you're done early. You're sitting down and you're ready to watch a little football at 9:30. Then you still know that you have a full day coming up at 1 o'clock. So I enjoy it. I think we have a game next week too at 9:30. I think we'll have it every week, for crying out loud. It is starting to get a little out of hand, though, to be honest with you, Chris.
You don't like it?
No, I like the time start, but I don't think I like them playing every weekend in a different part of the country.
Vikings-Browns are next week. That's the 9:30 kick Eastern time out in Tottenham in England. So
did I read somewhere that they're trying to get every team, all teams to play overseas at least one game each year? So every team is going to experience that. I don't know how they're going to work that out.
I don't know if they'll be able to do it every year, but I think they want.
Yeah.
Where was the article?
I think I sent it to you, but I have it. I'll pull it up for you, and I did. But they tried to say every team, and I'm like, that's a lot,
Every team in a year to play overseas?
Yeah.
Are you sure you read that right? That seems like a lot.
I know. I'm pretty sure about it.
That's not the most confident take I've ever heard.
I'll look it up. I'll see if I can find it. I might have.
But they're going back to Brazil, which I think has been a hit so far. So they're going to have a regular season game in Brazil. I mean, we're seeing more and more every single year. that are being played overseas. So, I mean, it wouldn't surprise me that they want to get every team rotated in.
Rio, though, that would be fun. Rio would be a lot of fun.
Haven't they been? Is that where they've been playing?
No, I think this is going to be the first time there, I thought.
I thought they've been playing on Friday nights to start the season in Brazil the last 2 years. Isn't that where am I wrong? Is that not where they played the Friday night game this year?
I thought there was a story that
Sao Paulo.
Oh, okay. Yeah. But it's still Brazil, right?
Right.
So they're moving it then from Sao Paulo to Rio de Janeiro.
Right.
Okay. So they've been in Brazil. They're just moving cities in Brazil.
That would be fun. Rio de Janeiro. That'd be.
You're the one that brought the story up. Have you found out if we're trying to play all the teams overseas or not?
Oh, you wanted me to look that up. I didn't know you wanted me to do that right now.
I mean, how dare you bring up a story or an angle, and then you're in charge of actually looking it up outside of, say, someone else who, I don't know, didn't bring it up? I mean, is that crazy of me to think that you might be on that or no?
Well, I wouldn't have just made it up off the top of my head. I had to have read it somewhere. So.
Or read it wrong. But again, I don't think it would be possible unless we're going to commit to, a full overseas schedule of, basically 16 games because everyone would have to play over there. That seems just a lot. But we're getting pretty close.
You know what? I even put it in the Roman numerals. I put it on the Roman numeral number 5, subsection 2.
All right. Well, then where's the story at? What's the source on it?
I'll have to look that up. Matter of fact, I also sent you a story how the NBA wants teams from overseas to even be in our NBA playoffs. How about that?
They want, what?
Teams from other leagues to be in our playoffs, the NBA playoffs.
Why? It's an inferior brand of basketball.
I'm just telling you. Now, that story I have. That story I did send you. I can't believe you didn't read that one.
Yeah, Arnie, you sent me 86 stories, and half of them are, wrong, and the others might be a fake story.
No, that's a true story. That's a true story.
Okay. So Adam Silver wants to have teams from overseas playing in the NBA playoffs.
Yes, absolutely. 100% on that. Here, matter of fact, here's the story. It says here, Adam Silver says NBA teams could potentially face off against NBA Europe teams even in the playoffs. You could see teams coming into our playoffs, top seeds from other leagues. So when I think of the flight from New York to LA, for example, there's no reason if we had 4 teams in Europe, you couldn't travel, play the Knicks or the Nets, travel to London, play 3-4 times in Europe, come back home. So I think it's very doable in our league.
For the playoffs?
Yeah.
Dude, Adam Silver's lost his ever mind.
Why do I feel like Arnie just is trying to shoe in his rec league sports?
Yeah, I know, right? He's trying to get his rec league teams involved in the playoffs.
It's like every time I bring up a story, I didn't see that. I'm like, am I delusional or what? No, this stuff's out there.
Again, I'll be honest with you. I'm so living, eating, sleeping, breathing football right now. That they even had NBA media days the other day, and I live in the state where the defending NBA champs play. And all the media day stuff, I'm like, it's like an 82 game season coming up, bro. We got a long. I'll be there for the night they hang the banner and everyone can celebrate, and then I'll pick you back up around the All-Star break.
Exactly.
Because you got. Listen, we got a great Sunday night football game going on. There's 2:12 to go in the game. The Packers are trying to put together a drive. They're down 3. They have it just, I guess you would say, in field goal range. It's right at the 30-yard line of the Cowboys, and they got a fresh set of downs. And now, as soon as I question Josh Jacobs, he is dragging Dallas Cowboys down inside the red zone. So 2-minute warning. This is the pros. So in the pros, in colleges, it's the 2-minute timeout. In the pros, it's the 2-minute warning. Exactly. 30-27 Cowboys lead it, but Packers are driving. All right. Well, since you took us to overseas football and the NBA Europe, let's get a break and reset the palate, shall we? That's Arnie Spanier. I'm Chris Plank. We're cooking on a Sunday night into a Monday morning, recapping the full day of NFL right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go. When it goes down in the NFL, it goes down here. Follow us on social media for all of it at Fox Sports Radio. Reactions.
The Bears are afraid.
Breakdowns.
His system will be very similar to what he's running in Minnesota.
Videos and more.
That's big, bro. Yeah.
At Fox Sports Radio.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available. Available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Perfect day at Sand, Salt Water, and Friends. But my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis can take me out of the moment. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy. With Skyrizi, most people saw 90% clearer skin, and many were even 100% plaque-free at 4 months. Skyrizi is just 4 doses a year after 2 starter doses.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
Thanks to Skyrizi, there's nothing on my skin, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 dermatologist-prescribed biologic in psoriasis. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI to learn more.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
In 1982, Atari players across the country settled into their shag carpeting. Homework went by the wayside, and so did sleep. These gamers only had one thing on their minds: Sword Quest. This wasn't just a new game. Epic and ambitious, the company promised $150,000 in prizes to 4 finalists, with the Sword of Ultimate Sorcery going to the grand prize winner.
Just got this, $3.35 an hour minimum wage job, and next thing you know, I got this freaking $25,000 prize.
But what started as a video game promotion would become one of the most controversial moments in 80s pop culture, with broken promises, urban myths, payoffs, and a central mystery that's consumed fans for decades.
I never ended up seeing these prizes in person.
How did all those prizes, valued at $150,000, become something of a lost treasure? I'm Jamie Loftus. Join us for The Legend of Sword Quest, a podcast about the fall of Atari and the disappearing Sword Quest prizes. We'll follow the quest for missing treasure across 4 decades. Listen to The Legend of Sword Quest on the iHeartRadio app.
I'm Julian Edelman. That's Rob Gronkowski. And guess what, folks? We're teammates again. And we're going to welcome you guys all to Dudes on Dudes.
Dudes on Dudes.
That sounds a little weird, but that's what this is going to be. Roberto, what's Dudes on Dudes?
Well, I'm a dude, you're a dude, and Dudes on Dudes is our brand new show. And we're going to see who the ultimate dude really is.
The premise of this show is going to be, we're going to highlight players, peers, guys that we played against, legends from the past. We'll get into the types of dudes. What kind of types of dudes are there, Gronk?
A lot of different types of dudes. We got studs, wizards. We got freaks.
Or dudes, dude.
We got dogs.
We'll break down their games. We'll share some insider stories and determine what kind of dude each of these dudes are. Is Randy Moss a stud or a freak? Is Tom Brady a dog or a dude's dude?
We're gonna find out, Jules. New episodes drop every Thursday during the NFL season.
Subscribe on YouTube. Follow us on Instagram, TikTok, Snapchat, and X. Go to Apple Podcasts and write a review about dudes that you want us to do.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Exercise is hard. So is maintaining a healthy diet. Of course, neither is half as hard as dying. Sadly, type 2 diabetes, heart disease, and stroke kill nearly 1 million people a year. Even sadder, most of these deaths are preventable with a few lifestyle changes, including regular activity, healthier eating, and not smoking. Talk to your doctor about your risk for type 2 diabetes and heart disease. And if your doctor recommends lifestyle changes or medication, listen. The reason so many die is because not enough are willing to change. You can stop it, starting right now. It's your life. Listen to your doctor. Eat better. Get moving. Visit checkupamerica.org or call 1-800-DIABETES. A message from the American Diabetes Association.
We are One.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
What a drive from the Green Bay Packers. They cap off a 10-play, 80-yard drive with a 15-yard touchdown pass from Love to Romeo Doubs. He's got 5 catches for 52 yards. Packers up 34-30, and then Dallas, big kick return, pushes it out near midfield. So a minute 38 to go in the game, 34-30. Dak Prescott in his career has 7 game-winning drives in the final 2 minutes of the fourth quarter or overtime. Arnie, will they get it done? Will the Cowboys get it done here?
Do you like the, you know, what bothers me is it used to be you had to work a little bit to get in the field goal range to kick the tying or winning field goal. Now you just take the kickoff back and you're easily getting to like the 35, 40 yard line or better than that. You need like 1 first down and you're in field goal range. Well,
but I mean, the Cowboys are down 4.
Right. No, I'm just saying overall though, the kickoff.
Wait, was that a fumble? No, they're saying incomplete pass.
You're ahead of me. I hate it.
Good. Like, thank you, Jesus.
You're about
the
20,
last thing we need is you to be ahead of us. Dak just had one that he kind of short-armed that looked for a moment like it might be a fumble.
No, he threw that.
Yeah, but he threw that. He just kind of slipped out of his hand as it was going forward. I don't know, though. Sometimes, what, you got to have the arm. Is the ball out of the hand, though? That's one of those where if they can see, look, they're going to review this. They're going to look at this. If the ball's out of the hand while it's going forward, it's a fumble. But no. They're going to rule it an incomplete pass. So
bigger game for who right now? Cowboys or the Packers?
Cowboys, right? I mean, Green Bay started out 2-0. Yeah. They've given themselves a little bit of a cushion. They traded Micah Parsons. The last thing you want to have happen is for Micah Parsons to end the game with like a strip sack here or something. He's been pretty close the last few drives. But, yeah, I don't know, dude. I think it's bigger for the Cowboys. What about you?
Well, if they lose, they'll drop to 1-3.
1-3 at that point, yeah.
Yeah, but Packers, with the start they had, and to think that they'd be 2-2 and lose to a team that they dominated, like 9 of the last 10 games, they can still turn it around, though. So I have to agree with you. I think it's a bigger game for the Cowboys. It's tough to come back from a 1-3 start, especially with Philadelphia and Washington in that division.
All right, they've pushed it into Packers territory, but they're facing a third down. Let me go ahead and clean up the note on overseas games.
Yeah.
This wasn't some statement from the league or anything?
It was. I just happened to look that one up, but it was a statement from somewhere. I don't know.
No, like it wasn't something where Goodell was talking to a bunch of like the NFL writers or anything.
No.
Here, I found it. You were right. Roger Goodell, according to Brooke Pryor, said that his goal is to set 16 international games this season. So every team has one. And it came while he was speaking at a panel event.
Okay.
So he was at a panel discussion in Ireland. Oh, my, the Cowboys are going to score. 5-yard line, touchdown Dallas. Touchdown Dallas.
Wow.
Oh, my goodness. 43 seconds left in the game. George Pickens took it at about the 15, spun away from a defender, took it to the house. The Cowboys have taken the lead on a 3-play, 54-yard drive that took 1 minute and 2 seconds. A minute. And now it gets back to what you were just talking about, Arnie, with that kick return.
With the kickoff, right, exactly.
Yeah. So Green Bay might put themselves in great position. But real quick, so it was a panel discussion in Ireland where he was basically asked questions. Brooke Pryor, my pal, was there, and she said that Goodell said the league wants to stage 16 international games per year. So you're right. I think it's crazy. Now, if that's the case, then I hope you're going to start, in those taxpayer-funded stadiums for the lost revenue. I hope you're going to start some sort of reimbursement plan on that, because that's taking away from the fans that spend all the money on the tickets and their tax dollars go towards the stadium.
Right,
I mean, that to me, I know it's just one game a year, and I guess that would balance it out so you don't have teams that are stressed out having to go overseas. But that,
but if you had
that seems like a lot.
If you added to an 18th game, it was one game you weren't going to have anyway.
That's true. That's a fair point. If we get to that 18-game league,
which we will, I'm sure we will. Right?
You think so? Eventually, he's pushing it.
A couple years, yeah.
He's pushing it. All right, Cowboys coming down the stretch. Let's get an update from Steve DeSager, who's been watching this game intently, and it's been a doozy as well as all the games here on this Sunday. Steve DeSager, what's trending, buddy?
Hello, gentlemen, and it's amazing the Dallas Cowboys have scored 37 points tonight, because if you saw the first quarter and a half, they had one first down. They were down 13-0 briefly and then blocked an extra point and ran it back for 2. But they were still down 13-2 to Green Bay.
How often does that happen? Block the extra point and run it back for 2?
Well, I'm sure the Eagles are going to do that as well next week, because they're on a
Thank goodness I cut them from my fantasy football team and picked up the Browns defense.
Dallas in the final minute before halftime, 2 touchdowns to take the lead. And amazingly, the offense has kept it up. So 37-34, the lead over Green Bay. The Packers had just gone back in front with under 2 minutes to go. Jordan Love, his 3rd touchdown pass of the night, all to Romeo Doubs. Now it's 3 TD passes for Dak Prescott. He's up to 256 yards through the air. Javonte Williams, 17 carries, 72 yards. He had a TD on a direct snap for Dallas. And George Pickens now has 2 TDs, 6 receptions, 108 yards. We have now about 30 seconds to go in regulation. The Packers are going to take over down 37-34 at Dallas. And as far as the international games, and the day started with the Dublin game, Pittsburgh held on to beat Minnesota 24-21. Minnesota is staying in Europe this week.
Right.
And they will play in London next Sunday against the Browns. And then in the same stadium in London, 2 weeks from today, it's the Jets against the Broncos. And then the next week at Wembley Stadium in London, 3 weeks from today, it'll be the Rams against Jacksonville. There are also going to be 2 international games, not in England, but in November, one in Berlin and one in Madrid. The Dolphins are playing mid-November in Madrid against Washington. So, they've got a few this year. Earlier, Kansas City beat Baltimore 37-20. 4 touchdown passes. Patrick Mahomes, Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson left with a hamstring injury. Jacksonville held on to win at San Francisco 26-21. 49ers with 4 turnovers. The Rams scored 2 touchdowns in the last 3.5 minutes to beat the Colts 27-20. And it must be said again out loud, Colts wide receiver Adonai Mitchell blew a 76-yard touchdown when he celebrated early and fumbled the ball through the end zone in the 3rd quarter, and his team winds up losing by a touchdown. Chicago came back to win at Las Vegas 25-24. Raiders with 4 turnovers. The Bears blocked a 54-yard field goal attempt at the end. By the way,
that crushed me. I felt bad for Plank at that point.
You did, personally.
Oh, absolutely.
Arnie has feelings.
Oh. Poor Chris
Play the breaking news sounder.
I actually came away from that game happy, which is the weirdest thing ever.
It was an actual ground game. They actually exactly.
I saw a running back that he took in the top 10 do something. That made me.
So that's why I say I'm a bigger fan than you guys.
That's right.
Ashton Genty, 3 total touchdowns, 1 fumble in Vegas today, 138 yards rushing.
Yeah, he looked good.
To start this drive for the Packers at Dallas with about 30 seconds left, Jordan Love swing pass to Josh Jacobs, a 25-yard gain. Jacobs has 81 yards rushing and 2 scores. He also has 4 catches, 71 yards to lead his team in that category. And the Packers, with 22 seconds left in regulation, down 37-34, have just crossed midfield. So things are going okay, and now it's about a 10-yard gain and another first down. Boy,
what is that, DeSager, the 44 where they are right now?
I think it's 39.
30, oh, wow.
So we are about
39.
57-yard field goal attempt at the moment. 17 seconds left. Brandon McManus, and this would be an indoor on-turf kick, standing by. Earlier, not only the Dublin game that the Steelers won, Giants upset the Chargers 21-18, but Giants star wide receiver Malik Neighbors left with a knee injury, possible torn ACL, MRI on Monday. Buffalo's 4-0 after beating winless New Orleans 31-19.
By the way, thank goodness we got the report from Schefter, the guy that said the Giants are nervous that it might be an ACL. So way to come out on that report. I would never have figured that out.
He also talked about the knee injury of Josh Jacobs tonight, who's done nothing but, keep the Packers in the game since he came back in off the sideline.
Do they not even measure for first downs now? Do the officials just come in and like, no, close enough? That looked like they should have measured that, DeSager. What do you think? Did he
They
get
do
it?
not use the chains on the field anymore.
Right.
They're mere backups. So it's all on the human spot. And once they get the spot, then they can use the technology and say, oh, that was 9 inches short of a first down or some such thing. Philadelphia's 4-0 after holding on at Tampa Bay 31-25. It was 31-13 late in the third. Detroit and Atlanta, each one at home. New England as well. Houston was hosting Tennessee in a battle of winless teams, and Houston beat them 26-0. It was 6-0 to start the fourth quarter. Arkansas fired head coach Sam Pittman. Bobby Petrino takes over as interim coach. Oklahoma State fired defensive coordinator Todd Grantham. Head coach Mike Gundy was let go last week. Yes, exactly. But the head coach was gone, so they talk about money. We really need your money here at the Oklahoma State program if we're going to be. Yeah, okay, just pay off all the 3-year contracts you have all at once. None of that is going to make its way to players or recruits. Congratulations. Updating the game at Dallas. Cowboys up by 3. 12 seconds left. Dallas has used its final timeout on defense. The Packers have the ball at the Dallas 39. So, again, it would be close to a 57-yard field goal attempt at this point. It is a first down, as we mentioned. So
McManus doesn't look good. He just looks nervous. Like he's going to throw up or something.
That's how the Illinois kicker looked yesterday whenever I was watching Illinois USC. I was like, this guy's going to shank this thing. And, of course, he peered it.
Game winner, yeah. By the way, that turned out to be quite the game. Unexpectedly so. The big noon kickoff on Fox yesterday. And wasn't that the longest game of the day also? They literally were on the air almost 4 hours for that, and it did not go overtime. Josh Jacobs has run for 4 yards up the middle to set up the field goal attempt, and that's where we stand. 8 seconds left. Timeout, Green Bay. They can bring on, I assume right now, bring on the field goal team. Do you risk it in the final seconds, running one more play, guys? It's second down.
No. You got to kick it right now. There is 8 seconds left, though, so.
I know.
Jordan Love's not coming off the field.
He's not. So this is I'm not saying it's a huge risk, but it is a risk. I know you still have one timeout left.
How much yards are you going to gain? Another yard or two? It's not
exactly.
worth it.
Just put it on a hash that he might lie.
What they're really doing is trying to run the clock out so that the kick is the last thing because they know Brandon Aubrey can kick an 80-yard field goal.
That's right.
There are
Dude can boot it from anywhere.
The guy from Tampa today had a 65-yarder.
65 he did, actually.
Which would have been good from 70.
That was the longest field goal made outdoors in NFL history, by the way, that Tampa Bay game.
What are they doing?
So they go back to pass with 8 seconds left and throw it deep and out of bounds, which leaves 4 seconds remaining. Bring the field goal unit on third down, only 4 seconds to go.
What was that?
Yeah, I agree. This will be about a 53-yard attempt just to send it to overtime at Dallas. Cowboys are winning 37-34. Green Bay is about to line up. Dallas does not have any timeouts left on defense.
Green Bay has one left, by the way.
Green Bay has one left. Major League Baseball's regular season has ended. The Guardians clinched the AL Central title. Detroit lost again, then Cleveland won in 10 innings. Blue Jays won at home to clinch the AL East. The Mets season is over after getting shut out 4-0 at Miami. The Reds get the final wild card spot. 53-yard attempt from McManus is straight down the middle. We're going overtime at Dallas. Tied at 37. This is like that Giants-Dallas game in recent weeks. Do you recall?
Oh, that's
Didn't
crazy.
expect anything from that one, and here we go to OT. back to you.
Thanks, Steve. By the way,
Unbelievable.
Shady Sean 420, my
Yeah.
guy, he has his parlay still alive. He needs the Packers to win tonight. I think it's like a 17 parlay that he hit. And give him credit because one of the teams that he picked in that were the Jaguars. So you want to make fun of how anyone can hit a 30-team parlay. You picked the Jaguars over the Niners? Don't know if many people were thinking that was going to happen today. All right, let's get a break so we can all watch overtime together. We're heading to OT in Dallas. Cowboys-Packers tied at 37. It's Arnie and Plank on Fox Sports Radio.
Here we go. Have you asked yourself, why do we do what we do?
Here's the thing. I think there's something different.
Well, we do it all for you.
I love it.
I love it, love it, love it.
We give you the sports and entertainment you need to get you through your day.
You got to be consistent.
We do what we do for you.
For you.
We are here for you. For you. On Fox Sports Radio.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC-branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. On the road again? Can't drive 55? Trying to catch me riding dirty? No car ride is complete without the perfect soundtrack. That's why iHeartRadio wants to complete your commuting and road tripping experience by integrating with the world's largest navigation app, Waze. Now, while you navigate turn by turn in Waze, you can also stay connected to your favorite stations, playlists, and podcasts from iHeartRadio. Just tap on the music icon from the Waze navigation screen and select iHeartRadio to listen to all your favorite content. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in the car through Waze on iPhone and Android. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there.
Of course my kid's in the right car seat. Well, I think he is.
Yeah, my kid's in a booster seat. He was ready to move up. He is ready, right?
Her car seat looks like the right size.
There are probably rules on when to move up to a booster seat, aren't there?
Rear facing, forward facing. I think I have it right.
Car crashes are a leading killer of children 1 to 13. Are your children in the right car seat for their age and size? Don't think you know. Know you know. Go to safercar.gov/the right seat.
I know my child's in the right car seat, or else I wouldn't get in the driver's seat.
Brought to you by the National Highway Traffic Safety Administration and the Ad Council.
We asked parents who adopted teens to share their journey.
Nathan has taught me to embrace the moment. Age-wise, I'm in my late 60s. I'm old enough to be his grandfather. Will I be embarrassed to acknowledge me as his dad? I think the most important thing we can do is let them know that they're safe, that they're valued and cared for and loved, and that they're important.
I knew I wanted to be adopted by him because of how he taught me to be the person who I am today. And it's coming from a dad that didn't expect to become a dad. And I feel very proud to be his son.
I was what he needed, and he was what I needed. Every day is full of new opportunities. That's what it's been about, realizing the simple things that it takes to make such a huge difference in these kids' lives.
Learn about adopting a teen from foster care at adoptuskids.org. Brought to you by Adopt U.S. Kids, the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, and the Ad Council.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
So, Matt, you write a newsletter. It's called Money Stuff.
People frequently say to me, I enjoy your newsletter, but I'd like to hear you say it into my ear. And I say, that would take a long time. But what we could do instead is I could chat about my newsletter with my good friend Katie.
When it comes to money stuff, you write about a range of topics. What range of topics might we expect in the podcast version?
A smaller range.
Right. We only have 30 minutes.
And in that time, we will talk about weird stories from the world of finance that somehow illuminate or say something interesting about how finance works. Like money stuff.
All the money stuff.
All the stuff.
Yeah. We will be talking about ETFs, the world of investing. That's what I like to talk about. We'll probably talk about horses and dressage a fair amount, I would say.
Horses and dressage will come up more here than they do in the Money Stuff newsletter. And, we'll talk to people. Maybe we'll have some guests on, and we'll answer some reader questions if you have any. I'm Matt Levine, the Money Stuff columnist at Bloomberg Opinions.
And I'm Katie Greifeld. I'm a reporter and an anchor with Bloomberg News.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We are His voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken. Wow. You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Hey, this isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of the legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. Dallas picks up a big third down. We're in overtime. Packers, Cowboys tied at 37. What, they have a flag on that kick return? Dallas had a big kick return that was brought all the way back to their own 20-yard line. But they're moving the ball down. The Cowboys look good offensively tonight.
37, and that's without C.D. Lamb. Who would have thought that Pickens would have this type of game when they don't have their #1 receiver to take away, the #1 corner from him? So it's phenomenal. I can't believe it, especially because Green Bay does have a good defense. I don't know what's happened to him the last couple of games. It's like ever since I pronounced them the #1 team in the power rankings, they've fallen apart.
How it works. Yeah. Wild. 11 targets for one George Pickens tonight. 8 catches, 134 yards, and 2 touchdowns. He's looked incredible. Cowboys have been able to run the ball fairly well, too. As Jamal Williams has 84 yards on 19 carries. For the Fantasy Geek in you, over 300 yards and 3 scores for Jordan Love. Looks like it's just a matter of time before Dak Prescott surpasses 300 yards. He's at 285 with 3 scores right now. Cowboys have it second and seven, moving into Packers territory. That's the 39-yard line. Boy, Dak's in trouble here. Oh, are you kidding me? What a catch at the 5-yard line. Holy smokes.
I hate that you're so far ahead.
Holy smokes. Now, you should like it because instead of when you're ahead, you just go, whoa.
And I just stopped there.
That's right. One of the Cowboys receivers, Jalen Tolbert, got free and made an incredible catch. Yeah, and he got both feet in at the 5-yard line.
Wow, what a catch.
I mean, unbelievable to not only get that left foot in, but drag the right foot to get it down. The Cowboys have it first and goal. That won't even be looked at. That's not even looked at by replay officials. How about that?
Good job. Good job. Cowboys punch it in here, and then we'll see if I don't like the new overtime rules. I don't like that it could finish in a tie. I think you should just play it out. I don't like that you could really, just drain that clock. It's only a 10-minute clock. It used to be a 12-minute clock, I believe.
Did it really?
Yeah.
I don't remember. But this has been an incredible game. I mean, I know that we all fought about the idea of having, both teams with the opportunity to have a possession in overtime.
Right.
And now that they have it, I kind of like it. You think this Cowboys going to get this in the final 2 minutes here of our hour, Arnie? Or are we going to have to watch it and then talk about it when we come back?
Yeah, I think we'll have to talk about it. Yeah, when we get back. I don't know if they'll get it in right now, but they've got a couple of minutes to try to figure it out.
319 now, the total yardage for Dak Prescott, 31 of 39. They have it first and goal. There's 6:09
and without
left.
a real running back, two of the running backs got hurt. They were down to like their fullback.
Oh, did Williams get hurt tonight?
Yeah.
Oh, I thought he was in the game. I thought Javonte Williams was in the game. My bad.
Maybe he came back.
He's running the ball right now.
Well, then he came back because they lost their second string running back too, that they had to take into the locker room. I forget who that one was.
The Cowboys have actually run the ball okay tonight. Let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 different guys have run the football for the Cowboys tonight, including Javonte Williams, who now has 20 carries for 85 yards. It's second down and goal with the clock running, 37 all. Cowboys as a team, 26 carries, 117 yards, 4.5 yards per carry. They've got it right at the 5, making that the 4-yard line, and Dak's going to throw. No one's open. He's going to try to run for it, tripped up at the 4-yard line by who else? But the guy that they gave up on. I didn't say gave up on. They got 2 first-round picks for him. Micah Parsons. All right, well, we'll watch this.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
Okay, we're running out of time, so we'll talk about that, about how he called Jerry and tried to fix things the very last minute. And Jerry said, you better get your butt on the field or go to Green Bay. So
how about that? Hey, be sure to check out DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Right now, use the promo code FOXGAME. That's FOXGAME to claim your special offer at DraftKings. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Don't forget, that's promo code FOXGAME. Third and goal for the Cowboys in overtime. Prescott waits, throws. All right, we'll have a 4th and goal or a field goal attempt when we come back. It's Arnie and Plank watching Sunday Night Football in overtime on Fox.
We are Fox Sports.
Let's go. You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
Your friend, Peter Tilden.
Hey, Jay. By the way, the script says best friend.
Yes, it does, Peter. Anyway, Peter and I met over 25 years ago and became really good friends.
Best friends.
Because we had 2 things in common. Number 1, we like to argue about everything. Driving, food, music.
No, we don't. And number 2, when things annoy us or they perplex us or just don't seem to make any sense, whether it's something in the news or in our personal lives, we go, really, no, really.
And then we have to find answers.
So we created a podcast called Really No Really. It's about finding the answers to all the things that make us go, really, no, really. Jerry Seinfeld wondered why they refused to make the stall door go all the way to the floor in a public bathroom, but he didn't get an answer. We did by reaching out to an expert.
And talking dogs. Really? No, really? We spoke to the pet parent of a dog who's become a social media star to find out if pressing buttons on a soundboard with a paw or a nose is truly communicating or they're just showing off.
Competitive eaters, they don't chew during competitions. How about that?
Really? No, really?
That's what we heard. So we spoke to some of the biggest champions of the hot dog eats hot dog world of competitive eating to get the answer. And those are just a few of the things we'll explore on the Really No Really podcast with Jason Alexander and Peter Tilden.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I just realized that the first letter of every line of this review spells help me.
It seems like everyone's a critic these days, blessing the world with our slightest opinions, all on our own mini platforms.
I have another user review here. It's impossible to get into the lives of characters.
Nope, it's entirely possible. That's the profession of filmmaking.
I hate Batman. And the only thing we have left to criticize is criticism itself. I'm Scott Janovitz.
And I'm Greg Conlon.
Citizen Critic, a podcast where we will critique the critics and review the reviews of everything from movies, music, and television to toasters, toiletries, and paint colors.
We'll hear from the experts.
Here's my review. Coldness and heartlessness are undermining today's suspense movies. The end. Don't go see it. 0 stars. As well as from all the citizen critics out there. So we loved our experience here because I read all the reviews beforehand and did not stay, eat dinner, or officially tour here. 5 stars. We'll find some useful tips. This is in German. Do not buy unless you speak German. As you can tell from this review, I speak English and not German. Because we won the war.
Well, and some pretty useless tips.
Oh, it has wall-to-wall profanity and vulgar language.
Can't you just make a movie about mobsters where they don't swear?
We'll uncover some startling truths. September 11th was still more than a week away.
He claiming Mr. Rogers had something to do with 9/11?
I think he's not claiming it. I think he's about to prove it, Greg. We'll go on a journey of self-discovery.
Night of the Comet is one of the greatest movies. Well, no, it's not, but I immediately back off that.
And confront our own shameful opinions.
Why should the pros who get, at least they get paid for it? I want to do this for free. Like my opinion on, what was that band that I really got out in front of?
The New Radicals.
The New Radicals. Yeah, I was like, I think this guy's the next Stevie Wonder.
But mostly, it'll be a bunch of nonsense like this.
Yeah, use Bing.
Use Bing. Let me Bing it.
Yeah, I'm going to Bing this.
Bing?
Bing. Find Citizen Critic on the iHeartRadio app or wherever you get your podcasts.
We are Buzzword. And here's what you need to know.
They're late in overtime of the Sunday night NFL game at Dallas. The Cowboys settled for a short field goal on their possession to start the OT. So the Cowboys are ahead of Green Bay, 40-37. Packers have a 3rd and 6 in their own end coming up after a timeout. Kansas City beat Baltimore 37-20. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson left with a hamstring injury. The Rams' Puka Nacua had 13 receptions in a win over the Colts, 27-20. Rams with 2 TDs in the final minutes. Chicago won 25-24 at Las Vegas. Jacksonville held on to win at San Francisco 26-21. Pittsburgh won its game in Dublin 24-21 over Minnesota. Arkansas fired head coach Sam Pittman. Europe's golfers held on to win the Ryder Cup. Chase Elliott took the NASCAR race. WNBA playoff wins for Phoenix and Indiana. Baseball's regular season ended. Division titles for the Blue Jays and Guardians. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Football Sunday. And we're breaking down your football day.
Physical.
One play at a time.
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday from the play. Touchdown! Keep running to the right. He's got room at the 42. Post game. Your football teams are repped here. Fox Football Sunday is now. Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Arnie Spaniard and Chris Plank.
Oh, we're heading down the home stretch. Packers have a big 4th down coming up. Arnie and Plank here on Fox Sports Radio. 4th and 6 from their own 23-yard line, down 40-37, as you just heard from DeSager in overtime. We'll have some time to hash this out because Green Bay has called a timeout. I am perplexed why Dallas didn't take the ineligible man downfield penalty.
What would have? I didn't see what would have. Where would have
5-yard penalty? It would have put him at that point 2nd and 11. But
they wanted it down, right?
Yeah, I guess they wanted to make it 3rd down, and on 3rd and 6, Jordan Love threw a lollipop pass.
Why throw it deep downfield on 3rd down when it's 3rd and 6? There's plenty of time. Work the field, go up the middle. Why bother throwing it that deep? Now you got a do or die 4th down.
It's a great question. I have no idea.
Especially along the sideline, too. That's ridiculous.
Yeah, incredibly dumb, I think. Again, they've been having, I hate to try to sound like an X and O guy, but crossers open all game long, and they decided to try to throw a bomb. Now, maybe there should have been a flag for PI, but I don't mind the underthrown ball and not getting a pass interference. All right, Green Bay converts. They'll keep the drive alive. Short pass to, who is that? Is that Jacobs? No, Gold. Oh, Anthony Gold. So Matthew Gold, probably. So a lot of the first down, just short of the
He's awesome,
34.
Gold. I just love that guy.
You like him?
Yeah.
He's a Longhorn. Took me a while, but that was he's been impressive so far for Green Bay tonight. If you are a numbers nerd, that's the 4th catch of the night for Matthew Golden. 4 catches, 61 yards. Had that 46-yard bomb that he caught earlier. See if they try to get Josh Jacobs. Well, Jacobs isn't even in the game right now, and they get a big run. Oh, my goodness. Emmanuel Wilson pounds it up towards midfield. A little pushing and shoving afterwards. Been a good game. 40-37, the Cowboys lead, and I will say, I do like the idea of this overtime. Now, Arnie, what are we about? 4 years in, where the field goal on the first possession doesn't end overtime. I like that because, number one, the Cowboys had to go for it, a couple times in the red zone instead of just trotting out the kicker to end the game. I do like that in the NFL, though, that you just don't kick the field goal that ends the game.
Right. Well, a touchdown wouldn't have ended the game anyway, right? Because they both would have.
No, yeah, I understand. Yeah, exactly. It wouldn't have ended it, but I'm just saying, if you go back to the old school way.
Oh, my goodness. It was horrible. Yeah.
Terrible. All right. Well, Green Bay really chugging up some yards now. They're going to have it in Cowboys territory at the 40-yard line. They found something here with Emmanuel Wilson. He's up to 7 carries for 37 yards right now. Don't know if any of you had Emmanuel Wilson going in fantasy tonight. But it's a great game that we're keeping tabs on as we recap what I thought was a fun day of the NFL. It started early. We almost forget about the early morning kick. And you ready to apologize to me yet?
On what?
On Aaron Rodgers. I think he looks pretty damn good.
He does look pretty damn good. Right now. He absolutely does. I'm not ready to jump all in, but the fact that Baltimore is off to a 1-3 start and Cincinnati lost their quarterback, they're looking pretty good in that division to go ahead and win it. That's for sure.
Well, listen, the Browns, bless their hearts, they beat the Packers last week, and they maybe kept it a little bit tighter than some might have thought against the Lions for a while today. I think that was like 20-10 in the third quarter, and then Detroit put 14 on the board in the fourth to really separate things. But yeah, I'd like to steal one of your phrases here.
Yeah,
I think that division race might be OVER over right now.
Do you think Russell Wilson's going to go to the Bengals? I mean, after what Jackson Dart did today, and they got the win, I'm like, oh, that's all I need to see. He's our quarterback from here on out. Goodbye, Russ, and let's go see what we can get for him. Let's go ahead and trade him.
Well, I mean, who would you, if you're the Bengals right now, Cincinnati fans would love to hear from you on this. Are you saying, no, let's stick with Jake Browning, who's looked meh the last few weeks? Or do you say, all right, let's go make a push for, why would you want Russ? I mean, he got benched in Pittsburgh, or he got hurt in Pittsburgh last year and was clearly, I thought, the second best quarterback to Justin Fields.
2 weeks ago, I saw him throw for 450 yards. That's why.
Well, right now you're watching Jordan Love throw for 320 against this defense.
Well, I don't have a quarterback. I mean, you
have Jake Browning. That's been in your system for 3 years now.
He didn't look very good, even though he got the win. He threw a boatload of interceptions.
Oh, you think he's thrown a boatload of interceptions?
Yeah.
Are you trying to tell me right now that 3 touchdown passes to 5 interceptions is a bad touchdown interception ratio, Arnie? Is that what you're trying to tell me?
Would you just stay with him then? Is that what you're saying? You would rather just stay with him?
Well, but see, okay, this is my theory, and we'll throw it in front of Todd. Todd's with us tonight, right?
Yeah.
Okay, we'll throw it in front of Todd. I don't think it's as simple as go trade for this guy, and he's going to make everything right, because every quarterbacks are in different systems. There's timing with wide receivers. Do I think it could work? Sure. I mean, we're watching Carson Wentz. I mean, what did Wentz throw for today? Like 350?
Exactly.
So, I mean, maybe you can pick up a guy, but it takes at least a couple of weeks to understand that system. So by that point, where are you as the Bengals? And do you want to give up like a 5th round pick to go get Russell Wilson?
Yeah, I don't even know if you have to give up that. I mean, the Giants probably just want him out of the, out of the area, out of the locker room, just to give more confidence to Dart, to show, look, we got rid of the backup. You're the guy moving on forward. Let's see what you got.
So the guy
he didn't look good, Dart, I liked him, didn't you?
Oh, I loved him. I loved him. You mean the guy that Jackson Dart praised in his post-game press conference for helping him out? That's the guy you want to get out of town now.
Yes, that's the guy you want to get out of town. Exactly.
I mean, they do have a very unique quarterback room in New York right now because it's obvious Jackson Dart's the dude. And then you still have Jameis Winston that's dancing around like he's the guy. And then you added Russell Wilson, who is now on his, 4th team in 4 years, 3rd team in 3, whatever it might be, because he went from being the. What have you made of the conversation this week? Speaking of Russell Wilson, what have you made of the conversation that he has played himself out of the Hall of Fame?
You know, I didn't understand why everybody decided to go ahead and pick on him like that.
Crazy, right? He came out of nowhere.
It was, unless everybody's trying to have like hot sports opinions, because they're doing these podcasts nowadays and athletes feel like they have to say something crazy or something like that. I don't think, once you're in there, it's really, really tough to play your way out. That's like having bad Super Bowl games or something to that effect. So no, I don't think he's played his way out. I still think he's a Hall of Famer, but it certainly has not been, really nice years for him. The last 3 or 4, that's for sure. No doubt about that.
Yeah, I don't know where that came from. And it was everywhere. Every so often there'll be a
Richard Sherman, right? Is that what it was?
I think Sherman started it. Yeah. Right. And then Dan Patrick was talking about it. And then all of a sudden, that kind of becomes an echo chamber where everyone has an opinion on it. But I think I'm with you on this one. It's kind of hard to truly play your way out of it. I've lost my Sunday Night Football feed, Arnie.
Oh, really?
I've just completely lost it. And it's showing. I don't know if this is a nationwide thing because I watch on an app. So it's showing that the screen is showing Packers Cowboys.
I still have I'm still watching on TV.
Are you watching on an app or are you watching on the actual channel?
I'm watching on the actual channel. So
see, I wonder if there's some sort of app outage right now because if it's my intrawebs and I wouldn't even be seeing a screen at all that would show me Sunday Night Football, Packers versus Cowboys. Well, that means who's in charge of play-by-play from this point forward.
Don't say it.
I do want to say this. The Packers
I'll let you know that Jordan Love just threw incomplete and the clock stopped with 1 second left in overtime.
I would review that. I'm telling you, it looked like that was a short stop, 1 second. I can't believe this game's in Dallas because it certainly looked like in their favor. They didn't have a timeout left, so he took too much time to throw it to the end zone. I'm saying to myself, you're not going to get a 4th down. You're not going to have a chance for a field goal. Lucky it stopped at 1 second. That was incredible.
The line of scrimmage was the 16, so they were definitely in field goal range. They risked it with the pass to the back of the end zone, incomplete, with 1 second left after the incompletion. They bring on Brandon McManus, who tied it at the end of regulation with a 53-yarder. He's just tied it with a 34-yarder, and the game is over. The final is Green Bay 40, Dallas 40. According to my research, the Dallas Cowboys have not had a game finish in a tie since 1969.
And I'm going to make another prediction. Did you see?
It's the Niners.
When the game ended, if you look at the bench, there's like 4 or 5 Packer players sitting on the bench. I will bet you dollars to donuts. Half of them didn't know that the game was over. There was another overtime. They didn't know that the game could end at the time. They were sitting there going, okay, let's keep it going. But
each team had one possession. Each team had a long possession, about 5 minutes each.
You can't do that.
Each team with a field goal. And for those who are unaware, it was the NFL owners' meetings in Florida in the offseason. It was the proposal from the Eagles, let's make the regular season overtime rules like the postseason overtime rules, where both teams get a chance for a possession regardless of how the first possession of OT goes. It used to be first possession touchdown could end it. That's not the case anymore, which will lead to more things like this because they kept it at a 10-minute overtime.
Right. You got to do 12 minutes.
It also brought up the question of if you score first a touchdown, do you go for 2?
Right.
And really put the pressure on the other guys, which might only have one possession. It turned out, like I say, one possession each tonight, about 5 minutes each. There goes your 10 minutes of overtime, and 40-40 is the final.
Interesting tweet, because you said this was a great game, Chris.
I thought it was.
And Tiger Man said, great game, but it ended in the biggest disappointment I've ever seen. Because did it end in a tie? Does that mean that it's no longer a great game because it ended in a tie, or what?
I don't know. I mean, I still thought it was a great game. I don't
but
like the idea
it is a big disappointment. It is a big disappointment.
A very strange stat is the Cowboys at home had no turnovers and yet really didn't get the win here. NFL's saying that teams in the Super Bowl era, so this is going back almost 60 years, teams that scored 40 points or more with no turnovers at home had been 300-0 until tonight. A tie for Dallas.
They go 300-0.
Oh, my
and
goodness.
won.
I love it. I love it.
Crazy,
but they covered the
man.
spread. They were getting 3.5 points, I think.
Oh, that's right. I hadn't even thought about that. There are Vegas implications on that as well.
Oh, big time, big time.
By the way, you were praising, Chris, the Jalen Tolbert catch late in regulation where Dak Prescott was under immense pressure and heaved it toward the goal line. And the receiver, Tolbert, came back from the end zone to somehow keep both feet in at the sideline at the 5. They had to settle for the short field goal, but Next Gen Stats said the completion probability on that pass was 7%, and yet he completed it. Second most improbable completion in the decade or so of Next Gen Stats.
Oh, my
That's
goodness.
crazy.
That's wild. Well, way to go. I don't even know what to say after this one. Like, do you say
you
good
didn't
job?
win.
I mean,
Yeah.
you didn't win, but you didn't lose.
Well, the good
Unreal.
news for the Cowboys is their schedule the next couple of weeks is at the Jets, at the Panthers. So they don't go to 1-3, which is what you had talked about the fear of for them early in this show. They're not 1-3.
They're not 1-3, but I think that hurts.
2-1.
Does the tie hurt them more than Green Bay?
Don't get me into this. Now you're going to have my head spinning. I'll have no idea.
Then I'm going to say yes until somebody proves me wrong.
Yeah, just go with it. I don't think anyone's going to try to argue with you on that front. But yeah,
Well, there's a lot of 3-1 teams, and better, like the Eagles. So we almost have our playoff teams right now. If it ended right now, Green Bay would be the last team into the playoffs.
Wow.
But at least they have the tie. A team like Minnesota lost today.
Unreal.
Yeah, the NFC is loaded in talent there.
That is wild. All right, you want to hit some of these tweets real quick? What a weird
we have
finish.
a lot. Yeah.
Final score, 40-40. For the numbers nerd in you, Jordan Love over 300, 337, 3 scores. Dak Prescott, 319 yards, 3 touchdowns. 2 touchdowns for Josh Jacobs. Also had 4 catches for 71 yards. And yes, Micah Parsons did get a sack in his return.
And that was
Dallas.
one of the key plays of the night because that was the play where Dak Prescott went back to pass. It counted as a sack because he was back to pass and was racing on a scramble toward the goal line and caught from behind by Parsons at the 4-yard line. And it winds up a tie. And Dallas settled for the short field goal on their overtime possession.
How do you have 40-40 after a team blocks an extra point and
That's
runs
right.
it back for 2?
The 2-point
How does that even come close
Dallas
to finishing the time?
essentially, quote, won the game on that in the first half because it should have been down 14-0. Instead, it was 13-2 Green Bay after the 2-point run back by Dallas.
So I have a dumb question, too. How does that work for Shady Sean's parlay? Because he had the Packers. If it ends in a tie,
it'll go from a 7-teamer to a 6-teamer.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
So he got paid.
Some will do ties
you
win.
Way to go, bud.
Some will say ties you win, but more than likely you'll go from a 7-teamer to a. I doubt that they'll say sorry. This one you lose. I don't think they'll do that to him.
A-Rod hits us up and says, I had the Cowboys money line plus 280 and the Packers in game plus 200, the perfect hedge. Yeah, I guess so. I guess that works out. All right, let's hit some of these tweets. It's the best way to get in touch with the program. Right before Todd Furman joins us, you can find us at Stinkin' Genius One. I'm at Plank Show. Everybody, go follow us at Fox Sports Radio. A lot of hate for your Arizona Wildcats tonight. Joe the Ghost Hunter writes, I told you, Arnie, all hate for your Wildcats. All capitalized, too. That's anger right there.
It stung, Chris, because I waited like all week for that game. I'm like, oh, this is the game. This is the game we're going to win. We're going to wake up the world. We're going to get into the top 10. I'm going to make the Sager say, and the Arizona Wildcats top 10. And
you know who's ranked now is Arizona State after this weekend.
That's right. They know.
Thank you. Number 25.
Good question from Nick. Nick writes, biggest loser of the week, James Franklin, Brian Kelly, Kirby Smart, Mike Norvell, or the Mets?
Oh, Mets.
Yeah, probably so, right?
That's a $300 million payroll that's not going to the playoffs.
With the best record, too.
They did mid-June have the best record.
0-70 when trailing in the 8th inning. The only team not to come back and win a game when trailing in the 8th
stunning.
inning.
When you have a lineup with Lindor and Soto and Alonso. Wow.
Now Pete's gone. He couldn't get out of New York fast enough.
Yeah, is Diaz going to be back? This was a bad year for the Mets.
Oh, our team's destroyed.
And then Powered by Optimism writes, thank God Miami didn't play today. That's a good way to put it.
It's true. At least I got that game to look forward to tomorrow until they get if the Dolphins lose to the 0-3 Jets tomorrow, I can't do it anymore. I just can't do it.
I'm sorry.
All right, isn't Darren Waller back tomorrow?
Ooh, good question.
Yes, he's due to make his debut.
Oh, he is?
Yeah.
Does that mean I can pull him off my bench in fantasy and finally put him in a lineup if he's going to do something?
Yeah, I think Larry Zonka's coming back too. So
maybe Mercury Morris, R.I.P. Yeah. All right, we'll get a break. We'll come back. When we come back, Todd Furman will join us. Reminder, it's not just a game anymore. It's a once-in-a-generation event, the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. Todd Furman is next on Fox Sports Radio.
Football is for the weekends. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best Break It Down. Two pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick, and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
Oh, could this vintage store be any cuter? Right? And the best part? They accept Discover. Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer. Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby, get with the times. Right, so we shouldn't get the parachute pants? These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
Let's go!
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at VaxAssist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
Life doesn't wait, and neither should you. Aleve can help you deal with pain less throughout your day. Whether it's a long day on your feet, a demanding workout, or everyday aches and pains, you need relief that can keep up when pain persists. Aleve is here for you with longer-lasting body pain relief compared to leading OTC branded pain relievers. With just one pill, Aleve lasts up to 12 hours. Don't let those aches hold you back from doing what's important to you. Use as directed.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
What happened today in sports history on iHeartRadio?
What's happening, fellow sports fans? It's Andy West. Let's look back on this day in sports history, September 29th. We'll start off today in 1986. Chicago Cubs rookie Greg Maddux defeated the Philadelphia Phillies 8-3 in the city of brotherly love. The losing pitcher was his brother, Mike Maddux, also a rookie. It was the first time brothers faced each other as rookie pitchers. Today in 2002, Seattle Seahawks running back Sean Alexander sets the NFL record for most touchdowns in a half, with 5 in the first half of a 48-23 win against the Minnesota Vikings. He ran for 4+. He caught an 80-yard reception for a touchdown. And today in 2012, Geno Smith throws for 656 yards and ties a Big 12 record with 8 touchdown passes to lead number 9 West Virginia to a 70-63 win over number 25 Baylor. Smith outduels Baylor's Nick Florence, who had a standout game of his own with 581 yards and 5 touchdowns. Baylor's Terrence Williams sets a Big 12 record with 314 yards receiving.
Now you know. Today in sports history on iHeartRadio.
iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
Caffeine can be really good for you and help a lot of things, and caffeine can be kind of bad for you.
It's a drug, and in its pure form, Chuck, it is a bitter-tasting crystalline powder.
Naturally, it's in the coffee bean and in chocolate and tea, but it's also added artificially in things like soda. Your body is enjoying the caffeine. It's blocking that adenosine. You're going to feel alert and awake. It's got that adrenaline going, and it's rewarding you with the dopamine. I mentioned the vicious cycle, the inevitable crash, right? Like any stimulant drug, and you want more of it. Eventually, it's going to affect your sleep patterns. All right, how about some health benefits?
Right.
They found everything from not develop Parkinson's disease to dropping your risk of various cancers.
Well, coffee actually is shown to reduce your risk of diabetes.
4 cups a day, 50% less chance of mouth and throat cancer.
You should eat more grapefruit because grapefruit contains something called Narragin or Narragin, and it actually slows the removal of caffeine from your brain.
Okay.
So you enjoy its effects longer.
Nice.
Yeah.
For the entire caffeine episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now.
You guys just didn't want it bad enough. That should have been an easy win. What were you doing out there? You got to hustle. You could have made that play if you'd been open.
On the car ride home after the game, when you think you're helping by telling me what I did wrong and what I need to work on, all I hear is that I'm not good enough, that I'm supposed to be perfect, that it's not okay to lose. On the car ride home, all I need to hear is how much you love me and enjoy watching me play, that my worth isn't determined by my performance, that even on my worst day, I am worthy, that you see me learning, growing, and doing my best. And that is enough.
This message presented by the WIAA and the Washington Secondary School Athletic Administrators Association.
Most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 and the Fox Sports app.
All right, it's Arnie and Plank coming to you live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. We had a doozy of a Sunday night football game that ended in a tie. Todd Furman joins us straight out of Vegas. Todd, how do the books usually handle ties? Do we push everything? How does that work? Obviously, if a team had the spread, if they beat the spread, they're going to win. But as far as money line bets and things of that nature and in parlays.
Yeah, money line's full refunds, but if you had Dallas plus the points, you cover with the game ending right at 40 apiece, and of course, overbettors were able to rejoice in what appeared to be a game that was trending to be low scoring and very defensive minded until the unusual sequence where Dallas scores 2 touchdowns late in that first half, and it kind of set the tone for the second half as it felt a little bit more like vintage Big 12 football, defense optional 7-on-7, however you want to try and position it. But Plank, before we get into some of the other things we saw this weekend, normally we pick on Arnie, but I have to start with your Raiders. Is this franchise ever going to find a way to get out of its own way when it comes to late game decision making and curious choices in win probability?
Heartbreaking. Is it weird, though, that I'm also a little bit excited about what Ashton Jeanty showed? They had no business losing that game. They're never going to have a home field environment there in Vegas. I mean, it's just, I'm heartbroken, but in the same vein, maybe Jeanty breaking out makes me put a little salve on the 1-3 wound. But what is Pete Carroll doing? Like, what exactly is going on there?
It's a great question because when the Bears have 3 timeouts and you're running the ball when the whole stadium knows you're running, it's not a great play call, even if you can run it down to 3 seconds and attempt a game-winning field goal as time expires, let alone even if Carlson makes that from 50-plus, the Bears are going to get in a field goal range given what we had seen from that Raiders secondary throughout the entire fourth quarter. So why they're not playing to win that football game with the play calling where they settled for a field goal inside the 10 and, of course, trying to pick up the first down to bleed the clock all the way down. I mean, those are the kind of games that you have to go out there and win. I mean, if Geno Smith is even slightly below average, they win that football game. But alas, a friendly reminder why they're the Raiders. And now already we can pick on you because this time last week you guaranteed me that Arizona would go into Ames, Iowa. You wouldn't need the points. Well, you're right. You didn't need the points because you guys couldn't score any against that Cyclones defense.
Ouch, Todd. I was so disappointed. It was never a game. I'm like, this is never even a game for crying out loud. It was killing me.
No, I missed a field goal on the opening drive, and from that point forward, it completely snowballed. And what could have been an amazing or optimistic start to the season for your Wildcats looks like they could be mired in mediocrity in that second or even third tier in the conference.
Well, while we're picking on people, do I just have to say Penn State? Well, I mean, my goodness, man. 1-15 against top 5, 4-21 against top 10, 15-30 against top 25, and it goes on and on and on. You talk about, and they're blaming the quarterback. I'm like, look, you've had different quarterbacks through all these years. You can't be blaming the quarterback allure on this one.
Yeah, look, I'm with you. I'll say it's the worst loss of the weekend in, college and pro football for what we saw from Penn State. You had everything lining up this season with the amount of returning starters, a veteran quarterback, a tandem of running backs that would be the envy of most teams in the country. You had a bye week going into your biggest game at home. You had the whiteout working in your favor. You had 3 tune-ups against glorified FCS opponents, if we want to look at it that way. And here's Oregon coming into your building, hitting you in the mouth. But yet again, it's Penn State being ill-prepared because they play not to lose in these football games. I mean, you can't come out there and try and run the ball. When Drew Aller starts to play with a little bit of pace and tempo, you see what that Penn State offense can do, but yet again, it's too little too late, and even when you need one stop from your defense, it's a bit of a problem. Had this discussion with some people close to the sport. I mean, if you're Penn State, what direction do you go from here? Because who's a name that you think can get you to that mountaintop? Because apparently we've already reached the ceiling with James Franklin as their bench boss. I mean, this was the year for them, and now I think Penn State becomes a playoff team afterthought. I just can't see this team having championship pedigree or medal.
Wow.
I've always wondered, and again, I could sit here and talk about this all night long. I've always wondered, like, who is considered to be that dude? Every program has a guy. In their mind, they're like, just wait till we hire XYZ guy. I'm going way back. Everyone always thought Bill Self was eventually going to be the head coach at Oklahoma State or Kansas. Everyone thought at some point that Tubby Smith was going to be the coach at Kentucky or John Calipari. Everyone always had the guy that was going to come and save them. At one point, maybe people thought it was going to be Matt Rule at Penn State. Maybe some people thought it was going to be Matt Campbell. But, I mean, is there that dude that's out there right now that you're just, hey, go get him because he can get it done? I think that's kind of saving Franklin a little bit, right?
I mean, it's a great question, and one of the things you also have to be careful of if you're a Penn State fan or you're in that decision room, do you want to roll the dice and go, okay, we realize that we could have a failure as with the next head coach and potentially take a step back, or are we just going, hey, something has to change because this is a guy that can't win the national championship?
Yeah.
And honestly, I know he hasn't I know he doesn't have a national championship on his resume, but the guy who I'd be looking to make a call to would probably be Lane Kiffin to breathe a little bit of life into that team team offensively, get that fan base excited, and a guy who's proven that he can win in the SEC, albeit still looking for, that big SEC title or something a little bit more. But it begs the question, how they go about doing it. Is he the guy? Would they make a call to Indiana and try and get Curt Cignetti over there? I'm not sure, but Penn State has a lot of questions they have to answer, especially if this team struggles every time they step up in class.
What do you think about the Illinois win over USC? I was shocked about that one.
Pretty impressive bounce back, but we see it all the time. I mean, Illinois had their manhood questioned, losing 63-10 against Indiana. They got a little healthier in the defensive backfield. They had the body clock working in their favor. And even with 2 fumbles inside the 3-yard line, they were able to take advantage of questionable clock management from Lincoln Riley in the final 2 minutes, get themselves in position and kick a game-winning field goal. But at the same time, and I'm sure Oklahoma fans took a little bit of glory in this, Lincoln Riley gave USC every built-in excuse to lose that football game. You can't complain about having the latest kickoff on Saturday night against Michigan State and then having an early kickoff. The school made the decision to go into the Big Ten Conference. You knew the travel that was going to be associated with it. There's a reason you're getting paid what you're getting paid. Don't make excuses for your players, because it sure looked like those guys weren't ready to go with a kickoff at about what felt like a 9 a.m. body clock time for the kids from the West Coast.
One final college football note. Isn't it wild to have to adjust this thinking, Todd, where you lose a game, 4 or 5 years ago, it's like, oh, season's over. Now you look at Alabama, they lost that opener to Florida State, and suddenly you're like, wait, they might be really good. You saw Tennessee bounce back and go to overtime, I think double overtime, to beat Mississippi State, and they look pretty good bouncing back from Georgia. And, oh, by the way, Florida State just lost a game to Virginia. And suddenly when you're like, oh, Florida State's done, maybe not so fast. See if they can't bounce back. It's taken me a while to adjust to this whole new way of thinking in college football.
I like it. I think it gives these teams a mulligan. Even if you lose 2 times, it's not like we think winning a Super Bowl is a diminished accomplishment in the National Football League. And teams lose 3, 4, 5, 6 games before they hoist the Lombardi Trophy. And I think these college teams all, get better as the season progresses. And as these conference schedules start to expand, it gets tougher and tougher for some of these P4s. We'll see how a lot of that talent continues to get dispersed. But it's refreshing when you look at a top 25 ranking and you see a team like Texas Tech, 11th in the country, Ole Miss top 5 along with the perennial powers, but Indiana, Vanderbilt, Georgia Tech. The list goes on and on for teams that are going to have an opportunity to go out there on the field and not just make it into a 14 playoff, but get into a 12-team playoff and know that one loss isn't going to be the end of their season entirely. And look, I'll make a case right now. From what I've seen offensively, and I know they've already been saddled with 2 losses, who would want to see Notre Dame opposite them on the football field in December, the way C.J. Carr is going to continue to mature? I'll make a case that may be the best offense in the country by the time we get to November and December.
Todd, best bet I made over the weekend. I took the over 2.5 on Rory saying the F word. He made it easily. It was a piece of cake, Todd. You know what I mean?
Well, look, I think there's got to be some I know, it's not a traditional golf event, and we see it sometimes, but there's got to be a little bit more class and decorum, even from the fans. You can't just kind of let everybody out of their cage in this kind of event. And credit for Team USA for trying to stage a comeback today, but what we saw from them leading up to, match play on Sunday was downright disparaging and a little bit disappointing for the second straight Ryder Cup. They kind of get run out of the building, and I think there's a little bit of soul-searching that has to go on from that team.
Hey, Todd, are we teams that I wasn't necessarily buying stock in that suddenly I look and I think they might be okay? What do we make of the Jaguars? They got a little spunk. You got their coach talking trash after the game. They take care of San Francisco today. Suddenly you look at that division and, maybe Houston's not what we thought they were. Indianapolis loses today. Jacksonville may be a team we need to be keeping an eye on.
They're forcing turnovers at a rate that I don't think is quite sustainable, and it's masking some of what the offense isn't doing right now. Trevor Lawrence still working to grasp Leon Cohen's offense, get on the same page as his number 1 wide receiver, Brian Thomas Jr. And, the great part about that, a week from tomorrow, we're going to know exactly what this Jacksonville Jaguars team may be capable of, because the Baltimore Ravens defense wakes up a lot of offenses, and the first time all season the Chiefs look like themselves. That makes for one of the more entertaining early season Monday night games that we'll get between Kansas City and Jacksonville, to see if the Jags are for real, or if we should already be penciling Kansas City in for front row seats to see Bad Bunny performing at halftime in Santa Clara in early February.
Last thing, Todd, I'm just curious, should I maybe go out on a little bit of a limb? And because I'm looking up the odds, 25-1 on Jackson Dart being the rookie of the year, or is it too much of a long shot on that one?
Well, if you're seeing 25-1, I don't know where you're looking right now for the price because he was 4-1 going into the game today. So
get out of here! Get out of here!
Unless the odds completely fell off a cliff, or you have a bookmaker up in your neck of the woods that's not moving numbers. Jackson Dart was about 15 or 20-1 at this time last week. Once he was announced as a starter coming into this week, we saw that number kind of drift into the single digits. Admittedly, have not checked the odds to see how they've adjusted. After what I thought was a workmanlike performance, but went out there, used his legs, used his arm, did enough with a Giants team that's a little bit limited for weapons, especially now with Malik Neighbors being lost for the season.
Yeah, this was from April. This was from April.
I'd say that's a little bit old.
Plank,
my gosh.
This is revisionist history from Arnie when he looks at odds that have since moved about 4 or 5 months past. But
I got excited. I'm like,
let a narrative get in the way of a good story, and that's the yarn you're trying to spin here on this Sunday night.
I'm like 25-1. I go, maybe I should get a little bit of the money down on Jackson Dart, and 25-1 might not be too bad there, you know?
Yeah, once you build that time machine, you let me know, and Chris and I are more than happy to ride shotgun.
I'll be in. Thanks, Todd. Talk to you again next Sunday. Thanks for the extra time.
Right, thanks,
be sure to check out DraftKings Sportsbook. It's the official sports betting partner of the NFL and official sports betting partner of the NFL right now. Use the promo code FOXGAME. That's FOXGAME. To claim your special offer at DraftKings. DraftKings, the crown is yours. Don't forget, that's promo code FOXGAME. He is Steve DeSager with the second highest scoring tie in NFL history. Did I see that right? Unbelievable.
That is correct. It was a 40-40 tie. Green Bay at Dallas. It was an odd one. Apparently in the AFL, there was a 43-all tie, 1964, Oakland Raiders against the Boston Patriots. So, second highest scoring tie in the NFL. Nice try, Arnie.
Thank you.
The Cowboys, as we mentioned earlier, had not played a tie game since 1969. There was no overtime back in the 60s. So this is the first time the Dallas Cowboys have played an overtime tie ever. Dak Prescott, 3 touchdown passes, 2 to George Pickens. Jordan Love of Green Bay, 3 touchdown passes, all to Romeo Doubs. Packers had tied the game at the end of regulation on a 53-yard field goal. And a little context, Green Bay entered with a 2-1 record, having allowed only about 15 points a game. And they were dominating Dallas's offense the first quarter and a half. Cowboys only had 1 first down at the time. Packers had a 13-2 lead late in the first half. The 2 turned out to be ridiculously important as Dallas got the 2 points, running back a blocked extra point in the first half. We'll get to other NFL details in about 5-10 minutes, but suffice to say, wins for Kansas City and Jacksonville today, for Chicago and for the LA Rams with a couple of late touchdowns. Arkansas fired head coach Sam Pittman. Bobby Petrino takes over as interim coach. He's just never going to die. Oklahoma State fired defensive coordinator Todd Grantham. Oregon is up to number 2 in the new college football rankings behind number 1 Ohio State. Miami is number 3. Ole Miss up to number 4. Oklahoma is number 5 in the AP poll. Penn State fell.
Let's go, my Sooners.
Penn State fell to nice try. Penn State fell to number 7. Alabama is up to number 10. Georgia's down to 12. LSU 13. Florida State down to 18. Virginia is in at number 24 in the country, and Arizona State is number 25. That's Arizona State, not that team. Chase Elliott took the NASCAR race at Kansas. Denny Hamlin finished second. He led the most laps. Europe held on to win the Ryder Cup against the U.S. golfers 15-13. It led by 7 points to start the day on Long Island. Europe's golfers have won 9 of the last 12 Ryder Cups. They dominated Friday and Saturday. The U.S. was facing the largest deficit by any team entering singles in 50 years. In the WNBA semifinals, Indiana stayed alive. They're tied 2 games apiece in the best-of-5 semis after beating Las Vegas. Asia Wilson, 31 points in defeat. Phoenix at home eliminated Minnesota 86-81. Of course, Minnesota's coach was not there. If you saw her reaction to the officiating last game, the championship, the best-of-7 finals, will be starting in the next week. And we did have the end of the Major League Baseball regular season. Guardians clinched the AL Central. Blue Jays won to clinch the AL East. Mets got shut out. Their season is over. So the Reds, even with a loss today, they get the final in a wild card spot. It will be the Reds at the Dodgers starting Tuesday night in a best-of-3 wild card series. 2 of the best Reds pitchers are L.A. natives, Nick Lodolo, Hunter Green. Back to you.
Yeah, that'll work out well for the Dodgers. I just see disaster in this first round for some reason.
And Gavin Lux, ex-Dodger, in a Reds uniform.
That's right. For him too. Gavin Lux is starter.
He was starting second baseman in the World Series to open, the Freddie Freeman game last year against the Yanks for the Dodgers. Won the World Series with him in 2020 also.
Unreal. All right, thanks, Steve. We got more to Sager coming up here in just a bit. Before we grab a break, though, I want to remind you that this, my friends, isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event, not just a lifetime, a generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. You know what I would have loved? What? I would have loved if they would have gone back and reviewed it, because my app went out right on that final play. I'm kind of with you, Arnie. I think they should have reviewed that time-wise. It looked like it was just
stopped there at one, you know what I mean? Just boom.
Unbelievable. That would have been a wild, bad break for the Green Bay Packers. But tough beat. They end up with a tie tonight, 40-all. I don't even know what to say, except it was a great game. And then when it finishes at 40-all, everyone kind of looks around at each other, and it's like, all right, well, that was fun. Talk to you guys later.
Now what do we do? Yeah.
What does it do for survivor pools? Are you out if you had
survivor pool? You're eliminated. You're eliminated if you took one of the teams.
Oh man, that stinks. Tough break. Oh yeah.
Though I can't imagine you taking this game as so early on in your survivor pool, but you never know.
Yeah, you're probably still going against like the Saints and the Titans. No offense,
exactly.
Early while you can. All right, quick break. When we come back, we'll hit all the loose notes from today, kind of a couple hanging chads, and a lot of really good tweets that we've got to spend more time on as we roll on with Arnie and Plank on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, everyone.
What up?
We're on YouTube.
Oh, wait.
What? Just search Fox Sports Radio.
Starring John Hamm as Jason Smith.
Now, instead of just your ears, we're letting you see us.
Give him a little bit of a show.
There are all sorts of videos from your favorite shows and hosts.
Yeah.
Fox Sports Radio on YouTube.
There's nothing like when you get that part from eBay and it just fits. Yeah, the first time. So you can do less of this and get right back to more of this. At eBay, you'll find all the parts you need, guaranteed to fit, at prices you'll love. Sounds good, doesn't it? eBay, things people love. Eligible items only. Exclusions apply.
You like saving money, right? We all do. That's why Allstate just lowered the price of car insurance. But wait, there's a catch. Lower. Actually lower. So if you're shopping around or just want to see how much you could save, check Allstate first for a new lower auto rate that could save you hundreds. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state, only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook, Illinois.
I'm John Walzak, host of the new podcast, Missing in Arizona.
And I'm Robert Fisher, one of the most wanted men in the world.
We cloned his voice using AI. In 2001,
police say I killed my family.
3 dead bodies, 2 were children.
He slit the throat of all of them.
First mom, then the kids.
And rigged my house to explode.
In a quiet suburb.
This is the Beverly Hills of the valley.
My house just exploded and ignited on fire.
Before escaping into the wilderness.
Leading police on a massive manhunt in rugged terrain.
There was sleet and hail and snow coming down.
It was the biggest manhunt in Arizona history.
They found my wife's SUV.
Within 50 feet was a cave.
He could be buried under rockfall, and you got a skeleton leaning up against the wall.
And my dog Blue.
All I could think of is even the sniper me out of some tree.
But not me.
Police believe he is alive and hiding somewhere.
Can you disappear and change your name and work for cash? Yeah, you can.
Fisher is still very much a priority with the FBI. He's on the 10 most wanted list.
Listen to Missing in Arizona.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest.
Uh-oh.
Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome, but prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. you have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its prediabetes awareness partners.
Look up, look down, look around, look up, look down, look around, in the trees and on the ground, 'cause the ALB must be found.
If you're hearing this, you should be concerned about the Asian longhorn beetle, an invasive species that's destroying our trees. But you can help. Look for the signs and help stop the beetle.
Look up, look down, look around, look up, look down, look around, in the trees and on the ground, 'cause the ALB must be found.
Some signs of the ALB are dime-sized holes on tree trunks, a sawdust-like material called frass, and the beetle itself, with a long black body and white spots.
Look up, look down, look around, look up, look down, look around, in the trees and on the ground, 'cause the ALB must be found.
Learn all the signs and how to report them at AsianLonghornedBeetle.com. That's AsianLonghornedBeetle.com.
iHeartRadio Did You Know? Presented by iHeartRadio. You know, what you're listening to right now. Did you know that iHeartRadio not only lets you listen to all your favorite AM/FM stations locally and nationwide for free, but iHeartRadio also lets you build your own personalized stations based around your favorite artists. We call it Artist Radio. Let us build you a customized station just for you with the least amount of work. Step 1, type in the name of your favorite artist. Step 2, tap play. We'll take it from there and automatically build you a station based on the best music from that artist and other similar artists. It's really that easy. And best of all, our Artist Radio is presented with limited commercial interruption, unlike Pandora, where your personal stations are constantly being interrupted. If you want to take matters into your own hands, you can skip songs you don't like, and you can thumb up and down songs to help personalize the station to your exact taste. And best of all, Artist Radio is free. Check it out today. Search your favorite artists, hit play, and we'll take it from there. iHeartRadio, #1 for music, radio, and podcasting. All in one app.
iHeartRadio.
We are Fox Sports. Go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Such a wild note, man, as we welcome you back, Arnie Plank, here on a Fox Football Sunday, Fox Sports Sunday. Steve DeSager comes rolling in. And we've talked quite a bit tonight about, like, disappointments, disappointing watching the game ended a tie.
Yeah.
Disappointing performance by the Raiders. But, guys, James Franklin is now 4-21 against teams in the AP top 10 team. It's unbelievable. Unbelievable to say.
That's a lot of chances for starters.
Yeah, that's exactly.
And it's also the home losses when it's top 10 matchups. Like, you're in the top 10, not just the opponent is. Well, as far as NFL, I don't want to put this in the disappointment category.
Go ahead.
Philadelphia didn't do much on offense, to warrant 31 points today, but they're still 4-0. They were up 31-13 at Tampa Bay late third quarter, 31-25 the final. In fact, the Eagles did not complete a pass in the second half. Apparently, it's been 2 years since an NFL team won a game without completing a pass in the second half, and that was the Raiders' Christmas win against the Chiefs in 2023.
Yeah.
But the offense, with only 200 total yards, 7 punts, they had 8 penalties in this win. They did get the early TD on a blocked punt return. In fact, the Eagles, 4-0 for the third time in the last 4 years. Remember, they ended last week with the blocked field goal touchdown. Early today, blocked punt touchdown. Buffalo is 4-0, first time in 5 years. And they've also, by the way, won 14 straight home games in the regular season and have scored at least 24 in each game. Josh Allen, 3 total touchdowns, 31-19 the final over New Orleans, which is still winless, and Saints quarterback Spencer Rattler for his pro career now 0-10 as
Yeah, but they're playing tough. That was a good game.
It was surprisingly close, and they actually forced a turnover. First half, there was an interception. Buffalo had no turnovers the last 8 games, dating back to last year. More excitement in the NFL this weekend, even if we did only get a tie tonight. But this is now 11 games on one NFL weekend that were within one score in the fourth quarter. Tonight's went to overtime. We had late wins for the Rams, for the Bears. We had the Seattle finish on Thursday night. And we've got 2 more games coming up tomorrow. So who knows? 0-3 Jets at 0-3 Miami. And then it's Cincinnati at Denver tomorrow night. They were just stagger the start times. It's not 3 hours apart.
I love it. 7:15, 8:15. I love that.
You must have loved the early morning today as well.
I did. Absolutely fantastic.
6:30 Pacific time starts in Dublin. Pittsburgh held on 24-21 over Minnesota. Now, Aaron Rodgers was 18 of 22 passing. That's over 80% completions. And he did have a touchdown. DK Metcalf had the TD, 5 receptions, 126 yards. Now, interesting, when they dove into the next-gen stats, he was getting the ball out very quickly in this Pittsburgh game today. They consider a quick throw when you get rid of it in under 2.5 seconds. Rodgers was recording an average time of under 2.2 seconds for the whole game. It was just short passes, continuing to move down the field. A lot of completions. Steelers were up 24-6 with 8 minutes to go. 24-21 the final. Justin Jefferson in the loss, 10 catches, 126 yards. This guy has had a 100-yard receiving game already 35 times in his career. To do that in your first 6 seasons, the record is Randy Moss, who had 38 such games. And congrats to Drake May getting not just the win for New England, he got it against Carolina. This is a guy who's a North Carolina native and was a huge Panthers fan growing up. His Patriots beat Carolina 42-13 today.
It was crazy.
Drake May had 2 touchdown passes. He had a touchdown run and gave it the old celebration like Cam Newton with the S on the chest afterwards. Patrick Mahomes had 4 touchdown passes in KC's win against Baltimore 37-20, and Xavier Worthy is back from the dislocated shoulder. He had 5 catches, 83 yards. The Ravens are 1-3. They've had the league's worst defense early season. They're now allowing 33 points a game. KC got even more than that tonight. Brock Purdy returned at San Francisco after the toe injury. 2 touchdowns, but 3 turnovers as he threw for 300 yards. Jacksonville beat the Niners 26-21, even though the Jaguars had 12 penalties. Ooh. They did have a touchdown on an 87-yard punt return late third quarter. And the Niners had 4 total turnovers. Ricky Pearsall, San Francisco young wide receiver, left with a knee injury. The Rams win was on an 88-yard touchdown pass with under 2 minutes to go, beating the Colts 27-20. The hero late, Tutu Atwell. It was his only catch. Colts had 11 penalties, 3 turnovers. And Colts wide receiver Adonai Mitchell blew a 76-yard TD in the third quarter when he celebrated early and fumbled the ball through the end zone.
Crazy.
The Colts lost by a touchdown.
Insane.
And it would really suck if they lost by, oh my gosh, they lost by a touchdown. Hey guys, it's once in a lifetime, once in a generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today by logging on to harlemglobetrotters.com. What we learned this week in the NFL next.
We are Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
At Napa, we've spent the last 100 years building our business into an engine that powers yours. Whether you're big or small, national or local, Napa has the automotive solutions your business needs to stay moving. And it's all driven by a nationwide network of quality parts and exceptional service on one mission: to keep your business moving full speed ahead. That's why we are the pros that know.
Napa know-how.
iHeartRadio brings you New to View, Streaming Edition.
Looking for something to watch? Listen up. Next week on Netflix, Monday, the launch of the kids show Dr. Seuss's Horton. Next Tuesday, the debut of the Netflix stand-up special, Matt McCusker, A Humble Offering, as well as the docuseries True Haunting. Next Wednesday on Netflix, the premiere of Is It Cake Halloween. Next Thursday, the start of the new Netflix dramedy series Boots, as well as the new docuseries Victoria Beckham. Next Friday on Netflix, the debut of the documentary film My Father, the BTK Killer, and the Netflix feature film The Woman in Cabin 10, starring Keira Knightley, Guy Pearce, and Hannah Waddingham. Next Monday on Hulu, the premiere of the Family Guy Halloween special, A Little Fright Music. Next Tuesday on HBO Max, the start of the new drama series One Day in October. Next Wednesday on Hulu, the debut of the psychological thriller movie Stay. Next Friday on Hulu, the stand-up special Frankie Quinones, Damn, That's Crazy. Next Friday over on Apple TV Plus, the launch of the new drama The Last Frontier. Next Tuesday on Paramount Plus, the premiere of the documentary Ozzy, No Escape From Now, as well as the docuseries Red Alert. Next Wednesday on Amazon Prime Video, the launch of the romantic film Maintenance Required. Next Thursday on Amazon Prime Video, the debut of the sports documentary Saquon. Next Friday on Amazon Prime Video, the documentary film John Candy, I Like Me. Next Friday over on Paramount Plus, the premiere of the horror film Vicious, starring Dakota Fanning. And next Friday on Peacock, the streaming debut of How to Train Your Dragon.
And that's new to view on iHeartRadio. Happy binging!
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
When you work undercover, you really have to play the role because you stand to lose more than just an Oscar. If you make a mistake, these people will kill you in the blink of an eye.
If the American government asked you to move to Colombia to hunt down the world's most brutal narco-terrorist, what would you say?
I was a rookie policeman shaking in my boots.
In the 1980s, a new generation of American special agents landed in Latin America, tasked with capturing a new breed of ultra-violent narco-terrorist.
She would kill you if you owed her money. She would kill you if you encroached on her territory. She would kill you if you personally insulted her. Sometimes she would just kill you for the fun of it.
He had all the resources in the world, hundreds of millions of dollars.
A man that could have a political candidate running for president assassinated on stage. This was war.
My name is John Cuban. I'm the host of a new podcast series called Real Narcos. It follows the stories of the world's most dangerous drug lords and the American special agents who hunted them down.
Here you are, a doorway away from the most wanted man in the world. You're not expecting him to go down without a fight.
We didn't have sophisticated software. That didn't exist. The software was a pen and paper.
The only destiny drug traffickers have is either prison or death.
Real Narcos sits down with the fearless agents and journalists who were there on the ground at the time to tell the inside story of the hunt for some of history's most dangerous criminal masterminds. These guys are the real deal. And this is Real Narcos.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
We are Fox. What you need to know.
A tie in the NFL tonight. Green Bay at Dallas finishes 40-40. Each team had one possession in the OT. Each team kicked a field goal. Each starting quarterback had 3 touchdown passes. Jordan Love for the Packers, Dak Prescott for the Cowboys. Kansas City beat Baltimore 37-20. Ravens star QB Lamar Jackson left with a hamstring injury. Victories for Chicago, Jacksonville, and for the Rams, who got 2 touchdowns in the last 3.5 minutes to beat the Colts 27-20. The Giants upset the Chargers 21-18. 2018, but Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors left with a knee injury, a possible torn ACL. Major League Baseball's regular season ended with the Cleveland Guardians clinching the AL Central title. Toronto won at home to clinch the AL East crown. The Mets got shut out 4-0 at Miami. The Mets season is over. The Reds get the final wild card spot. NASCAR win for Chase Elliott. Europe took the Ryder Cup. I'm Steve DeSager.
This is Fox Football Sunday. And we're breaking down your football day.
Physical. One play at a time.
You're listening to Fox Football Sunday from the play. Touchdown! Keep it running to the right. He's got room at the 42. Post game. Your football teams are repped here. Fox Football Sunday is now. Live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here's Arnie Spaniard and Chris Plank.
All right, here we go. Final hour.
Let's go.
Arnie and Plank. What do you call this? The Power Hour?
The Power Hour. By the way, I didn't tell you I had dinner with Bernie over the weekend.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, well, not over the weekend. On Wednesday. He was paying. Oh, he was paying. So we went to someplace. I picked a restaurant that was really expensive.
Mm-hmm.
And then I ordered the petite steak. And he's like, what are you doing, man? Don't get the petite steak. Get the real one. And I didn't have a chance to explain why I was getting the petite steak. But I'm like, okay. Because I was ordering 3 entrees. So I said, fine.
Give me the 3.
I said, give me the big steak then. I got the lasagna. And then I got the big Caesar salad with chicken. So, and I split that with my wife. So 2.5 entrees, plus booze. Boy, I ran up that bill on him. He'll never take me to dinner again. That's for sure.
Why would you want to set it up where you would have a friend that takes you to dinner and you would
I didn't do it on purpose. I mean, I was kind of hungry. What do you want me to say? Look, I didn't know the restaurant was that pricey.
You just said that you looked up the most expensive restaurant you could find and made a reservation there.
I had my brother-in-law pick a place for me, and I should have known, because he's very rich. He went to a place that like only rich, famous people go to.
Well, there you go. How was it? Did you have a good time?
Oh, yeah, it was delicious, man. It was awesome. We had a good time out there. So,
did Bernie did he just come for the fun of it? Did he come just to see you?
Probably just came to see me.
Yeah, probably so.
Well, because, Brian No's been out to see me. Ben Maller has been out. You're the only person that 12 years doing the show and you never wanted to see me.
Yeah, probably won't either. There's a lot of fun things to get into from the NFL today. So as we do to kick off the final hour of the show, week 4, NFL. In the books. After week 4, we know this. I'll go ahead and start.
Yeah, go ahead.
Captain Obvious statement. One of those that I bring up quite a bit on this program. It sucks for this show because we have to be kind of knee-jerky, but it's a week-to-week league. And every single week, it gets proven. Last week, you had the Packers lose to the Browns. You had the Carolina Panthers look like a Super Bowl contender, while the Washington Commanders with a backup quarterback looked like that they weren't going to skip a beat. And, oh, by the way, the Chargers were undefeated and cooking this week. A winless Giants team beats the Chargers. The Panthers get beat 42-13, while the Commanders, listen, they put some points up late, but pretty much get smoked by that same Falcons team that got embarrassed by Carolina the week before. I don't know how you gamblers do it. I don't know, Bernie, how you do it, where you can afford to buy Arnie the big steak. Don't look now, but the Ravens might stink. They were blown out today by the Baltimore, or by the Kansas City Chiefs. It's a week-to-week league, Arnie. It's awesome, but also enraging at the same time.
Well, that's what I was going to. You just said on one of the things I was going to say to you after week 4. I know this. It is OVER for the Baltimore Ravens. It's done so. That is it. By the way, I didn't get to hear that. I was watching the Red Zone channel. So when they benched Lamar Jackson, I thought it was a benching. Now they're saying that CBS reported that it had something to do with his hamstring. I'm not so
a hamstring injury.
Yeah. I just know if the game was closer, I don't think he would have been taken out of the game or he would have left the game. But they're 1-3 right now, and I don't think it's going to happen for them, Chris. They just look like a mere shadow of themselves. There's no doubt about that.
Yeah, and I don't know what's going on. This was a team that you used to fear defensively.
Right.
And it's just, it's unacceptable. I mean, from what the Ravens standard is, I don't know if the defensive coordinator change has rocked them that much over the last couple of seasons or what. But, Arnie, I mean, listen, Kansas City, I think even the most ardent Chiefs fan would tell you, they look pretty pedestrian offensively, right?
For the last year and a half or something like that.
And then to go out and do that against the Ravens. Granted, it was at home, right? So, I mean, I guess you factor that in.
And they got Worthy back, so that is a little bit helpful.
But, I mean, 270, 4 scores, 5 catches for 83 yards for Xavier Worthy. Unreal. Hey, after week, what are we on? 4? After week 4, I know this. I like the new overtime rules, but we still need to do something. We can't have games ending in ties. I get it. It's very rare. I don't want to, let's see, what did you use earlier that was a random analogy that I had to Google up because I hadn't heard it in a long time? $1 to donuts or something? You dropped that earlier in the show. Now, I don't want to throw the baby out with the bathwater if we can use all these old analogies on the program, but I'll say this much. We don't know how to act after a game that ends in a tie. It messes with the standings all year long. You're trying to figure out, okay, what does a tie do in this gambling-sensitive world? It messes with parlays and survivor pools. It's kind of ridiculous. I don't know if it's adding 5 more minutes onto the clock and making it a 15-minute overtime, Arnie, but as fun as it is, we can't have games ending in ties. I like both teams getting a possession, but I feel like it needs to be reworked a little bit more.
Well, 10 minutes is too short. Like I said, I think it used to be 12, not 15, when they hit overtime and they wanted to cut the last 2 minutes out. Again, for safety reasons, I think that was a big mistake.
Was it safety or was it TV?
No, it was safety, they said. But I can tell you, once they cut out the 2 minutes, you heard announcers bringing it up how it was too short. There's not enough time. You could see it was really making an impact on the game, just those 2 minutes alone. So I'd have to agree with them. I just don't like that at all. If we put it back on, maybe we could see the difference. But the 2 minutes does make a difference, especially when there's going to be ties out there. All right, after week 4, I know this, and I didn't have to wait till now. Jackson Dart, my friend, my goodness, man, I saw a little bit of him in preseason. And he's the real deal. He's going to be the starting quarterback for the Giants for the next 15 years, would you say? Well, give or take. He is going to be everything. I love what I see. I'm not going to get too crazy just because he beat the Chargers.
Well, you just said he's going to be the starting quarterback for the next 15 years, so I say that's getting a little crazy.
Well, I just love him. I think he's going to be around for a long, long time, Chris.
I like him. I like him, too. I think he's a really good quarterback. Let's see what happens whenever teams are able to adjust to him. Now they see a little bit of him. He's lost Malik Neighbors.
Right, that's going to be a killer. That hurts.
I think he's off to a really good start. I'm excited to see what he can become. And you could sense Brian Daboll realized the importance of it. They needed not just a win, but they needed him to look good. And listen, the numbers aren't going to be jaw-dropping. I mean, if I were to tell you that Jackson Dart threw for 111 yards, 9 out of 10 times, Arnie be like, gosh, he must suck. He stinks. Terrible.
Right.
He was sacked 5 times, too. But they got it done.
He ran a lot more than I thought he was. The over-under on him rushing was 6 or 6.5. He rushed 10 times. Yardage-wise, it was like 32. I think he had 54.
Yep.
So I heard the guys this morning talking about betting the over.
10 carries, 54 yards, 5.4 per, and a touchdown running the football. By the way, I'll add one more thing. Cam Skattebo, kind of a dog. I like him a lot. I mean, I didn't know what his game would translate to the NFL. Now, he's only averaging, I don't even think he's at 4 yards per carry, but they gave him the ball 25 times today. So, I mean,
how's that guy going to make it? I mean, he's just taking shots already. We're 4 games in. I don't even know how he's going to make it a year, yet alone a career. My goodness, man, he's just taking a pounding in there.
After week 4, I know this. I watched a lot of football yesterday and today, and I know we knee-jerk quite a bit on this show. We've buried this guy many times, and I watch his former school kind of suck now. While his former school is pretty awesome. But people tried to bury Caleb Williams too quick. Now, he wasn't by any stretch of the imagination amazing, but he didn't get a ton of help. He was running for his life all day long.
Right.
And the Raiders tried to do everything they could to keep the Bears in that game. I think Geno Smith just threw another interception. But the Bears are 2-2. Caleb Williams is looking like that guy, I think it's time for Arnie to apologize.
Ouch.
I think it's time for
Ouch.
all you haters and doubters to realize it's going to take a while. Ben Johnson, I think they're a playoff team right now. And listen, that's a tough division. Packers just ended in a tie. Lions looked like whatever was bothering them in the preseason, and then in week one, looks like they're going to be okay right now. We'll see about the Vikings when J.J. McCarthy comes back, but I think the Bears are going to be a problem, and I think Caleb Williams is the reason. He was really impressive today. I don't want to say game manager, but he managed the game well, where usually he'd be running around for his life and taking 15-yard losses, but Bears look good, man. They had no business winning that game today, and the Raiders had no business being in that game today, if that makes any sense at all.
Somebody had to win it.
Somebody had to win it, and Williams made one more play than the Raiders.
After week 4, I know this, and this is a record, Chris. We never had 2 divisions already decided.
Well, you said most of them are decided in the preseason, but go ahead.
Now it's a final. The Philadelphia Eagles have clinched the NFC East, so they're done with their 2-game lead over the Washington Commanders. Forget about Dallas and the Giants. They're not going to even be in that race. So congratulations to Philadelphia, and congratulations to the Buffalo Bills, who clinched the AFC East.
That one's got hurt.
Well, what'd you say? Who got hurt?
That one's got to hurt for you.
Yeah, that does hurt. I mean, considering the Jets and the Dolphins are both 0-3, they're not going to be in that division. And the Patriots are just going to fall on the side. So maybe they'll be like an 8-9, 9-8 team. Bills already have won that division. So 2 divisions already clinched in the NFL.
Can I just ask you a random question? We've done this show together for a while now.
Yeah.
What is your infatuation with wanting to end division races so early?
There's no infatuation. I'm just
do it every year.
You the truth.
But no. I'm just saying, every year in the preseason, it's like 6 of the divisions are over, and you have it in the Roman numeral rundown every week. You want to end divisions 2 weeks into the season.
But it turned out to be right. I'm looking at every division. It looks like I'm hitting everyone right on.
Looks like, but I'm just saying it's like this thing with you. I don't know why. It's like, oh, I'll tell you what, this division's over.
Can I answer that though?
Yeah, go ahead, Mary Mac.
I think he's just personally. I think he's bored, and I think he's rage baiting.
Oh, you think so? You think he's just trying to get people riled up?
Am I wrong that Philadelphia with a 2-game lead over Washington that division's over?
Are you serious right now?
You're wrong. I think they look good.
Way too early.
Are Patriot fans on the line mad at me because I said the Bills have won that division?
Well, you're a Dolphins fan, so you should be mad at yourself for saying that right now. They haven't even.
Dolphins,
what's that?
They win tomorrow and then they beat Carolina. We're right back in it, baby.
Right, exactly. And seeing that the Eagles have played all of one game within their own division, I don't think I'm ready to end anything right now.
I was going to say this after 4 weeks. I know this Philadelphia is the worst 4-0 team in the NFL.
All right, bro.
Let's just.
Can I shut off his mic?
Yeah, that's just complete. You are right.
No, defensively, they do have me worried. They just don't look as crisp as they usually do. I am worried about them a little bit.
Well, they also, I don't think they've looked this crisp offensively. Special teams have been good for them so far.
Saquon Barkley has just been average at best this year. He's not.
I mean, what do you expect? The dude ran for 2,000 yards last year.
I don't think he's had more than 60 or 70 yards in a game this year.
Right. I mean, but he is at Jalen Hurts has looked pretty good whenever he's run the ball at times. But I don't know, man. I don't have an answer for you except that I didn't expect him to match that. Hurts ran the ball for 62 yards today, so maybe getting that quarterback run game is kind of taken a little bit away from one Saquon Barkley. I got one more.
By the way, there's going to be just real quick, there's going to be some really good teams that are going to miss out on the playoffs in the NFC. It's going to be a dogfight. Like you said, I mean, as of now, like Minnesota, Atlanta, Arizona,
Is Minnesota
Chicago.
a good team?
No. You don't think they are?
I don't know, man. I have no idea. I get it that J.J. McCarthy is out, but even when J.J. McCarthy was in, they were pretty awful.
Right.
I mean, it took really, Joe Burrow going down to roll them, and the Bears gave them week 1. I mean, I get it. They're like the Broncos, and no offense, Patrick, but they're like the Broncos. Everyone falls in love with them. I don't know what it is, and maybe it's because the coach is nice to people, maybe because they think he's a good-looking guy. I don't know, but everyone falls in love with him, and then they're just kind of mediocre. I'm not really all that sold on Minnesota right now. I don't know. Outside of blowing out the Bengals without Joe Burrow, I don't know what they've done on their resume so far where you would think that.
Well, coming in, we thought they were going to be like one of the teams to fight out in that division. That's why I said a good team isn't going to make the play. Atlanta, too. I thought they were going to win the division. Arizona, maybe no big surprise. Chicago is going to make a run. Washington would not be in it right now. They're down there.
They've also played 2 games without their starting quarterback. So I think that factors in as well. And
absolutely.
He's pretty awesome.
Yeah.
Even though they destroyed the Raiders in the one game that they had without him in Vegas. One other thing, heading into the final 2 games of week 4, I know this. I think tomorrow is kind of a make or break game. And you brought this up earlier for Cincinnati to see what they're going to do. I mean, I think if they find a way to win and Browning doesn't play well, and they come out of that game 3-1, and Jake Browning's throwing a couple of picks, and their defense does a good job. Arnie, I think I might be in that camp of starting to look around. If it's maybe you call Atlanta and say, hey, what do you want for Kirk Cousins? Maybe it is. You brought up Russell Wilson earlier, and I don't know if Wilson's an upgrade over Jake Browning right now, but
right.
I think that's going to be a big game. And I say late. It's the second kickoff. It's 8:15 Eastern, 7:15 Central. But I think if they win, and it's a game where they win and Jake Browning doesn't play all that well and turns the ball over a couple of times, I think you could see them suddenly be in that category where they're going to make a move and try to go get a quarterback.
You certainly don't want to give up on the year. It's just way too early. And
exactly.
Even if Burrows comes back or doesn't come back, you've got to go ahead and position yourself to go ahead and do something this year. I think I would go after Russell Wilson. I know
you'd go after Wilson over Cousins?
Well, I like Cousins, too. Maybe. I mean, I guess it would depend how much I have to pay for these guys, you know?
Well, you're going to have to pay a lot for Kirk Cousins because of his deal. But you also, you're also looking at a lot of money already invested in that position to begin with Burrow. So what can you really go out and do as far as the cap is concerned?
Exactly, yeah. So you're going to have to go on the cheap on that. I don't know.
Might be pointless even bring it up with the numbers, but I think if they win, and you brought it up, no one looks like they're going to run away with that division. I think you might be, if he doesn't play well, you might be looking at something different at the quarterback position, but we'll see. Nothing on after heading into Monday night, what you know about your Dolphins? Nothing at all?
They have to win. I mean, if they lose, they're actually the worst team in the NFL. It's the battle of the worst teams in the NFL, except for maybe the Saints there. 2-0-3 teams. You can't lose to the Jets at home. You just can't do that. I expect a monster game out of the Dolphins. I expect them to win by a couple of touchdowns, but their defense is just so terrible. It's
monster game. Is it Tyrod Taylor tomorrow night, or do we have an update on Justin Fields?
I think Fields is back. I thought Fields was back, yeah.
Fields v. Tua. Oh, gosh, just the matchup dreams are made of. All right, when we come back to the Fox Sports Radio studios, Arnie's picks are right around the corner, and your tweets. Reminder, though, this isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets at harlemglobetrotters.com. Right around the corner, too, to Sager's Update, which will recap all the games of Week 4 next, right here on Fox Sports Radio.
When that news breaks.
We have a little breaking news. We have breaking news.
When that last shot goes up.
And the final shot by the Pacers. Oh, my goodness.
When that catch wins it. Touchdown, Commanders! When your team plays. We are on. We are Fox Sports Radio.
Did you hear? Allstate car insurance now costs even less. So when you bundle with home, you can save even more. Check Allstate first to bundle and save with a new lower auto rate. You're in good hands with Allstate. Not available in every state. Only applicable for new auto insurance business. Rates will vary by several factors, including how you purchase the policy. Potential savings may vary. Allstate North American Insurance Company and Affiliates, Northbrook,
eBay
Illinois.
has reinvented vehicle buying. From click to curb, everything's covered. Ever try to buy a car online and end up in a parking lot with a stranger and some blind trust? That era is over. Now with Secure Purchase, eBay isn't just where you find your car. It's where you buy it, start to finish. Title, financing, registration, delivery, it's all built in. This is the modern way to buy your next ride on eBay. eBay. Things people love. Secure Purchase is powered by Caramel Dealer Services, LLC, an eBay subsidiary.
I love a day on the water with friends, but my moderate to severe plaque psoriasis sometimes holds me back. Now I'm all in with clearer skin thanks to Skyrizi. Risankizumab Riza, a prescription-only 150 milligram injection for adults who are candidates for systemic or phototherapy.
Teaching music is my passion, but my active psoriatic arthritis can limit me at times. Now I'm treating my joint symptoms with Skyrizi.
With Skyrizi, most people with plaque psoriasis saw 90% clearer skin at 4 months.
Or if you are an adult with active psoriatic arthritis, Skyrizi helps you move with less joint pain, stiffness, swelling, and fatigue.
Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines.
There's nothing like clearer skin.
There's nothing like better movement, and that means everything. Ask your doctor about Skyrizi. Visit Skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKY-RIZZI to learn more.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025, Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Give it up.
Like this.
A quiet residential neighborhood erupts in chaos. Carmine Galante, the feared boss of the Bonanno crime family, lies dead, his cigar still clutched between his teeth.
Masked men walked into Joe and Mary's luncheonette in Brooklyn today and gunned down Carmine Galante, a man believed to be the most powerful mafia chieftain in the country.
The execution sent shockwaves through the criminal underworld and set the stage for one of the most pivotal criminal cases in New York City history. From the minds behind the acclaimed television series comes Law and Order: Criminal Justice System. This isn't a scripted drama. These are real stories told by the people who have lived them.
My father should have been a dead man.
For decades, the mafia had New York City in a stranglehold, with law enforcement seemingly powerless to intervene. But the murder of Carmine Galante marked the beginning of the end. Discover how a group of young prosecutors took on the mafia, and with the help of law enforcement, brought down its most powerful figures. I'm Anna-Sigga Nicolazzi, and from Wolf Entertainment and iHeart Podcasts, this is Law and Order: Criminal Justice System.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Just before midnight on Saturday, February 19th, 2005, Danielle Imbo and her friend Richard Petrone left a crowded Philadelphia bar. The two 30-somethings planned to walk to Richard's truck and drive home, but they never made it.
It does not make sense. It's like they literally vanished.
The two were never seen again.
Not just them, but a truck disappeared into the ether.
Was it an accident, or were they murdered?
No one had a motive to kill them.
Those same questions frustrated law enforcement. The FBI called it murder for hire.
Who killed these two individuals and how did they get rid of them?
Both of them weren't the target. One of them was the target. The other one was wrong place, wrong time.
But which victim was the intended target and why?
It was definitely murder for hire for Danielle, not for Richard.
You're right, it could be. But it also could be something your son did too.
No one was looking to kill Richard. No one.
He's your son, and in your eyes, he's innocent. But in my eyes, he's just some guy my sister was with.
Fingers were pointed, allegations were made, and lines were drawn.
That drove the wedge between the families.
What happened to Danielle and Richard?
I think that whatever happened to my dad and Danielle was planned and orchestrated and thought out.
I'm Andrea Gunning. In this series, I dig into my own investigation to find answers for the families and get justice for Richard and Danielle.
I just want some peace for my sister's soul, and I want some peace for my mother.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We are FS1.
Call your friends and ask how they doing.
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Boom. Trust your eyes.
FS1.
All right, let's hit some of these tweets. Arnie and Plank coming to you live from the Fox Sports Radio studios. You can always follow us on Twitter at StinkinGenius1. Amit Plank Show, and everybody should follow us at Fox Sports Radio. Let's go back to early in the show, some people that checked in.
Yeah.
LJ writes, hey, Arnie, can you tell me what place the Dolphins are in? I told you to watch out for the Patriots being in second place. At least you know who the Godfather Kevin Samuels is.
Yeah, season's not over. Only 4 games in. I expect my Dolphins to make a little bit of a run. And I said I can't do sports anymore. I want to do a show that's a mix of Kevin Samuels and Dr. Ruth. So sex, relationship.
Moved away from that.
Yeah.
Mr. Nobody writes, split takes on FSU's loss. They deserve to lose. Poor tackling, stupid turnovers. Virginia's patchwork O-line, dog walking the FSU D-line. The officiating didn't cost in the game, but it was trash. Also, can UVA let players off the field before their fans run on? Did you watch that Friday night?
I watched a little bit of it. That was a fun game. That was a good game.
The field storming was concerning. I mean, I get it that UVA has kind of a unique setup where their fans stand on the field. I get it. I understand it. That's cool. But they got to do a better job. I mean, the Florida State receiver was down on the field while they're storming the field.
I know.
And
they got they covered it real quickly too. You know what I mean?
Real quickly.
Yeah.
I mean, I think they were coming even if the guy caught the football. I mean, if the Florida State receiver caught the football, they were storming regardless. The other thing is, and I've talked about this a lot, the thing that sucks about field storming is when you're on the other end of it is everybody has like no filter. They know you can't punch him or do anything. And the video of the guy like double burden Castellanos while he's going off the field, it's like,
anything ever happened to you? You ever get like run over?
I get flipped off. I'm smart enough to stay out of the way, but I'll get flipped off. I'll get cussed at. You
don't give like a forearm shiver to anybody?
I can't because they're recording everything. And if I do that, where am I going to end up?
Oh, I would
canceled.
be doing that all over the place.
Well, that's right. And you would end up being canceled. Also, Mr. Nobody added, Arnie might be more sympathetic if he didn't talk so much. He ran his yap about Iowa State, and they dog-walked Arizona. He should try being a Raiders fan. Vegas had an easy chance for a game-tying field goal. Idiotic play call on 3rd down, and then it gets blocked. He's right.
But at least we're going to go ahead and kick the crap out of Oklahoma State this week. Thank goodness for that.
I mean, you should. They fired their
line
coach.
Is on that
they
game?
Fired their defensive coordinator. Half of their players are on the injured list. It's got to be like at least 21.
19 and a half.
Yeah. Matt writes, yes, Arnie, it's time for you to give up sports, especially picks. Instead of sex and romance, become a mime. You would be amazing and doing all the listeners a favor.
It'd be tough to do a radio show doing that, though.
That would be hilarious trying to.
I can't believe you didn't know who Kevin Samuels was. I don't know.
Yeah, no clue. Colin writes, Russell Wilson, Pete Carroll, Geno Smith. It seems like John Schneider knows when to move on from people, but has the game moved on from Pete Carroll and Chip Kelly? This is going to sound so idiotic, and the Raiders play the Colts next week. I'm not as down on the 1-3 Raiders as I usually am.
Don't know why. You should be, though.
I know. I don't know why. I'm not as down as I should be. I think I think they're still going to be a good football team. Tiger Man in Utah asks, "Can I sponsor Ask Arnie Anything?" There you go. Yeah. You got a sponsor.
They may have to have. We may have to make that a segment. Ask Arnie Anything.
Paul writes, "We should talk tonight about how the Mets are going to have a playoff run." That's pretty cool.
You know that I still can't believe they had the best record in baseball. I was writing emails to the boss saying I'm going to need time off to go to this World Series party. And
Do you
they
think
don't
that they even read those emails, that they know that it's just pointless? for you to even write the emails?
Yeah, they read them.
You think they really look at it and say, oh my gosh, Arnie is asking for time off for the Super Bowl parade or for the World Series parade?
Well, maybe not the Super Bowl parade, they care about that, but they had to think that the Mets had a good chance of winning the World Series.
Well, I mean, there's a difference between making the playoffs and winning the World Series. But
we had the best record in baseball, McFly.
So did the Dodgers at one point this year. I mean, it's...
Well, at least I got my Dodgers.
Hey, congratulations on having the best record in baseball in June. What did get you?
Nothing.
There you go. Couple more here. Tennis Data writes, James Franklin, worst big game coach ever. And Kirby Smart, a little too cocky, not kicking the field goal for the tie, but an incredible game and an example of why college is better than pros.
Well, just a couple things. One, let's start with James Franklin. Do you really think they're not going to fire him? So they're stuck with him or he's going to have to quit for another job, but they're not going to fire him.
I could see this being a situation like Calipari going to Arkansas. I'm not saying that James Franklin's going to go to Arkansas, but it's just I could see him being told, hey, man, when Ole Miss comes open, when Lane Kiffin takes the Florida job or something like that. I mean, maybe that's a job you need to look at. I could see something like that. But it's hard to argue that he is 4-21 against top 10 teams in the AP poll, and only one of those wins came against a Big Ten team. That's hard to stomach. I mean, how about this? What if USC moves on from Lincoln Riley? Would that be a place that James Franklin might end up becoming the head coach? And would that be embraced at USC?
It would, because the money would be there. They're a private institution.
Is the money there at USC right now?
It's not. Well, I think it's there. I don't know for a fact, though. I mean, you're going to go to a place where if you still want to coach, then you'll consider a USC or a UCLA. Other than that, though,
no, you would not go to UCLA. I think UCLA is going to end up having to hire someone like Deshaun Foster again, or the head coach at, I don't know, Kennesaw State. Bro, that's an up and comer, maybe like a Trey Lamb at Tulsa. Dude, UCLA is a terrible job right now. They don't have any NIL money. They don't have fan support right now. I brought that up to a
friend of mine that's a big UCLA fan, and he said there is NIL money. There's money there.
Well, there's $20 million at every school right now.
Right.
But, okay, then what, are they just not spending it in the right place?
I don't know. There are some rich alumni that graduated from UCLA.
There's rich alumni at every single school.
Right.
But, I mean, it's just, you're telling me that investment in Nico was a good one right now? I would push back on UCLA being a good job against anybody right now. And I love UCLA.
Well, maybe it's a good job. Maybe it's not a good job now, but you could turn it into a good job. It's not as... the only thing that bothers me is you just can't have the, stadium on campus, and that's a big thing for me. You know that, right? So
yes, but I'm still miffed is how you can turn a job into a good job where you are constantly playing against Big Ten foes and traveling nonstop, blowing your budget on travel. Like how can you turn that into a good job right now with the most apathetic fan base on the planet right now? I mean, look what USC's done when they invested in Lincoln Riley. Again, that's not a bad football team right now, but you just lost on the road to Illinois, who gave up 60 the week before to Indiana.
You're right about the Big Ten, but you have to understand, and you probably understand better than anybody, UCLA was a major football power. The whole Rose Bowl, and that used to be sold out.
So was Nebraska.
You're right about that. You're 100% right about that.
And I think Nebraska's a pretty good team this year. Since we're on college, Joe Judge's burner writes, all AP voters need to be institutionalized for a minimum of 15 years in a psychiatric facility to study their brains to find out the type of psychosis they have. Penn State beats 3 directional schools, number 3, and finally plays a team with a pulse at home as a 3.5-point favorite and only drops to 7.
I'm okay with that. Let's, I'm fine. Like you said, the spread was only 3.5. They lost in overtime. I mean, how far do you want to drop somebody when you're playing a really good team like Oregon? I don't understand.
Well, I mean, you're a 3.5-point favorite at home and you lose to a team that was ranked pretty high. I thought that Indiana should have been ranked ahead of them. I honestly thought Alabama should have been ranked ahead of them. I thought Texas Tech should have been ranked ahead of them. I thought Iowa State should have been ranked ahead of them. I can keep going. But I get it. You're not going to.
Alabama had a bad loss, too, though. Remember that.
Right, but look what they've done since. I mean, the show's tonight, Arnie. The show wasn't in week one, right? I think you've taught me that. And then one more to get us back to the pros. Colin asks, as a Packers fan, can I blame this whole game on Arnie because he had them atop his power rankings?
I did.
The Colts back down to reality, ?
Can you believe I had the Colts as the worst team in the NFL? I should have been fired for that. I mean, the boss should have called me up and said, you know what, you got to go with I can take a lot of things from you, but when you start saying that the Colts are the worst team in the NFL, you've got to go. I can't take that anymore.
All right. Our man, Steve Sager, has one final update for us tonight.
You should have fired him a long time ago.
Steve, why would you say that?
Oh, you should hear
He's just mad at the world.
Right.
By the way, I would add that UCLA football fans deserve to be apathetic at this point.
Absolutely.
Tell them to Sager. Tell them how great that program used to be one time.
Absolutely. They've been almost nothing to write home about for most of the last decade, but I'm old enough to remember about 20 years ago when UCLA beat Michigan and Alabama in the same month. I remember watching them beat Texas twice. I remember UCLA, right after the NFL left Los Angeles in the mid-90s, UCLA football was drawing like an NFL team in the late 90s, and UCLA had won 20 games in a row, had a great offense, very entertaining to watch, and they were one game away from the national championship game. How things have changed.
Troy Aikman on line 2 for Chris Blank.
And even after that, a lot of wins. By the way, the Georgia reference, for those unaware, last night, Georgia at home, down 3 to Alabama, early fourth quarter. They're down at about the 10-yard line, and the next 3 plays, essentially, they get no gains, no points, and lose by 3. Just FYI. Arkansas fired its head coach Sam Pittman today. Oklahoma State fired defensive coordinator Todd Grantham. Oregon is up to number 2 in the new college football rankings behind number 1 Ohio State. Chase Elliott took the NASCAR race. Europe held on to win the Ryder Cup 15-13 over the U.S. golfers. WNBA semifinals. Indiana stayed alive, beating Vegas. They'll go to a Game 5 of the best of 5. Phoenix at home eliminated Minnesota. For those who are unaware, the great halftime entertainer at basketball games, Red Panda, with a message that she is recovering from surgery and hopes to perform during the upcoming basketball seasons, both college and pro.
Didn't she get hurt a while ago, though?
Absolutely. On the unicycle and fell off it, balancing the bowls on her head. It's an amazing show, but it was halftime of a WNBA game in July and had to have surgery for, I think it was the wrist was the problem with the fall. By the way, speaking of injuries, Juju Watkins, USC basketball.
I can't believe
All-American is not going to play at all in the upcoming season, still recovering from the March Madness season-ending knee surgery.
And she was going to be a sophomore?
So she can't go pro, I think, even now at this point.
Even if she missed a year.
Right. So and she says the rehab has been hard, and thanks for all the well wishes and all of that. But that was the announcement literally just today. As far as the NFL, we didn't have a win and we didn't have a loss in tonight's game. Green Bay at Dallas finished 40-40 after overtime. Dak Prescott, 3 touchdown passes, 2 to George Pickens. Jordan Love of the Packers, 3 touchdown passes, all of them to Romeo Doubs. Packers had tied it at the end of regulation on a 53-yard field goal. In the OT, each team had 1 possession. Each team kicked a field goal, and they go home. Dallas scored 2 touchdowns in the final minute of the first half to take the lead. Amazing the Cowboys were even in the game because late first half, Dallas was down 13-2. And important, too, as it turned out, Dallas got the 2 points, running back a blocked extra point. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson left the loss at Kansas City with a hamstring injury. He had 1 touchdown, 2 turnovers. KC 37-20 over the Ravens, who are now 1-3. Patrick Mahomes, 4 touchdown passes in his career against Baltimore. Mahomes is 6-1. 49ers committed 4 turnovers and lost at home to Jacksonville 26-21. Travis Etienne on 19 carries had 124 yards and a score, each team 3-1. Rams edged the Colts 27-20, each team 3-1. Rams with 2 touchdowns in the last 3.5 minutes. Puka Nacua, 13 catches, 170 yards and a score. Matthew Stafford had 3 touchdown passes, 375 yards through the air. Chicago came back for a win at Las Vegas, 25-24. DeAndre Swift, the go-ahead TD with under 2 minutes to go, and the Bears blocked a 54-yard field goal attempt at the end. Raiders are 1-3. even though as a team, 31 carries, 240 yards rushing today. But the Raiders committed 4 turnovers, including 3 interceptions by Geno Smith. Giants upset the Chargers 21-18, but Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors left with a knee injury, possible torn ACL, MRI on Monday. By the way, the first-round rookie running back for the Chargers, Omarion Hampton, on 12 carries, had 128 yards and a touchdown. In Dublin, Pittsburgh edged Minnesota 24-21. Buffalo's 4-0 after beating the Saints. Philly is 4-0 after winning at Tampa Bay. Victories for Detroit and Atlanta. Wins for New England and Houston. The Houston Texans were up 6-0 to start the fourth quarter. 26-0 the final over Tennessee, which is 0-4. The Titans offense today, 10 drives, 10 first downs, 0 for 2 on field goal attempts.
If you score a touchdown and nobody's watching, does it count?
It's the team that had allowed 15 sacks the first 3 games, so, baby steps. Major League Baseball, the regular season has ended. Detroit lost again. The Cleveland Guardians clinched the AL Central title. A team that was 15 and a half games back of Detroit as late as July 8th. This is the largest comeback in Major League Baseball history.
Crazy.
The Tigers at least clinched a playoff spot on Saturday.
By the way, the MLB regular season ended without a single what for the first time in 20 years.
No-hitter this year.
That's right. First time in 20 years. Without a no-hitter. That's crazy.
The Dodgers came so close in recent weeks, the 2 outs in the 9th with Yamamoto, and then they wound up losing the game with as awful as the bullpen was in September. The Dodgers will be hosting the Cincinnati Reds in a best-of-3 wild-card series starting Tuesday night. Reds get the final spot because they win a tiebreaker over the Mets. Both the Mets and Reds lost today. The Mets just crashed and burned in the second half of the season. Lost 4-0 today at Miami. The season is over. A final record of 83-79, despite a payroll of about $340 million.
That Reds lineup, though, Cesar Geronimo and those guys, Joe Morgan.
That's right. Joe Morgan's great.
Watch
Johnny Bench. Nobody's better than Johnny Bench. Absolutely not. And by the way, as far as the games, you're going to have Padres at Cubs best-of-3, noon every day, Tuesday, Wednesday, if necessary, Thursday. Then Yankees hosting Red Sox right after that, Tuesday, Wednesday, and if necessary, Thursday. And then the late game, the Dodgers hosting the Reds, which means the Guardians will have Pacific time, the morning game starting Tuesday. These are best-of-3 wild card series, all 3 games at the better-seeded team. And then we get to the best-of-5 division series. Those will all start this Saturday. Back to you.
I wish, I know the travel, but I wish it would go 1-1-1 because I think some of those crowds would be amazing, especially in Cincy. All right. Great stuff tonight, Steve.
Thanks,
awesome
Steve.
as always. Hey, when we come back, Arnie's Picks will take us home. It's Arnie and Plank on Fox Sports Radio.
When you're the best, you beat your chest.
I'm going to be the reason. Now we're up.
When you're not like the rest.
First of all, that's not a shtick. It's a way of life.
You beat your chest.
Who wants a piece of me?
And when you pass all the tests, you beat that chest. You know you're listening to Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, want to hear something great? Right now at Wendy's, you can get 2 of the #1 selling bacon cheeseburger in all fast food, the JBC, plus medium fries and a medium soft drink for just $8. Want to hear something else great? Double the burger means double the bacon. Now that's a game changer. 2 of the #1 bacon cheeseburgers with fries and a drink for just $8. Gotta be Wendy's.
Limited time only. U.S. price and participation may vary. Request $8 JBC meal deal to obtain discount. Individual items at regular price.
Could this vintage store be any cuter?
Right? And the best part? They accept Discover.
Accept Discover? In a little place like this? I don't think so, Jennifer.
Oh, yeah, huh? Discover's accepted where I like to shop. Come on, baby. Get with the times.
Right. So we shouldn't get the parachute pants?
These are making a comeback. I think.
Discover is accepted at 99% of places that take credit cards nationwide. Based on the February 2025 Nielsen report.
iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
The different color noises, white noise, brown noise, pink noise. Brown noise is deeper, has lower frequencies, it's got more bass, minimalizes that higher frequency. Mm-hmm. And I didn't really know this, but apparently you can liken some of these to sounds in nature, and apparently brown noise is more akin to like a river rapid or a heavy rainfall or thunder.
Because there's also white noise and pink noise, you think brown noise is just named after the color brown. Wrong. There was a scientist named Robert Brown from Scotland.
White noise is used, aside from just sleeping, a lot of times with like noise-canceling headphones and stuff, masking other sounds.
Pink noise is a little different. It's kind of like the compromise between white noise and brown noise.
As far as which one is best for sleep, there have been some very middling studies over the years, but at Oxford in 2017, they said that they fell asleep 40% faster listening to white noise, but their overall sleep was about the same.
Okay.
There was a study in 2017 from Northwestern of 13 older adults, and they said pink noise provided deeper sleep overall and improved ability to recall words.
For the entire Colorful Noises episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now.
Take a look under your bed. Find stuff under there? What about jobs? No? Now try your basement. There's a pair of overalls that overall you're not so into anymore. A perfectly good laptop that hasn't sat in your lap in months. And even more stuff, but still no jobs? Well, you really have both. See, stuff is defined as household articles considered as a group. Sometimes this stuff is no longer needed. Wait, no longer needed? That can't be right. Because remember those jobs you were looking for? Those are really needed. And they're the stuff inside your stuff, even inside that winter coat that moved with you to Phoenix. Our job is to unlock those jobs, and it starts when you donate your stuff to your local Goodwill. Here's how we do it. When you donate to Goodwill, we sell your stuff to provide job training for people right here in your community. So just by teaming up with Goodwill, you help create jobs. And isn't that worth partying with the leftover guitar from your 80s cover band? Goodwill. Donate stuff, create jobs. Find your nearest donation center at goodwill.org. A message from Goodwill and the Ad Council.
Gulf moisture will ride along a frontal boundary that is forecast to slow down and become nearly stationary across the southern mid-Atlantic and the southeast over the weekend, resulting in a couple days of unsettled weather. Heading out west, an upper-level low will cut off and spin over Southern California and southwest Arizona the next few days. As the low sits and spins, it will continuously draw a round of enhanced moisture northward into the southwest U.S., setting the stage for daily chances for widespread showers and thunderstorms. A slight risk for excessive rainfall is in effect on Saturday for the deserts of southeast California to western Arizona. And a large storm located near the Bahamas will likely present the risks of heavy rainfall and flash flooding, gusty winds, and coastal flooding to the southeast coastline early next week. There is a lot of uncertainty with the forming storm, but folks in the southeast should get hurricane plans ready. And that's a look at your national forecast. I'm Jim Forbes.
When is the best time to talk to your family about staying in touch during a disaster? When floodwaters reach your door? When wildfires are engulfing the edge of your neighborhood? Or an earthquake is destroying buildings? When a tornado is tearing through town? Or a hurricane strikes? Or is the best time perhaps today? During a disaster, you may not be able to stay in touch with your family or friends as easily as you think. And it's not always as simple as using your cell phone. That's why now is the time to take action. Go to ready.gov/communicate and make your emergency plan today. Don't wait. Communicate. Brought to you by FEMA and the Ad Council.
We are One.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details. FS1.
Looking for the one, what you looking at the one?
Guys, get out of here. Make way for Big Ben Maller, who's coming up next on Fox Sports Radio. Great job by Mary Mack running the show as always. Patrick Suika, who is happy with the Seahawks, disappointed with his Vikings. The Sager, as always, on updates. And the millions and millions of editors behind the scenes who make sure we get all the great audio that you'll hear throughout the night and day right here on Fox Sports Radio. A reminder, it's not just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event, the Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Come be a part of a legacy that never stops. Be there when history is made. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. All right, take it away, Stinking Genius. What you got for us with your picks?
Not a good week for me last week. Week 5 in college, I went 3-7. So I was coming in at 17-11. I'm now at 20-18. Still over 500 in college, but very disappointed. So I came up with 5 picks for this weekend. Love Texas, going to lay the 7.5 against Florida. Who do you like in that game, Chris, by the way?
What's the number?
7.5.
7.5?
Yeah.
I can't believe they have numbers on it yet, because don't we have quarterback injury issues in that game too?
Well, that's what it's got right now. I'm going to take Texas. I'm going to lay the points in that.
It's in Florida too. It's in Gainesville too.
Yep. Vanderbilt, though. I'm not getting enough points here. You'd think they'd be a bigger underdog in Alabama.
Why? They beat them last year, and they've looked awesome so far this season.
10.5. I'm taking the 10.5. I just wanted more points. I'm also going to take Boise plus the 17.5 on the road at Notre Dame. I'm going to take Miami laying the 4.5 at Florida State. And you know we're bouncing back. Give me Arizona laying the 19.5 against Oklahoma State. We're going to kick the crap out of them.
Well, they just fired their coach, and half of their team is hurt, so congrats.
If we lose to Oklahoma State, I will not come in on Sunday.
You don't want to pick your vaunted UCLA Bruins as a 4-touchdown underdog against Penn State?
I was thinking about it, but they put up a good fight against Northwestern. I was watching part of that game.
You just said. They put up a good fight against Northwestern, noted football powerhouse.
Yeah, I'm not going to touch that game. Final score, Miami Dolphins 33. The Jets 20. Big 13-point victory for my Dolphins. We get back in it. Then we beat Carolina. Then we go 2-3. And that gets us re-energized. And we get back in this whole playoff race. So I can't wait for the game tomorrow. If we lose to the Jets, I'm not coming in on Sunday.
Well, see, here's the funny thing, is you will still come in because you don't have any other jobs. I mean, you'll absolutely be here. So
True.
that.
I'm taking the Rams minus 3.5 against San Francisco. And I'm all over the Colts laying 6.5 over your Las Vegas Raiders. So
it's in Indy too, by the way.
There you have my picks. Do them as you please. No longer strictly for entertainment purposes only. So
what, you got nothing on Florida State, Miami?
I did. I said I have Miami minus 4.5 against
Florida
that
State. Number's 6.
6?
Yeah, it opened at 7.5. I've got it at 6 right now.
I could look it up, but I had 4.5, which then a lot of money must have come in on it recently, but people are betting it up, and I can see why they're betting it up. They obviously going to go ahead and take that game, but I have it right now 4.5. Miami 4.5.
Maybe Scores and Odds is off. A couple different places too.
Yeah.
4.5. Where is that at? DraftKings. Say DraftKings is they're the sponsor.
No, DraftKings.
There you go. A couple of quick tweets before we get out of here. Josh writes, is everyone jumping back on the Chiefs bandwagon now?
Oh, yes, absolutely. 100%. What are you kidding me?
It shows tonight, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
I like this from Michael. Michael writes, they updated overtime rules to allow both teams to have a chance on offense, but just left the part in there where the game can end in a tie. Yes, that is very true.
Well, they only left 4 minutes left after the first score. That's what bothers me. A little bit over 4 minutes left in the game.
And then Ryan asks a very, very, very good question. I've scratched my head over Jameis Winston. He's talented. He's had good seasons, but yet he seems content to be an inactive quarterback. He's right. Dude seems like the happiest guy on the planet. He's just sitting there holding a clipboard. He also adds, Arnie, use your journalistic skills. Can you find out if the Rams were going to draft Jackson Dart with a 26th pick if the Giants didn't pick him? Well, that would be a nice fit for him.
I heard no.
No, they weren't?
I have no idea. What the hell do I know?
Well, you have all these sources. And then, Sean, Brian Callahan, who has a 3-18 record as of today, should be relieved of his duties immediately. So should the GM, and the owner needs to go as well. Put a for sale sign on this team. You're a disgrace. You failed your father. Ouch. That's a Titan fan that's not very happy today. You're all fired. That's not going well right now, but I still like Cam Ward. I still like Cam
I do
Ward.
too. I think he's going to be okay, but the rest of the team not very good, no doubt.
Sorry if we couldn't get to your tweets tonight. It's been fantastic all night long. Arnie, have a great week. Good luck
You
to your
too, my
Dolphins
friend. You
tomorrow
too.
night. The great Big Ben Maller is coming up next. We'll be back next Sunday night to recap it all. For Arnie Spanier, I'm Chris Plank. Ben Maller next on Fox Sports Radio.
Hey, it's Jason Smith. Are you considering going back to school? Take the next step towards your future with an affordable online degree or certificate from University of Maryland Global Campus, an accredited state university. Choose from more than 135 skills-based programs, earn up to 90 credits towards a bachelor's for prior learning and relevant experience, or transfer up to 12 credits towards a master's. Don't wait to succeed again. Visit umgc.edu to learn more. That's umgc.edu, umgc.edu.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight flu, pneumococcal pneumonia, RSV, and COVID-19. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and help strengthen your immune response. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. Schedule in minutes at vaxassist.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
This. When 60 Minutes premiered in September 1968, there was nothing like it.
We realize, of course, that new approaches are not always instantly accepted.
I'm Seth Doan of CBS News, and I'm excited to introduce a new podcast from 60 Minutes called A Second Look. The team at 60 Minutes has spent the last year digging through thousands of tapes, transcripts, and reels of film, and you're about to hear some of the sound that was never broadcast, like 21-year-old Taylor Swift imagining her future success.
Sometimes I get really overwhelmed when I think about, 10 years from now I'll be 30. What's the sound then? What are the choices I've made at that point? Oh my God, what does my life look like?
Then there are the people you may not recognize by name, but who witnessed some of the most important events in modern history. Along the way, I'll speak with some of the legendary correspondents who reported the stories, as well as those whose lives were altered after sitting down with 60. Together, we'll hear how much our world has changed.
You're working in borrowed time. You're not just saying that to scare us.
And how it hasn't.
You were either for the books or against the books. And it was almost like a civil war.
You can really draw a bright red line from 74 to 2024.
It's time for A Second Look.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
We don't have to do this. You know that, right?
After all we've been through.
This is the official The Last of Us podcast. I'm Christian Spicer. I'm a writer, podcaster, and a huge fan of The Last of Us. In this show, we'll be recapping the story of part 1 while diving deep into the making of. We'll be talking to people like writer and creative director Neil Druckmann.
At first, they don't like each other. And by the end of it, they're going to love each other like the way a parent loves a child or a child loves their parent, and they're willing to do anything for each other.
You'll hear from voice actors like Ashley Johnson and Troy Baker.
I feel like the line is blurred between me and Ellie at this point.
She may be a monster, but for right now, she's a little girl, and I can't abandon a little girl.
And we'll be talking to some of the developers who created the game from the ground up.
And I could sense how different this game was from any other game that existed before.
The fact that the game has both a clicker ripping your throat out and Ellie telling you a joke from a joke book, I think that makes for just a really rich and multifaceted experience.
You want us to just leave you here?
Yes. There's no way.
I will not turn into one of those things.
How could you not know what loss is in this world? I mean, everyone has lost someone.
We'll also give you what we've all been waiting for, a behind-the-scenes look into the making of the long-awaited sequel, The Last of Us Part 2.
Definitely this is more of Joel's story, the first game, whereas the second game is definitely more of Ellie's story.
Even if I weren't a part of it, I would be blown away.
I struggled for a long time with surviving. No matter what, you keep finding something to fight for.
Subscribe now so you don't miss a thing. The official The Last of Us podcast.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
We are Fox Sports.
And here's what you need to know.
The NFL Sunday night game, Green Bay at Dallas, ended in a tie after overtime, 40-40. Each team had one possession in the OT. Each team kicked a field goal. Kansas City beat Baltimore 37-20. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson left with a hamstring injury. Victories for Chicago and Jacksonville. The Rams scored 2 touchdowns in the last 3.5 minutes to beat the Colts 27-20. The Giants upset the Chargers 21-18, but Giants wide receiver Malik Neighbors left with a knee injury. Arkansas fired head football coach Sam Pittman. Chase Elliott took the NASCAR race. Europe held on to win the Ryder Cup against the U.S. golfers 15-13. WNBA playoff wins for Phoenix and Indiana. Baseball's regular season ended with the Guardians clinching the AL Central title. The Blue Jays won at home to clinch the AL East, and the Mets got shut out. The Reds go to the playoffs. I'm Steve DeSager.
Ben Maller, your late night blabbermouth.
We're going to make the gabagool.
Ben Maller, who the hell are you? Your dark secret.
I'd like to turn this into a sports talk radio confession. My first crush, Tommy Lasorda.
He's a big mouth, I'll tell you that.
You're listening to the Ben Maller Show. Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is, Ben Maller.
All that hype, all the build-up, and a shrug, just a shrug. That's how it ended, a shrug. Welcome in the beginning of a brand new week of the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere in partnership, as we are the ninjas of the night, coast to coast, border to border, and beyond, on the vast and humongously powerful microphones of FSR, emanating live from the pulpit, the bully pulpit, the world famous Fox Sports Radio studios, as approved by the Green Bay Gobbler, gobble, 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 and Benito, the long-suffering Cowboy fan, among others. And this portion of the Ben Maller Show on Fox made possible in part by our friends at Tire Rack. For over 40 years, Tire Rack has been helping customers find the right tires for how, what, and where they drive. Shipped fast and free, backed by free road hazard protection with convenient installation options. I know Alf likes that a lot. Ferg Dog, I don't know if he still does or not. But mobile tire installation, just wonderful. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. So our lead this hour from Jerry's World. Play the hits, my man. Play the hits, one of our old bosses used to say. So the most hyped game of the NFL weekend, you had Jordan Love and the Packers versus Dak Prescott and the Cowboys. A lopsided matchup, according to the gambling market. One-sided, supposed to be a blowout. Then they played the game. Now, we know the biggest part of the hype for the game, the build-up, was the sideshow. That was the biggest thing here. It was Micah Parsons' return to the Death Star. And I don't know if you were checking this out or not. Maybe you were burned out from all the football throughout the day, which started early. There was a game in Ireland very early and continued all this. You might have missed it. And if you missed it, you didn't really miss anything because the game didn't end with a winner. We did not have a winner. We had multiple losers. And the game came down to the final second of overtime when Brian McManus booted a 34-yard field goal with just 1 second left, not to win the game. Not to win the game. No. Not to win the game. Instead, to get a tie. to procure a tie 40-40. 80 points were scored in this game. Now, we usually say the better stories in the losing locker room. Both these teams, losers! Losers! All right, so let us discuss the question. Let's just get right into the nitty-gritty of this. Did Green Bay's Micah Parsons raise his game up to match the hype? The much-anticipated return to Jerry's World. Did Micah Parsons live up to his end of the bargain? So I've got diagnosis, kitty cat, and yoga. And we will combine all of these things together, and we are going to make garlic potato knots is what we're going to make. Yeah, absolutely. We're going to mix the potatoes together with some pasta. Anyway, all right, so first of all, to answer the question, did Green Bay's Micah Parsons end up raising his game to match the stage that he was on? And the only answer, and you can't see me unless you're watching on the YouTube feed, is I'm shaking my head no. He did not. That was revenge. That was Micah Parsons' revenge. That was a statement that you want defense, you go to Green Bay, baby. The Packers are great defensively. You know what that was? A lot of cardio. That was a cardio game for Micah Parsons. He was doing Pilates out there. He wasn't really playing football. He was doing Pilates. Micah Parsons did more running around than actually making plays in this game, much to the chagrin of the television executives, who were not obviously happy with this, but the guy was number one in your program right there, Micah Parsons, number one. But unfortunately, 0 in the box score for 99.9% of this particular game, getting a pity sack. I called it a pity sack because if you were watching the game, it didn't really look like a sack. It didn't feel like a sack. It shouldn't have been a sack. But the Fugazi rules of the NFL, they gave Micah Parsons a sack with 4:49 to go in overtime. 4:40. Even Dak Prescott after the game was shocked. Are you kidding me? They gave him a sack on that? That's ridiculous. But they did. So Micah Parsons did not raise his game. Now, we were not shocked by this. We thought the Packers would win. If you watched Benny versus the Penny, we certainly thought that the Packers were going to win this game by a wide margin. We did not have on our bingo card that the team from Wisconsin would be that pathetic defensively. Pathetic. Micah Parsons, we're talking about him right now. He did not elevate his performance in this game. Now, the NBC broadcast, if NBC was not showing Micah Parsons and then shoving him down your throat like your parents would make you eat vegetables when you were a kid, it was like a medicine situation here. Take the pill. I don't want the pill. Take the pill. I don't need the pill. Take the damn pill. I don't want the pill. You got to have the pill. You wouldn't even known Micah Parsons was out there. Every other snap was Micah Parsons this, Micah Parsons that. We knew what he had for breakfast. We knew what he had for lunch. We knew what time he took his bowel movement. We know everything about Micah Parsons. It was unbelievable. That's in-depth coverage there of Micah Parsons and his return to Jerry's World. Now, here is Micah Parsons, the man of the hour, who points out that he didn't really do all that well.
I'm pissed off. I'm very disappointed overall how we performed. I even told Jordan to the side, thank you for having our back today. That's why it's so pivotal that, you play complimentary football, because today Jordan played like the player he was, and we let him down. We didn't live up to the expectations on defense.
Well, there was a lot of huffing and puffing from Micah Parsons, stumbling and bumbling as well. So the Maller diagnosis, the overnight talk radio diagnosis for Micah Parsons, chronic case of tight tuchus syndrome.
I'm a doctor.
Tight tuchus syndrome for Micah Parsons. Shrinkage, if you know what I mean. Parsons treated his return to Jerry's World just like a playoff game. And guess what? He played like it was a playoff game. He was nowhere out there. Nowhere to be seen. Got boxed up. He was neutered by the Dallas Cowboys, Micah Parsons. Tossed into a boiling cauldron, if you will, here. Holy Toledo, he's bad. That's the highest paid non-quarterback in football. The guy blows. On that night, he sucks. Man, Invisible Man. The Invisible Man. And let's not bury the lead, my man. We won't bury the lead. The Green Bay Packers, who followed up a loss, a wake-up call. You lost to Cleveland because you were caught looking ahead. Wake-up call loss. Wake-up call loss to the Browns. And what do? You come back against a ragtag Cowboy team and play to a tie. The Green Bay Packers are frauds. The Green Bay Packers are frauds. Pathetic. And if I hear one more thing about, the Packers defense is so good, shove it up your ass. They suck. They allowed the Dallas Cowboys, without CeeDee Lamb, to put up 436 yards of offense, 40 points, 436 yards of offense, 40 points, and Dallas still tried to lose again. They had 11 penalties for 95 yards, handing multiple first downs to the Green Bay Packers. And then Jordan Love, he also tried to lose the game. As much as Micah Parsons was licking the toes of Jordan Love at the end. You talk about bad situational awareness by Jordan Love at the end of this game. Now, he also had problems in the pocket, bad pocket awareness. He was strip sacked on a fumble that handed the Cowboys a touchdown. But late in the game, my God, what a fraud the Green Bay Packers are. Total Fugazi team, the Green Bay Packers. My God. All right, now, on the other side of things, not the losing locker room, not the winning locker room, the other part of the tie here. So how does this tie play for Jerry Jones and the Cowboys? Right? This is all about Micah. It was all about Jerry Jones. Well, let's hear from Jerry Jones, and he felt bad for the people that like the Cowboys. He felt bad for the people that like the Cowboys. Take a listen.
There's nobody in here, obviously, that I'm going to let in any way I can put the loss part of the tie on them. I'm proud of this bunch. They competed their tails off in here tonight. They competed out there at the end when they were tired. I'm proud of them. And I thought we played well enough to win the game. I'm sick for these guys, sick for these players, sick for these coaches, and mostly sick for our fans that we didn't bring home a win. But I am proud of the way we competed tonight.
Well, it's good he's proud. There's a glitch at the end of that, but I'm glad that he's proud. It's nice that Jerry's proud of you. Okay. Here's more. Here's Mike. Here's Jerry Jones on whether or not ties are necessary. Do we need ties in the NFL? Here's Jerry Jones.
I don't want to. That game was probably a great game for the NFL as far as a showcase for the game and competition because you had outstanding quarterback play. You had some very talented people out there playing. You certainly had one of the most expensive players in the history of the NFL out there playing. And so I guess everybody was going to take a look tonight and decide, is he worth all that?
Okay, so apparently not. That's a little backhanded shot there by Jerry Jones. But here's the deal. To answer the question, how does this tie and Micah Parsons return to Dallas play for Jerry Jones and the Cowboys? Well, it plays so Jerry gets to strut around like a banty rooster running around there. Cock-a-doodle-doo! That's Jerry Jones. Their chest puffed out. His team didn't drown in the cheese fondue they were supposed to drown in. They were supposed to go deep down into that cheese fondue and not be able to breathe there on Sunday night. And that's all it takes. Listen, the Cowboys didn't win the game. And if you don't win, you're a loser. But they were a touchdown underdog in this game. The gambling market had the Green Bay Packers winning by a wide margin. Vegas basically told the world in terms of this matchup here that the Cowboys were going to get a Wisconsin baptism in boiling cheddar. And that certainly did not happen in this game. And you say, well, Jerry Jones' defense, the Cowboys' defense could not have stopped a leaky faucet. That is accurate. In fact, how bad was it? The Green Bay Packers went 3 touchdowns, 2 field goals on their second half and overtime possessions. They had 5 possessions after halftime, 3 touchdowns and 2 field goals. That's 5 scoring drives. My computer-like brain tells me 5 scoring drives. And I think that's all of the possessions, I believe. I think 5 for 5 of my math is correct on that. But Dallas still, despite that, ended up in a tie situation. And all that matters to Jerry Jones is that Micah Parsons sucked anytime he cannot suck. vindicating his trade of Micah Parsons. The guy's not a big game player. That's the argument when he was with the Cowboys. The guy disappears. He comes tiny in big spots, and that was what Micah Parsons did on this night. That's a perfect capsule of Micah Parsons as an NFL player. Total fraud in big games. Total fraud. And Jerry Jones can walk around smiling from ear to ear and all that. And post-game, I saw some of the interview that Jerry did. We played a couple of clips there for you. But Jerry Jones, it was a kitty cat moment for Jerry Jones. He was like a Cheshire cat smile from ear to ear, just so happy. So happy, right? Gets to sit there in his luxury suite, look down at all this, waving to the cameras, knowing that he's on the NBC feed 20 times during the broadcast, and they can pump out some of his classic quotes like the gospel of Jerry's world and all that stuff. It's just great. And forget a tie, because that's a win, baby, for Jerry Jones. That is a win for Jerry Jones. And all you trash-talking people, you can't talk trash to Jerry Jones. Now, he literally said afterwards, in one of the quotes I saw, Dak, he said, is indispensable. Micah isn't. That's it. That's the end of the story there. So Micah Parsons was supposed to be Lawrence Taylor 2.0, was supposed to be that. When it mattered, you didn't see him. So where did he go? I don't know. He's invisible. Where did he go? Maybe he's having a snack. I don't know where he went. Jogging around like he's stuck in molasses out there. The highest paid non-quarterback in the NFL. Everything is bigger in Dallas. If you happen to see Jerry Jones' post-game interview, everything's bigger. Even the cold sore on Jerry's his lip there, very large. Very, very large there. Man alive. My God. It's all part of the circus, though. It's all part of the circus at Jerry's world there. The extra drama. It's got to eat it up. And then wins, losses, or ties. Win, losses, or ties. They're just the backdrop. It's Jerry Jones doing performance art. That's what he does. This was a net positive for the Dallas Cowboys here. Why? Because the Cowboys did not embarrass themselves. They did defensively, but it didn't matter because the offense embarrassed the Green Bay Packers, who are total. Does anyone disagree with that, by the way? How can you disagree? The Packers are frauds. They lost to Cleveland. They gave the game to Cleveland away last week, and now they lose in a game they had circled, the Cowboys. Pathetic. And so it's not the Cowboys that are a laughing stock. It's the Green Bay Packers. This is their time. They went for it. They went. We got Micah Parsons to give up 40 points in a big game that they had circled. Man. And now Jerry can crow about Micah Parsons being expendable and go on and on about that. No one's going to challenge him, not at this point. All right, now quickly. I know this is an NFL Sunday to a Monday, and very rarely do we ever talk about anything other than football on a Sunday into a Monday. However, this is an exception to the rule. There's such a juicy story, I cannot avoid it. In Major League Baseball, the regular season came to an end in baseball, and it ended with an awesome dud. Just an amazing collapse in baseball. Congratulations to the Metropolitans. Just a wonderful job. Good job, boys. Way to go. If you missed it, the Mets needed the Reds to lose, and then they had the win to F things up in the baseball playoff race because it was the last day of the year. The Reds had a one-game lead. So what happened? The Reds lost their game. Everyone was playing at the same time. The Reds lost their game, so the Mets, all they had to do was beat the Marlins, the lowly, pathetic Marlins, who haven't tried to win in years. And what do the Mets do? They do bupkis. They went out there and got shut out, and Francisco Lindor ended up hitting to a double play. Good afternoon, good evening, good night. Turn in your uniforms. Your season is over. Over. So Cincinnati will play the Dodgers. Advice to the Reds, get into that Dodger bullpen. Keep the game close in the late innings. You'll have a good chance to win the game. But the Reds and Dodgers will play. New York now, their next opponent. Cancun, suntan lotion. That's the next opponent for the Mets. Chances are they'll probably drown in suntan lotion somewhere on a tropical resort down in the Bahamas. Now, the question here, can you explain the 2025 New York Mets failing to make the playoffs? Playoffs? Can you explain the 2025 Mets failing to make the playoffs? So this is perfection. This is dotting the I. Now, I don't enjoy this as much as I enjoyed the cheating ass 1,000, 2,000 holes not making the playoffs. Losers. But I did enjoy the Mets not getting it done. And you've got owner Steve Cohen, who is playing Monopoly with real cash, just burning money. Juan Soto, $765 million outfielder Juan Soto, who was supposed to be the Messiah, the great savior in Flushing. And another season you can flush down the toilet there for the Mets. Now, did Juan Soto care? And we know what he said afterwards. Do you think he actually cared, Juan Soto? I didn't get that vibe. I never get the vibe from Juan Soto that he's really that upset by anything the team does. He does get upset when he doesn't get his stats. He's annoyed by that. But in terms of wins and losses for the team, I don't get that sense. Soto is, he just doesn't give that vibe like he cares about anything in terms of winning and losing here. Soto is just happy because if you click on his baseball reference page later on Monday, it'll look really shiny, really sexy, some good numbers. The standings, standings, schmandings. Who cares about the standings there? And he's really into yoga. Juan Soto, he led the Mets in downward dog. Downward dog there. Went from best record in baseball a couple months into the season to playing like those hungry puppies chasing after scraps. That's the Mets. 45 wins by June for the New York Metropolitans. 45 wins by June. And then they turned into the bad news bears of baseball with better uniforms. $340 million circus act. The Mets, the highest payroll in baseball, and they couldn't outlast the Cincinnati Reds. For crying out loud. How crazy is that? How wild is that? The Reds are in the playoffs, and the Mets, the big, bad, Big Apple Mets, are not in the playoffs. And while all of this is going down, right? All of this is going down. You've got Juan Soto. He's got that kind of, hey, I'm good, bro, grin. You know, he's got that look. I'm good, bro. Bro, I'm good. Hey, listen, I got my numbers. You know, it's like he's like the dude in the gym. You go to the gym who flexes in the mirror while the rest of the team is puking in the corner. And he's kind of looking at himself. He's got a little chain on. He's kind of flexing a little bit. Look at how good I look. Right? Because he got stats. He got off to the ironic thing is the Mets won 45 games by June, and Soto was not playing particularly great the first couple months of the year. He started putting up numbers, and the team actually got worse. Explain that one to me. It happened. It absolutely happened. And listen, he got his numbers. He got his little Instagram highlights, you know, and the low information fan, the dumb fan gets all horny for the stats, you know, the TikTok crowd, they're all excited about that. And he'll sleep fine. He's not worried about it. Do you think Soto's really worried about it? He's not worried about that. He's going to sleep like Scrooge McDuck in a big pit of money. All you losers that care about teams making the playoffs. What's wrong with you? And all those Mets fans sitting on that 7 train, right, and all bummed out, another season ending without the playoffs there and wondering what the hell happened. And Soto's not worried about that. You've got Soto, whose contract is bigger than the GDP of several countries, right? It's just insane. And the return on investment, the ROI for Juan Soto in terms of October, well, don't have to worry about any kind of October performance. He's not there. It's pathetic. And the Mets fans, who are the real Met fan, not the fake Met fan, the real Met fan, who's bleeding out on the operating table because their team sucks again and it doesn't make the playoffs. And then you got your star player there who's posing for selfies in the hospital gift shop. It's such a juxtaposition between Juan Soto and the rest of the team. So you've got Stephen Cohen, the owner of the Mets, and we all remember he promised filet mignon. The Mets owner promised filet mignon. He said 5 years, we're going to win a World Series. Well, this is, I believe, year 5. They don't even make the playoffs. Instead of filet mignon, you get a nice plate of Spam. That's it. Enjoy the Spam and expect some pink slips. Someone's losing their job, whether it's the pitching coach, the hitting coach, the manager, or all of the above. There will be some changes there coming to the New York Metropolitans. It is the Ben Maller Show. If you'd like to be part, 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. Also on X, at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller if you want to be part of the live radio program. We'll take your calls as we work our way through. And it's a harebrained plan. A harebrained plan. But what is it? We'll get to it, and we will do it next. However, that's right. It's the first live read of the week. I cannot screw this up. I cannot. Do you understand the amount of pressure that is on this right now? This is tremendously important. And if it doesn't go well, we are completely screwed. I might as well just not show up the rest of the week. If this live read does not go well, that's the amount of equity that I have in this. So it is the A block. What hour is it?
Number 1.
Okay, we're off to a good start. It's Maller here for DraftKings. NFL fans, what's your favorite touchdown? For me, it's the next one because with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, every touchdown could bring you closer to cashing in. From first touchdown score to anytime touchdown props or the thrill of live in-game betting, every snap is loaded with opportunity. They've got all the numbers on that DraftKings Sportsbook app, all the lines and odds available. We got 2 more NFL games here in week 4 on a Monday night, the Jets and the Dolphins. Woo-wee. Oh, man. Glad they're paying me to watch that. Also, the Dolphins are, by the way, 2.5-point favorite in that game at home. And the Bengals and the Broncos, Denver, a 7.5-point favorite in that game. Coop will be watching that. Lines and odds are subject to change. Now, listen. Here's the best part. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get $200 in bonus bets instantly. If I had needed this product, it's what I'd use. It's the way to go. Your team hitting pay dirt pays out to you. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code Maller. That's code Maller to turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets if your bet wins. In partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum minus 500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Our NFL coverage is different. It's better. Before the games.
Is this line telling us something?
After the games.
Are they still the favorite in the NFC?
The numbers don't lie.
All season, the sounds of the NFL live here. We're Fox Sports Radio.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. So if you need cash for up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
FX presents The Lowdown.
What I've uncovered is insane.
Starring Ethan Hawke.
Behind every great fortune is a great crime.
And from the co-creator of Reservation Dogs, Sterling Harjo.
Hidden tunnels, kinky sex stuff.
I don't know how it all connects, but till I do, I just keep puffing.
FX's The Lowdown. All new Tuesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Now that I'm a dad, I can't stop thinking about what would happen to my kids if something happened to me. Like losing the house or not affording college.
Yeah, that used to keep me up at night too. It's why I finally got life insurance from Ethos. It's 100% online. No medical exams, just a few health questions. I got $2 million in coverage for around $2 a day.
I never realized it was that simple. Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ETHOS.com/game.
Rates may vary. Bill monthly. Sample rate 10-year term life policy for a 35-year-old healthy non-smoking male.
This whole surviving life thing is pretty tough. Some people use therapy to get through it, others use their friends, and some just fight their way through. Whatever season of life you're in right now, this podcast is for you. Hi, I'm Morgan from The Bobby Bones Show and host of the new podcast, Take This Personally. I'm bringing on my friends and experts to cover a variety of topics in hopes of us all feeling a little less alone in this crazy world. Nicole, the neuroscientist, will help us understand why we are the way we are.
Our anxious brain or our emotional brain will make us believe things that are not necessarily true.
Jared can relate to fighting our hardest battles.
I was living on couches. Sometimes I was in my car. I was just all over the place. I think about it now, how many people opened their doors to me.
We will explore what it means to change careers.
I think a lot of people put the pressure on their career to fulfill their passion, when your purpose or your passion and your calling can be something that's much deeper than just your job.
And how we can all find that special love in this wild dating era.
In order to find the right one, before you do that, you have to be able to identify the wrong one.
This podcast will be the guide you need to surviving life with a friend at your side.
If a friendship is about give and take, but we just want to give, and we're like, oh, I don't want to take, I don't want to impose, I don't want to inconvenience her, then you're not reaping the full benefits of friendship.
The first episode is out now. Download it wherever you get your podcast.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Just before midnight on Saturday, February 19th, 2005, Danielle Imbo and her friend Richard Petrone left a crowded Philadelphia bar. The two 30-somethings planned to walk to Richard's truck and drive home, but they never made it.
It does not make sense. It's like they literally vanished.
The two were never seen again.
Not just them, but a truck disappeared into the ether.
Was it an accident, or were they murdered?
No one had a motive to kill them.
Those same questions frustrated law enforcement. The FBI called it murder for hire.
Who killed these two individuals and how did they get rid of them?
Both of them were the target. One of them was the target. The other one was wrong place, wrong time.
But which victim was the intended target and why?
It was definitely murder for hire for Danielle, not for Richard.
You're right, it could be. But it also could be something your son did too.
No one was looking to kill Richard. No one.
He's your son, and in your eyes, he's innocent. But in my eyes, he's just some guy my sister was with.
Fingers were pointed, allegations were made, and lines were drawn.
That drove the wedge between the families.
What happened to Danielle and Richard?
I think that whatever happened to my dad and Danielle was planned and orchestrated and thought out.
I'm Andrea Gunning. In this series, I dig into my own investigation to find answers for the families and get justice for Richard and Danielle.
I just want some peace for my sister's soul, and I want some peace for my mother.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
We are the most fearless voice in sports is on FS1. The one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
Ey, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra, ey. Pero no hay boda, Titi me preguntó si tengo muchas novias. Muchas novias, hoy tengo a una, mañana a otra. Me las voy a llevar a todas pa' un VIP, ey. Saluden a Titi, vamos a tirarnos un selfie. Say cheese, ey, que sonrían la
Bill Miller and you. It is the Ben Maller Show. We are up all night, every single night, chopping down the overnight hours. If you'd like to be part, you can join us right now. Say hello on the phones at 877-99 on Fox. Following the Sunday night game, it goes to nobody. Nobody wins. If you like ties, you're all horny right now because you got your little tie. Congratulations. Got your little tie. Packer Cowboys game. It ends in a 40-all tie.
Hell yeah.
877-99 on Fox. You want to hide behind your smartphone and not call in? You can do that as well on X. At Ben Maller. Follow at Ben Maller. You can say hello to Lorena, the socialite at FSR Tech Queen, and Koopa Loop at Bronco fan. That's a Bronco fan. Your comments can and will be used against you in the court of sports radio. Now, back to it. All right, we do get back to it, and we'll get some calls coming here in a moment. Also had a big injury in the NFL. Malik Neighbors, snap, crackle, pop. The wide receiver is ACL shredded like pulled pork, and so he'll be out injured in the second quarter of a game that Giants would upset the Cowboys, proving yet again that Justin Herbert's a fraud as the Chargers lose to a rookie quarterback. And Justin Herbert, the only way the Chargers lose that game is by turning the ball over, which Justin Herbert did twice, giving the Giants the ball inside the 5-yard line of the Chargers.
What an effing bum.
Right? The guy's a bum. Right? Seriously.
What a bunch of dorks. Like,
Koopa was fired up. You watched the game? You enjoyed. By the way, the Giants' offense, I'll talk about this later, but the Giants, I believe, if my math is right, their offense only scored 11 points without the help of the Chargers.
It just figures that Justin Herbert and the Chargers would screw me.
Yes, they actually, when they were taking the field, they said, "Let's screw Koopa."
That's exactly what happened. I hate the Chargers, but I still picked them in my survivor pool.
Well, that's over now. You don't.
Yeah,
have to,
exactly. There's $130 something down the drain.
Oh man!
And it's like, and I never would pick the Chargers in one of these things, but I'm like, rookie quarterback, his first start ever in the NFL. Justin Herbert, he's playing at an MVP level. What a joke! What a fraud!
The whole team, the whole operation there with the Chargers. What an absolute joke that is. So that's one of the storylines we will discuss here. Bills Monsters all fired up. Derek, this is like authentic Bills Mafia guy. This is real. Like he oozes out Bills Mafia stuff. He says the Buffalo Bills are now the only undefeated team in the AFC. Scientists are studying this rare phenomena, but early reports confirm tables everywhere are in grave danger, says Derek, part of Bills Mafia, fired up. Supermarket Steve says the argument for Micah Parsons being a great defensive player, even if he doesn't put up great stats, was that they would have to double team him. And, that's right, Steve. He's a decoy, and the rest of the defense would then excel. The Packers had one sack in the game against the Dallas Cowboys. That's not good? No. Supermarket Steve says, after watching just under 1/4 of the season, is there any stranger outcome than the Lions-Packers game back in week 1? Since then, the Packers have been falling apart, and Detroit has been taking every team out behind the woodshed and whooping that ass, says Supermarket Steve. There's some sound of it right there. Chip in the Q's writes in, says A+ on the Maller monologue. Normally I'd laugh at Jerry Jones' comments about how he was pleased with his team achieving a tie, but I'm a Titans fan, and at this point I'd be celebrating my arse off if Tennessee had gotten a tie instead of being crushed by Houston. Yeah, some great sound, though, from Cam Ward, who famously said before the year that the Titans had top 5 receivers in the NFL, and now in week 4, he's pointing out they're tushy, that the entire team is tushy. A Fat Daddy writes in, says, great monologue about the pathetic back-and-forth boring game between the Cowgirls and the Green Bay Packers. He gave a nice nickname to. I guess Jerry Jones won't be going to the glory hole tonight. Well, he seems fine. He seems all right. Femi writes in, the #1 Uber Eats driver in Minnesota, says, so Ben, is Juan Soto the Micah Parsons of baseball, overpaid and underwhelming? It's not a bad comp. Not a bad comp on that. King Rory writes in, says, I could not agree with you more about my pathetic Packers. Matt LaFleur is not the guy, and there is a reason he wasn't offended. He says offended, I think he meant offered a contract extension come January. Hell or high water, the Green Bay Packers will have a new coaching staff. It's not normally how they operate. That's not normally how they operate. Shane in Des Moines writes in and says, Ben, are there any concerns with the Dodgers versus the Reds, or are you assuming the Phillies will end your postseason? I haven't spent too much time thinking about it. I do like the fact that you've got the Dodgers and the Yankees, who neither one of them got a bye. The top two teams in the National League, the baseball playoffs start in a couple days. You got the Brewers and the Phillies, the top two in the National League. The Toronto Blue Jays and the Seattle Mariners are the top two in the American League. So they get the bye. They advance to the divisional round. In the wild card round, you've got the Dodgers and the Reds, Cubs and Padres. And then in the American League, you got Cleveland, Detroit, Yankees, and the Red Sox. Those are the matchups. So you're guaranteed that either the Yankees or Red Sox will be knocked out by the time we get to the next round. So if you're Toronto, you don't have to worry about beating both the Red Sox and the Yankees. You only have to beat one of them. And in the National League, it's a little more wide open. All right, let's go to the phones. And who do we have here? Eeny, meeny, miny, mo. Let's say hello to, let's go to Dante. I was going to go to Mark in Queens, but he hung up. Dante, what's going on? Dante in Vegas. What you got, man?
Hey, man. How you doing, Ben?
If I was any better, okay, I would be a Met, but not a New York Met because they're not making the playoffs, those losers.
In my impression, I'm a Braves fan, and I think they did worse than the Braves, even though we lost.
Yeah. Well, the Braves crumbled because of injuries and stuff. The Mets just underachieved.
We're the famous snap and crack and pop brothers.
Yes.
But anyhow, I came to bug you guys about, I'm a football fan.
Yeah.
Player, high school football player. That Rams game and Colts game.
Yeah.
Was just ridiculous. How can you not secure if you're trying to show off in a celebration in the end zone?
You're talking about a Donnie Mitchell, who fumbled. I'd never seen this in person. The first time I was at the game, I've never seen this in person before. First time I've ever seen it. I've seen it on TV a bunch, but I witnessed it, and I still can't believe and I don't like that rule. I think that rule is ridiculous. That I
thought I was playing Madden.
Like you give the ball to the other team, but like that's a dumb rule. They were going to change it a couple years ago. They didn't change it. But on that one, the guy sliced his way to two Ram defensive players, and then he gets right to the goal line, fumbles it, he futzes it out of his hands through the end zone. So stupid. So dumb. Man.
It felt like Madden moment or like an NFL 2K5 from PS2.
Yeah. Yeah, no. Well, we can check that box. Like that's now happened. It'll probably happen again. It happens every couple of every year, or one or two a year. So we can check that box now, Dante.
Yeah.
All right, buddy.
Well, Coop and Lorena, I would want to say thank you guys for visiting us in Vegas.
What about me? I visited you in Vegas.
I know you visited in Vegas, and it's going to be much better next year.
Yeah, what's going to be better next year? What do we have next year? You have big plans here? What do we got? What are we doing next year?
Yeah, what are we doing next year?
We got something special?
Are we going to do a theme?
No, we don't need a theme.
We could do like a talent show.
A real talent show. Yeah.
A real
Are you saying that the people that did karaoke did not have talent? Because Big Balls Bob would disagree. He says you got a lot of talent. There were some other talented people there performing as well. So, yeah, I'm open to it. We have the stage right there. If we go back to the same venue, we have the stage ready to go, so we could do it. Absolutely.
Hey, I'm ready to hit it out the park. You can come in first place, baby.
All right, Dante. We'll see what happens. Thank you, man. The great Dante in Vegas there. Part of that amazing Maller meet and greet. A game-changing event, clearly.
Honestly, though, I was very impressed by the talent we did have at that meet and greet.
It was cool.
No matter how belligerently drunk they were, they still did a really...
You need liquid courage to get up there on stage. You need liquid courage there. So
we don't record that.
It was a harebrained plan. We'll get to that. We also have the play of the day. Here is the Who Am I game. This is where we pretend to be somebody else. The Giants' Jackson Dart becoming the first NFL rookie quarterback to defeat a team that is 3-0 or better in his first career start since me. Again, Jackson Dart, who didn't really play all that well, but he's credited with the win. Jackson Dart, the first NFL rookie quarterback to defeat a team that is a 3-0 or better in his first career start since me. Who am I? The answer. We'll get to it. We will do it next.
Maller Militia. You already know this.
Spoiler alert!
But we need to remind you. Ben has a YouTube channel for the show.
Oh, the drop.
Just go to youtube.com/@BenMallerShow.
I know what's hip.
Hit the subscribe button. Push that thumbs up icon and comment away. Let Ben know how smart he really is.
Hey, Maller here with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Every touchdown could bring you closer to cashing in. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get $200 in bonus bets instantly. Your team hitting pay dirt pays out to you. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code Maller. That's code Maller to turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets. If your bet wins in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly. On behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas, fees may apply in Illinois. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum minus 500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Wouldn't it be great if life came with a remote control? You know, you could hit pause when you needed to, or hit rewind. Like that time you knocked down that wasp's nest. Uh-oh. Or that time you forgot to roll up your windows in the car wash.
Fantastic.
Yeah, a remote control would have come in handy then. Well, life doesn't always give you time to change the outcome. But prediabetes does. With early diagnosis and a few healthy changes like managing your weight, getting active, stopping smoking, and eating healthier, you can stop prediabetes before it leads to type 2 diabetes. It's easy to learn your risk. Take the 1-minute test today at doihaveprediabetes.org. Life doesn't come with a remote control. So you're on your own with the wasps. You have the power to take control of prediabetes. Visit doihaveprediabetes.org today. That's doihaveprediabetes.org. Brought to you by the Ad Council and its Prediabetes Awareness Partners.
Every year, millions of Americans use opioids to manage pain. Pain can be unrelenting, overwhelming, and all-consuming. So why do so many of us try to manage pain only from the palm of our hands? Doctor-prescribed opioids are appropriate in some cases, but they just mask the pain. And reliance on opioids has led to the worst drug crisis in American history. That's why the CDC recommends safer alternatives, like physical therapy, to manage pain. Physical therapists treat pain through movement, hands-on care, and patient education. No warning labels required. And by increasing physical activity, you can also reduce your risk of other chronic diseases. Pain is personal, but treating pain takes teamwork. When it comes to your health, you have a choice. Choose more movement and better health. Choose physical therapy. Visit moveforwardpt.com to find a physical therapist in your area. This message is brought to you by the American Physical Therapy Association.
The following message is about Medicaid and CHIP, free or low-cost health coverage for kids and teens. Enrollment is open year-round.
Hey, voice lady, give me the mic.
Okay.
Hey, DJ, let's switch up the music. That's better. So listen up, moms and dads out there. There are these programs called Medicaid and CHIP. They offer free or low-cost health coverage for kids. Things like doctor and dentist visits, prescriptions, and shots are covered. All the stuff that keeps kids like me healthy and in charge.
So, as you can tell, a covered kid is a confident kid. And it means confident parents, too. To learn more about affordable health coverage for your family, visit healthcare.gov or call 1-877-KIDS-NOW. That's 1-877-543-7669.
Yep, you could do something big for your family today because enrollment is open year-round.
This has been a message from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services.
And Sophia.
I'm Gary Veter, and I have a new limited series podcast called Number One Dad. In the 90s, my dad and I ran a con for years where we snuck into the world's most prestigious arena, New York's Madison Square Garden.
Your dad is the type of person that likes an adventure and likes the possibility of opportunity.
As I got older, I learned this wasn't the only scheme my dad was pulling.
He wants me to act like my injury is even worse for a payout.
He actually represented me. He's posing as my attorney in a court.
There were moments where Manny would assume the role of undercover police officer.
My father's never-ending string of lies ultimately broke apart my family. And at 15 years old, I completely cut him out of my life. That was 24 years ago. But I just had a son of my own, and it brought back tons of memories of my childhood, along with tons of questions I wanted answered. How did my father become this scheming mastermind? Was he like this with everyone? And is it possible, after all these years, he's actually changed? I have no idea where he lives or what he's up to, but my goal with this podcast is to track him down and get to the truth about who my father, Manny Veter, really is. This is Number One Dad. Listen to Number One Dad.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
Since Sports is on FS1, the one and only Colin Cowherd is bold, unique, and outspoken.
Wow.
You can see him on The Herd, weekdays at noon Eastern on FS1 in the Fox Sports app.
It is the Ben Maller Show. A reminder, there is a YouTube page. Oh, my God, a YouTube. Yeah, there's a couple of them. Be sure to check out the brand new YouTube channel for the show. Just go to youtube.com/@Ben Maller Show. youtube.com/@Ben Maller Show. Also, youtube.com/Benny vs. Penny if you want Benny versus the Penny. Be sure to hit that subscribe button, both channels. Don't stop there, though. Hit that thumbs up icon. Yeah, right there. That you see it. Hit that. Comment away. And let me know if you agree or disagree. Of course, I love disagreement more. So you can yell and scream and shout and all that stuff. Go check out the brand new channel. Again, just search Ben Maller Show and Benny vs. Penny on YouTube. Subscribe to both channels, and your life will improve. In amazing ways, unless it does not.
Thank God for the internet.
Back to it we go as we roll on, and we're going to have the play of the day. Time for the play of the day, and a wild ending. The Rams were losing in the fourth quarter. Looked like Indy was going to get a road win, an upset. The Rams favored by 3.5 in the gambling market, and then all kinds of crazy things happened for the Rams, and they turned to the 2-2 for the Tire Rack play of the day. Take a listen.
Stafford from his own 12-yard line set up in the shotgun. Has the snap, hits his back foot, lobs the ball left side. Tutu's open, over the shoulder, catch 40. Tutu down the left sideline with a vapor trail behind him. 10-5, touchdown LA! Too fast, Tutu Atwell, the go-ahead score with 93 seconds left.
It was a nice play. 88 yards there. More on that in a second. That's the Tire Rack play of the day. For over 40 years, Tire Rack has been helping customers find the right tires for how, what, and where they drive. Ship fast and free, backed by free road hazard protection with convenient installation options like mobile tire installation. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. Now, the fun fact on that particular play.
Ben Maller fun fact.
Now, Lorena, you know how many defensive players on the field in the NFL? What do you think? How many average defensive?
I think there's 4 on the field per team, so 8.
So you believe there's 8, so it's like 4 on 4. Okay.
Yes.
Interesting. All right. Well, the NFL, they for some reason, they play with 11, which is very odd. They have 11 defensive players. Very bizarre. and it turns out that the Colts on that play decided they wanted to be shorthanded. They had 10 players on the field when Tutu Atwell scored that touchdown. Who goofed? I've got to know. Now, I didn't play in the NFL. I know Ryan Clark does not want me to comment on this, but I would think you want to have 11. I would believe you want to have 11 players out there, but they didn't have that. Time now for the payoff on the Who Am I game. Giants, Jackson Dart, the first NFL rookie quarterback to defeat a team that is 3-0 or better in his first career start since me. Who am I? Well, that's the question. Who am I? Stuck in Sacramento, says Terry Bradshaw's brother, Timmy Bradshaw, not to be confused with his son, Tommy Bradshaw. He looks like he's taking a dump. Must be trying to fit in with the lovers in Sacramento. All right, Laverne and Shirley from Alf, the Alien Opiner. Who else do we have? Page down. Doc Brown, guessed by Rob the Goat Man. Cracker Jack from Ostrich Ant. And he says the original Cracker Jack from Ostrich Ant in D.C. Willie Bloomquist. There's a good name from Mr. Nice Guy. Brett Favre, the reason the Packers lost from King Rory. That's his answer. Marc-Andre Fleury from Shane in Des Moines. Blake Bortles tossed out by Eek in Roseville, Minnesota. Who else do we have? America's favorite scarecrow, Ray Bolger, is the answer. That according to Maller Prop Guy. The karaoke winner, Steve Bono from Big Lou. He's on number 2. CJ Stroud from Mr. Irrigation. He's all excited. Lorena, what say you, Lorena?
I got to go with Mr. Plow, Ben.
Mr. Plow. No. It's also not Dan Pastorini from Greg. The correct answer is Phil Simms. Phil Simms. 1979. Phil Simms. This isn't just a game. It's a once-in-a-generation event. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour. Celebrate 100 years of high-flying dunks, 100 years of show-stopping moves, and 100 years of changing the game. This game is once in a century. Be there. Bring the whole family and be part of a legacy that never stops. The Harlem Globetrotters 100-year tour coming to a city near you. Get your tickets today at harlemglobetrotters.com. That's harlemglobetrotters.com.
New car prices going up? You're not imagining it. That shiny new ride just got even more expensive, making it tougher than ever to justify trading in. But here's the good news. Maaco can make your current car look and feel new again for a fraction of the cost. From fresh paint to light bodywork, we help you get more out of what you already own and love. Book your free estimate online or visit your nearest Maaco today. Free estimates, friendly service, fast turnaround. Better get Maaco.
The lineups for this year's iHeartRadio Jingle Ball concerts being revealed. Ed Sheeran will be joined by Nelly, Renee Rapp, Alex Warren, and others in New York City, December 12th. The concert series hits 10 cities in December, including LA, Chicago, Boston, and wrapping up in Miami. Other acts on the bills include Jelly Roll, Nelly, Monsta X. Tickets for the Jingle Ball concerts go on pre-sale for Capital One cardholders September 30th, followed by a general on sale October 3rd. One battle after another, off to a good start at the box office. The film starring Leonardo DiCaprio made $3.1 million in previews. It's expected to make $20 to $25 million in its debut weekend. Mariah Carey, not a fan of others covering her songs. In an interview with GQ, the topic came up when the singer mentioned that Prince once told her he didn't like it when others covered her songs. She mentioned she felt the same way and addressed her viral reaction to Money Long's cover of her song, We Belong Together, during the iHeartRadio Music Awards. Carey said, I'm honored and flattered that she did it, but added, I just don't like people doing my songs. In other news, Mariah Carey dropping her album, Here for It All. No one is to blame. A man in legal trouble after allegedly jumping the fence of Travis Kelce's home in Kansas City to serve Taylor Swift deposition papers on behalf of actor Justin Baldoni. According to People, he was arrested September 15th, charged with jumping the fence onto a private property in a private neighborhood. The news comes as Baldoni's trying to get Swift involved in the legal battle with his Ends With Us co-star Blake Lively. That's entertainment. I'm Jennifer Polsoni.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Hi, we're not here right now, but we'll call you back if you leave your name and number.
If you aren't of the age to remember,
Hi, Dad.
the answering machine was a physical audio recorder that plugged into your phone line.
Hi, Dad. This is Aaron.
You couldn't call into it remotely. You had to wait till you got home to check your messages.
America's produced like lots and lots of stuff. Just piles of stuff. The fact of the matter is all day long, every day, there are warehouses full of stuff getting just pushed off a cliff. All day, every day.
That's Ian Nagoski, who runs the Canary Records label.
A friend of mine said that what he loves is being the guy standing at the edge of the cliff, waving his arms, going, wait, no, let me look at those first before you throw them away. I think there might be some good stuff in there. I think there might be some stories. I don't think we should throw all those away yet.
We have a season, 10 episodes of stories from that realm, of things that were just barely saved, and in some cases, not saved at all. A bizarre tale of two infamous New Yorkers.
They booby-trapped their home and turned it into a sealed fortress of ephemera.
A missing chapter of American music history.
There hasn't been a guess culturally that they matter. So they get thrown in the garbage.
A decade's worth of original television lost to the airwaves.
It's over. It's ephemeral. You're going to see something else the next second and nobody's ever going to see it.
A piece of music that's defied convention for 70 years.
I had students write down the sounds they heard during it, and one girl said, I never realized there was so much to listen to.
And what could only be called an audio mystery.
It said nothing on it, and it clearly had been recorded, which intrigued me. What is this going to be?
These stories and more give a new life, if only for a glimpse. Is this podcast a piece of ephemera in the making? A forgotten story about forgotten stories? Only time will tell. Subscribe now on Apple Podcasts, the iHeartRadio app, or wherever you listen to podcasts, and learn more at ephemeral.show.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts all in one.
We are Fox Sports. We are Fox Sports. And here's what you need to know.
The Packers tied at Dallas in the NFL Sunday night game, 40-40 the final after overtime. Green Bay led 13-2 late in the first half. Dallas scored 2 points, running back a blocked extra point. Kansas City beat Baltimore 37-20. Ravens quarterback Lamar Jackson left with a hamstring injury. The Rams scored 2 touchdowns in the last 3.5 minutes to beat the Colts 27-20. Chicago held on 25-24 at Las Vegas, blocking a 54-yard field goal attempt at the end. Jacksonville won at San Francisco 26-21. The 49ers had 4 turnovers. Chase Elliott took the NASCAR race. Europe's golfers won the Ryder Cup. WNBA playoff wins for Indiana and Phoenix. Major League Baseball's regular season ended with the Guardians clinching the AL Central title. Toronto won at home to take the AL East crown, and the Mets are out. The Reds get the last wild card spot. I'm Steve DeSager.
Ben freaking Maller.
Over the top, in your face.
And he's turning your speakers all the way up.
That loud, piercing sound.
Without your consent.
Keep it quiet.
I don't care. I'll do it.
You want concise? You want accountability? Then you want Ben Maller.
Oh, it's very impressive.
And when you ask, you shall receive. Now, live from the Fox Sports Radio studios, here he is, Ben Maller.
We are 4 weeks into the NFL season, and one of the teams, one of the darlings, projected to go deep into the postseason, already on thin ice, just 4 games into the NFL season. Welcome in the beginning of another hour of the Ben Maller Show. We are in the air everywhere, shoulder to shoulder, as we watch the sands of the hourglass go down, coast to coast, border to border, and beyond on the vast and sizably powerful microphones of FSR emanating live from the Easy, the Speakeasy, which is open all night here. If you know the password, you can get in from the world-famous Fox Sports Radio studios as approved by Truck Stop Fungus and Derek the Bills Monster. They both signed off on that. This portion of the Ben Maller Show sponsored in part by our friends at DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL. Right now, use the promo code Maller to claim your special offer at DraftKings. Again, that's promo code Maller at DraftKings. The crown is yours. Also made possible in part by our friends at Tire Rack. For over 40 years, Tire Rack has been helping customers find the right tires for how, what, and where they drive. Just like Mr. Nice Guy. Shipped fast and free, backed by free road hazard protection with convenient installation options that Kathy and Madison love so much, like mobile tire installation. TireRack.com, the way tire buying should be. That's what Alf and Ferg Dog tell me. So our lead this hour from Kansas City, where the Ben Maller chicken fingers are piping hot there at the Landing in Liberty, Missouri. Had a great Maller meet and greet last November. It's almost been a year now. Closing in that, another month and a few days away from our last get-together there in Kansas City. But the Ravens in town to take on the Chiefs, and one of these teams was looking at a 1-3 start, the other one back to 500. A lot on the line. If you didn't see this game, you didn't miss much. It was a domination situation. I was multitasking. Not only was I observing in person the Indianapolis Colts, Danny Dimes, and the Colts taking on the Rams, but I was monitoring the other games going on, including this one. And not much to worry about in this game as Patrick Mahomes, my homie, throwback performance there, 270 yards passing, not one, not two, not three, 4 touchdown passes, a turn back the clock, we're still good type story as the Chiefs get it done there. They jumped all over the pathetic Ravens. They were missing, by the time the game ended, 7 defensive starters. And the backups, they suck. 37-20, the victory there in the matchup of what had been AFC behemoths, but not now. Kansas City back to 500, and they picked up a game on the Chargers in the division who lost to the Giants. Now, 4 different players spreading it around. 4 different players caught touchdown passes from the Chiefs. Xavier Worthy returned after missing a bunch of time there from a shoulder injury, had 5 catches for 83 yards, a quiet performance by Travis Kelce in this game. But Kansas City's offense, like a firecracker all of a sudden in this game. They had been struggling, and for the first 3 games, rather pathetic. But not in this game. But the better story, though, is in the losing locker room. So let's focus in on the team from Maryland as we discuss the question. How bad are things looking right now? We do the show today. How bad are things looking for John Harbaugh's Baltimore Ravens? They are 1-3. Their quarterback is in the injury tent. How are things looking for the Ravens? So I've got Aztec, Mark Twain, and Santa Claus. And we will combine all of these things together, and we are going to make delicious Crustables. The grape Crustables, that's what we're going to make there. Just absolutely great. So number one. Yes, number one. So, all right. Now, on the patented Maller scale of panic, which Homeless Mike in Tempe knows is the number one way to approach when a team is having problems here. So, on the patented Maller scale of panic, 1 to 10, with 10 being getting a message on your phone that this is not a warning. There are ballistic missiles coming inbound. Remember when they accidentally did that in Hawaii a few years back? Yeah. Anyway, so on that scale, I am at an 8.5. I am at an 8.5 for the Baltimore Ravens. That's where I am. The Ravens brand. What is the Ravens brand? It has been defense, machismo, which is toughness and intimidation. That's the Ravens. That's always been the Ravens defensively. This year, they are bottom feeders. They are bottom feeders here. Outgained in every single game. Yes, even against the Browns. Outgained in every single game this season. They're 32nd in total defense, which I'm told is not good. They're also dead last in not just scoring defense, but in total defense, they're dead last. They're giving up 33.3 points per game, they being the team from Baltimore, which is half the sign of the devil. 3-3-3, half the sign of the devil. You're the Baltimore Ravens. Your entire identity is defense. And now you are getting shish kebabbed, shredded like taco meat every single week. Every single week here, and this is a new low water mark. You figure coming off the Monday night game against the Lions, which was pathetic. You're like, okay, things are going to be better. It's a short week, but you can play a little bit better. And everyone figures things out defensively when they play Kansas City. Everyone's in a better mood when you play the Chiefs offense. And they could have, the way they played defense in this game, they could have just put out, they being the Ravens, they could have put out tackling dummies on one side and traffic cones on the other, and the results would have been the same. And it's bad. It's bad. How bad is it? It's so bad right now that we're heading down a path where we're going to have an Aztec-like sacrifice. There's going to be an Aztec-like ritual sacrifice here in terms of the coaching staff. Defensive coordinator Zach Orr has to be on borrowed time here. He's got to be on thin ice. Injuries, I believe, I heard this from my mentor, Sports with Coleman. He told me that injuries are part of the game. It's how you handle that and how you approach that matters. and you don't get trampled on. That's not rising up, next man up, do your job, all that crap. That's getting punked. And the Ravens are getting punked on a weekly basis here. So the easy move would be to just dump Zach Orr, get rid of him. He's only been there a couple of years. And then you've got Chuck Pagano, who's on the staff, although he's not doing that great either. I believe he's the secondary coach. You could elevate Pagano and make him the defensive coordinator interim for the rest of the year. And John Harbaugh, he's over there. He's worried about Lamar's hammy, which went whammy. The hammy goes whammy for Lamar Jackson. Now, no update. We're going to get that later on Monday. There'll be a battery of tests for Lamar Jackson, but he left the game early, and we learned that Cooper Rush, yes, that Cooper Rush, the old cowboy guy Cooper Rush, is the backup quarterback there for the Ravens. So the Ravens, in the span of 4 weeks, have gone from playoff lock to Star Trek Beam Me Up Scotty in 4 weeks. And they're not only banged up here at this particular point, they're cursed. You've got Ronnie Stanley, Roquan Smith, Marlon Humphrey, somebody named Nate Wiggins, and Lamar Jackson himself. All of those players hobbling off the field like they were extras in Saving Private Ryan there in that particular game. And you look at the secondary, and they blow. It's like a pirate. There she blows. That's the Ravens secondary here. And big old chunks. You get a chunk play, you get a chunk play, you get a chunk play, and so you are what your record says you are. Baltimore is 1-3 at this point. They are at the very bottom in many very important categories right now. They are closer to getting a top 5 pick in the 2026 NFL draft than they are being a legitimate Super Bowl contender. Now, I will be Benny Brightside, and I'm not going to sit here and say Ray Lewis is walking back through that door or Ed Reed's walking back through that door. But if you look at what has happened in the division, the reason I'm at 8.5 right now, but if you look at the big picture here, you look at the Browns, same old sorry-ass Browns, they suck. They're just terrible. The Bengals, who play on Monday night, they don't have Joe Burrow. He's out for the year. And it looked like they had never picked up a football when they played Minnesota last week in their game. We'll see what they do against the Broncos tonight, but they appear to not know whether the ball is stuffed or puffed, and so we'll see what happens in that game this weekend. So there's still some avenues to go down. However, if Lamar Jackson obviously is out for an extended period of time, then everything becomes radioactive. It's like Chernobyl-like with Lamar being out. Good luck on that. Now, on the other side, page 2, Kansas City we go. And how are things looking for Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs after they get back in the win column? So it's happy days are here again. And happy days are here again. Now, this is exactly what the old doctor ordered there for Big Red Andy Reid. They had not scored more than 23 points, they being the Chiefs, all season. And then they drop a 37-burger on top of the Baltimore Ravens' pathetic defense. Mahomes could have been wearing a Hawaiian shirt out there, sipping a Mai Tai during the game. That's how little resistance he faced by the Baltimore defense. And it's like Mark Twain, the famous quote attributed to Mark Twain. If you don't know who that is, bad job by your teachers. But the famous quote is, the reports of the Chiefs' death are greatly exaggerated. Everyone buried them. And then Kansas City shows up. They had the oxygen, they had the defibrillator ready to go there. They zapped some life back into their season with that win over the Ravens. And all those think pieces, the endless think pieces, the dynasty is over. Down goes Kansas City. Not so fast, my friend. Not so fast. Not yet. As the Kansas City able to get their mojo back, at least for a day. And they were surgical in this game. 7 scoring drives out of 9. 7 out of 9 scoring drives. And they had 1 punt, only one, and missed a long field goal. That's it. That's like Tiger Woods in his prime. 7 of 9, and par or better on every hole. Par or better on every hole for the team from Kansas City. And the little things, 4 of 4 on 4th down. My computer-like brain tells me that's 100%, which I'm told is good. And it's not like trust the process. It's not that. That's stepping on someone's throat when you go 4 for 4 on 4th down. The red zone, almost 70%, 67% in the red zone. They're actually finishing drives, not settling for all field goals here. And then you got the Kansas City defense. And you say, well, what's going on with that? Well, Derrick Henry, who had been the big bad wolf of the NFL in years past, neither he or Saquon Barkley's playing all that well this year. Don't tell anybody. But Derrick Henry, the big bad wolf, he got boxed up like a clearance item at over the Christmas holidays, which are coming up. 42 rushing yards. Now, to be fair, the Ravens didn't run the ball that much because they were getting smoked. They were being poleaxed by Kansas City in this game. That's a shut-off valve for the defense there for the Chiefs. They shut down, turned the shut-off valve on there. And for all the funeral potatoes that were being baked there for the Chiefs, this game was a big shut-up type moment for them. Now, you got to follow it up. They're not dead. They're not dead. They just needed the Ravens to show up, and then all of a sudden the Ravens showed up, and the red carpet was rolled out. And right this way, step on up, and you're going to feel really good. Really good. Now, if you look at the Chiefs and this win, you need to start stacking wins, right? They always say, we got to stack wins. Well, okay. Is that a doable thing? Kansas City has run the gauntlet. They had to play the Chargers, the Eagles. Now you mix this game in with the Baltimore Ravens. They also had the Giants, which is a cupcake. But you look ahead of them, it's manageable. Next week, the Chiefs play Jacksonville, and even though Jacksonville has a nice record, we still don't take them seriously. Then they have a showdown with the Lions. That'll be a tough one. That's at Arrowhead, I believe, and then they have the Raiders. So 2 of the next 3 are certainly winnable games, and even the Lions game, when you have Mahomes, it's always a winnable game in that particular situation. Now, meanwhile, as we turn the page from Kansas City, we go to Jersey. Mentioned the Giants here. The Giants upset Jim Harbaugh's Chargers. The question, New York rookie quarterback Jackson Dart, the toast of the Big Apple here, his debut as a starter described as, quote, impressive. Do you agree or disagree that Jackson Dart and his first start with the Giants was impressive? So I saw this and it caught my attention as, are you kidding me? Are you bloody kidding me here? That was not impressive. That's not the word I would use. My word for Jackson Dart and his debut there was sufficient, but not impressive. He was adequate. Jackson Dart was adequate. He didn't hit the middle of the dartboard. He was on the dartboard, but he didn't hit the middle part of it. His longest completion was 18 yards in the game. That's it. Jackson Dart averaged 5.6 yards per pass attempt. He was sacked 5 times. He coughed up a fumble, which he did recover, but he fumbled the ball. So that's impressive? Really? People calling that impressive. How is that impressive? Come on now. Now, Jackson Dart did have 54 yards rushing, which is fine. I'm not going to sit here and spit a loogie at 54 yards rushing. However, when your rushing average is almost identical to your yards per pass attempt, which this is, by the way, that's generally not good. It generally is not all that good. And so it's not a guy who's tipping the bar. And you know, it's like, come on. He did enough. That's it. And that's where we're going to leave it here. And the expectations were, if they were any lower for a New York Giants quarterback, then they'd be buried 6 feet under. Like, that's how pathetic the Giants are. The Jackson Dart didn't really play all that well, but it's like, oh, he looked good. Oh, my God, he's so good. No, he's not. This was the Giants essentially saying, hey, just don't get in the way. Justin Herbert's giving us the game. Justin Herbert's handing us the game. He's gift-wrapped it like he's one of the elves for Santa Claus. And 10 points, 2 red zone turnovers by Justin Herbert, 2 turnovers deep inside. When I say red zone, giving the Giants the ball deep inside Charger territory. Both of them within the 5-yard line. And that set up the Giants offense. The Giants scored 11 points without Justin Herbert handing the game and handing the football to the Giants. Without that, they scored 11 points. That's it. So let's not sit here and rewrite history on what happened. Jackson Dart was not great. Right? He wasn't good. He wasn't even above average. he was passable. And that's how bad the Giants quarterbacks have been, that passable gets you a little tingly. You're a little tingly because you got passable. Like Moving Man, our buddy the Moving Man's all excited because he's, this is great and all this stuff. And again, it wasn't above average. It was just kind of passable. That was it. And not impressive, ordinary, middling. Those are other words we could use. It is the Ben Maller Show. Now, if you would like to be part, you can join us right now at 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. Also on the X machine at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. If you want to be part, we have to get to that harebrained plan from last hour. And quite the Irish welcome. Quite the Irish welcome. We'll go down that road as well. We'll do all of it. We'll take your calls, your comments on X at Ben Maller, and we will do it next. However, it's live read season, and it is the A block. Let's see if we can find out what hour it is.
I smell a leprechaun.
Let's see here.
Number 2.
Does sound like a leprechaun there. Well, NFL fans, what's your favorite touchdown? Now, for me, it's the next one, because with DraftKings Sportsbook, an official sports betting partner of the NFL, every touchdown could bring you closer to cashing in, from first touchdown score to anytime touchdown props or the thrill of live in-game betting. Every snap is loaded with opportunity, and all the numbers available on the DraftKings Sportsbook app for all the NFL games. Lines and odds are subject to change. Mentioned the Giants. They're only a 2.5-point favorite. They take on the New Orleans Saints on the road. That's only a 2.5-point favorite in that game. Mentioned also Kansas City. The Chiefs, they play on the Monday night game, next Monday night. They're a 3-point favorite at Jacksonville. But here's the best part. Bet just $5, and if your bet wins, you'll get $200 in bonus bets instantly. That's right, instantly. I use this, and you should as well. And your team hitting pay dirt pays out to you. Download the DraftKings Sportsbook app. Use code Maller. That's M-A-L-L-E-R. That's code Maller to turn $5 into $200 in bonus bets. If your bet wins in partnership with DraftKings, the crown is yours.
Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. In New York, call 877-8-HOPE-NY or text HOPE-NY 467-369. In Connecticut, help is available for problem gambling. Call 888-789-7777 or visit ccpg.org. Please play responsibly on behalf of Boot Hill Casino and Resort in Kansas. Fees may apply in Illinois. 21 plus age and eligibility varies by jurisdiction. Void in Ontario. Bet must win to receive reward. Minimum minus 500 odds required. Bonus bets expire 7 days after issuance. For additional terms and responsible gaming resources, see dkng.co/audio.
Football is for the weekends. And the reactions are for Monday. Listen to the best Break It Down. Two pros and a cup of Joe with Jonas Knox and NFL veterans LeVar Arrington and Brady Quinn, Dan Patrick and Colin Cowherd. The best reactions on a Monday are right here on Fox Sports Radio.
If you need up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com is the name you can trust. It's free to use, available 24/7, and you're never required to accept any loan offer. Some lenders offer same-day funding. If you need up to $5,000, type WeFixMoney.com directly into your browser. WeFixMoney.com has been helping customers for 15 years and has an A rating with the Better Business Bureau. So if you need cash for credit card bills, car repairs, child care, or anything else, go to WeFixMoney.com. Make sure you type WeFixMoney.com directly in your browser. Go to the company you trust. WeFixMoney.com. Just fill in the information and get an answer in minutes at WeFixMoney.com. So if you need cash for up to $5,000, go to WeFixMoney.com. That's WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com. WeFixMoney.com.
FX presents The Lowdown.
What I've uncovered is insane.
Starring Ethan Hawke.
Behind every great fortune is a great crime.
And from the co-creator of Reservation Dogs, Sterling Harjo.
Hidden tunnels, kinky sex stuff.
I don't know how it all connects, but till I do, I just keep loving.
FX's The Lowdown. All new Tuesdays on FX. Stream on Hulu.
Life insurance. Why are you putting it off? Can't afford it? Too much hassle? Think you don't need it? There's lots of excuses for putting off life insurance. But if you weren't there, who would pay the mortgage and other bills? With Ethos, you could be covered in 10 minutes and boom, family protected. Ethos, fast and easy online term life insurance. Up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exam. Some policies as low as $1 a day. Answer a few health questions and get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
We're talking about streaming music, world-changing history that we lived through.
Not so long ago, people were spending a lot of money on buying CDs and physical media. We got this new thing. That was Napster. There were 27 billion transfers per month, song transfers.
Everything was completely upended, and Apple came along in 2003 and brought massive stability to this huge sea change. At the same time, roughly, an alternative model was developing, and that was just streaming.
The first legit on-demand streaming service was Rhapsody in 2001. Pandora came along in 2005. Spotify comes along. They changed the game. Pandora was still trying to be kind of like radio in a way. Spotify was like, no, we're really going to be on demand. But these royalties, Tidal pays the most at 1.3 cents. Apple's 0.7, YouTube Music 0.7. Spotify pays 0.4 cents per stream, same as Amazon, and then Pandora's down to 0.1. But as an artist, if you're a hit on Spotify, then there's a lot of money to be made.
For the entire history of streaming music episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now. iHeartRadio presents Stuff You Should Know.
What's the Doomsday Clock, Josh?
So the Doomsday Clock is a metaphorical clock that is overseen by the Bulletin of Atomic Scientists. It's a graphic representation of how close humanity is to self-inflicted disaster.
They moved the second hand on the clock forward to 89 seconds to midnight, which means it's the closest that clock has ever been to midnight since they started.
In 1947, when the U.S. and Russia were starting the Cold War, it was 7 minutes to midnight. We're now less than 2 minutes away from midnight. The furthest away it was from midnight was 1991, after the Soviet Union dissolved. It was all the way back from 17 minutes to midnight.
I think it's a valuable thing because it just raises awareness every year with people. Just another thing to kind of say, hey, like, we're not headed in the right direction as humanity goes.
All these things that have been developing for a while have been accelerated because of the threat multiplier of misinformation and disinformation and conspiracy theories.
For the entire Doomsday Clock episode and everything else in the Stuff You Should Know universe, open the free iHeart app, search Stuff, and listen now.
We are the NFHS. That stands for the National Federation of State High School Associations. But really, what we stand for, together with the OSAA, are the 99,000 high school sports and performing arts students in Oregon. And so we stand. We stand for the runners, debate team members, and basketball players. We stand for their coaches, officials, and adjudicators. We stand for the drummers, football players, and actors. We stand for the golfers, singers, and swimmers. We stand as the national leader and advocate for these essential activities and all who participate in them and make them possible, because it is our purpose to ensure that high school students get to play, perform, and compete together. To learn more about who we are and what we stand for, visit nfhs.org.
We are one force. To find FS1 on your television, go to foxsports.com for details.
Go! Check them out.
FS1.
Check them out.
FS1.
Chewing on a piece of grass, walking down the road. Tell me, how long you gonna stay here, Joe? Some people say this town don't look good in snow. You don't care, I know.
the Ben Maller Show as we're kicking off the brand new week here. The weekday lineup kicks off with the overnight show as we slide into this 29th day of September, the last Monday of September.
Ooh.
A few days away. We'll be in October by the end of the week. If you want to be part of the show, 877-99 on Fox, 877-996-6369. Also, yes, on X, at Ben Maller. That's at Ben Maller. And say hello to Lorena, FSR Tech Queen. And Kubaloop, a Bronco fan. That's a Bronco fan. Your comments can and will be used against you in the court of sports radio, so please act accordingly. Now back to it. Back to it we go. Baseball season is over. The playoffs begin here shortly, and also we have a full card in the NFL. The bye weeks start next week, so there will not be a full card of games. Next week, the bye weeks begin. We mentioned this earlier, the harebrained plan. It was announced during the Sunday night game that Bad Bunny will play the Super Bowl halftime show in Northern California. Yes, Bad Bunny is going to perform. Didn't you pick Taylor Swift?
Yes, I did.
I
wanted Miley Cyrus. I wanted Smiley Miley.
So, of course, everything's politically. So people are upset with Bad Bunny because Bad Bunny, I guess, was not performing concerts in America.
He purposely skipped the American part of the tour.
So why is he going to be at the Super Bowl? I believe it's being played in America.
Yeah.
I think.
I was also confused.
That seems, whatever. I never watched the halftime show anyway. The only time, and I didn't even watch this, was when Janet Jackson showed her boobies, the game in Houston, and it became this whole big thing where they put the delay in. It was like a whole big deal. That was like, oh my God, what a nightmare, because it affected my life.
Yeah.
Because I had to worry about the damn delay and all that. And yeah.
Well, unlike you, Ben.
Yes.
I actually did only watch the Super Bowl for the halftime show.
Okay. Not anymore, though. You're a real fan now.
Now I am a fan. Yeah. You should have seen me watching that game tonight.
4-on-4. You like four defenders, 4 offensive players. Now, it is interesting to know the chatter, and the chatter's never wrong here, is that the NFL did offer the halftime show to Taylor Swift, which she turned down. She was going to do it,
but
she would not do it unless she got paid. The NFL does not pay for the halftime show.
Oh,
Well, I read that it wasn't so much that she wanted to get paid. She wanted like the rights to the.
Well, she refused to do it for free. But the problem is if they had paid her, then
they have to pay everyone.
Right. Yeah, exactly. So they're like, we don't want to pay you. We'll just
that's how we knew it was never going to happen. Because, people do it for free because it, is, promotion. But she doesn't need that. She's got the best-selling tour of all time.
I saw the tabloid said that she was she was in Santa Barbara, which is just north of us, and she was at I guess a big celebrity wedding over the weekend or something like that.
Oh, Selena Gomez is. She married Benny Blanco.
Oh, okay. I don't know who those people are, but wonderful happen for them.
She's Taylor Swift's best friend from Disney Channel growing up.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. And big wedding there in
I have a song by them. I'll play it next.
They say Santa Barbara, but it's Montecito. That's where all the really wealthy people. Have you ever been to Montecito?
No, I've never been to Santa Barbara either. I want to take that train.
I'm not even allowed to go and look at Montecito. There's so much money there. It's insane. It's like I'm not even allowed to look at it when I go through there. But anyway.